In the year 2035, monstrous beings who called themselves gods first descended. The gateway between Earth and their divine realm was torn open. Once more, these so-called gods descended upon a world they had long forgotten, and they came bearing nothing but malice. They left only destruction in their wake, and countless lives were crushed beneath their feet. 7 years after the descent, the nation of Japan fell. 4 years after that, America was wiped from the map. And 15 years after the descent began, the impenetrable fortress of the great Xiao finally crumbled. The arrival of the gods brought endless suffering and loss. Humanity formed a god-slaying core, but even they were ultimately annihilated. And yet, one man survived. He sent a beast flying into the distance, the ground erupting where it landed. But that last attack seemed to have drained all his strength. Leaning on his sword, he faced the divine horde slowly closing in. His face hardened as he spoke. "Even if I'm the only one left, I will protect this land." With those words, he threw himself forward. He roared with all his might. "This is the great Xiao. Gods and demons are forbidden here." And with that, he launched himself into the sky. Swinging his greatsword back, he used every last ounce of his power to plunge into the swarm of colossal gods. Blood sprayed through the air as he was finally overwhelmed and cut down. But then, his eyes snapped wide open, stunned by the impossible. Still in shock, he glanced out the window, then at a photo of 2 siblings on his desk. He shot up in his bed, his mind reeling. Didn't I die? Is this my old room? The alarm on his phone blared, showing 6:50 a.m. He grabbed the phone, staring at it in disbelief, running a hand through his hair. What is going on? Then, as if struck by a revelation, he leaped out of bed and raced toward the window. He whispered a desperate thought. Could it be? Before tearing the curtains open. Before him was a scene of perfect peace, with no signs of slaughter anywhere. Through the glass, he looked up at the vast blue expanse and the birds soaring freely. The sky is still blue. Does this mean I've returned to the time before the gods descended? Just then, a system window named Ninth Heaven's Court materialized before him. Activation successful. Hearing the voice, he yelled out, "What was that sound?" The system continued to display its message. Downloading. Download complete. Utterly bewildered, he spun around, shouting into the empty room, "Who's there? Who's talking?" Suddenly, he was transported to another dimension, where hundreds of cranes flew across the sky. The image of a massive statue and a plaque bearing the words Southern Heavenly Gate appeared before him. He stared in awe, whispering, "The Southern Heavenly Gate?" He looked up, stammering in shock. "Don't tell me. This is the Heavenly Palace? Did I somehow enter the Divine Court after being reborn?" It all made sense now. After the descent, the Western gods ran rampant, but the Eastern deities were nowhere to be found. As understanding dawned on him, he realized he was surrounded by imposing statues of the Eastern gods. He looked up and declared, "The secret of the great Xiao's gods. It's been sealed here all along." Suddenly, 2 beams of light shot from a statue's eyes, striking him directly. With a deafening boom, a crimson spiritual energy engulfed his body. He clutched his head in agony, thinking, "A flood of information is rushing in. My head is about to explode." He screamed, clutching his head tightly. "Ah!" Then, a brilliant light pulled him upwards, leaving him powerless to resist. At the same time, the Ninth Heaven's Court system appeared again, initiating ownership process. His body was assaulted by immense power. His limbs began to tear, blood pouring out as the system announced, reconstructing host's body. In an instant, long strips of cloth flew from nowhere, wrapping him in a massive cocoon. The system continued its report, reorganizing power, reorganizing agility, reorganizing endurance data. After a few moments, the final reconstruction was complete. He shattered the cocoon himself, emerging in midair as the system announced, "Ownership transfer successful." He appeared through the mist, his eyes completely transformed. One now blazed a brilliant gold, the other a fiery crimson. Landing back on the ground, he propped himself up, breathing heavily. Everything that just happened felt strangely right. A triumphant smirk spread across his face. "So, I was reborn thanks to the Ninth Heaven's Court system, and I can feel my body overflowing with power. The Ninth Heaven's Court has 9 levels, each one sealing the power of an ancient god." He walked closer to a massive gate and placed a hand on it. "If I can successfully enter each heavenly palace, I can inherit the power of the god within that realm. But to open the gates, I'll have to slaughter countless invading gods and harvest their divine power." At that moment, his path became clear. He stared forward with unshakable confidence and said, "Excellent. Although I still don't know exactly what's going on, with the Ninth Heaven's Court, my chances of survival after the descent are much higher." Let them come. In this life, I will protect everything. Suddenly, his bedroom door creaked open, and his sister looked in confusedly. Big brother? Her voice instantly pulled him back to reality. He turned to see her, clutching a teddy bear and rubbing her sleepy eyes. What's for breakfast? I'm hungry. This little girl was Ying Baobao, currently a student. There she was, a second grader at Yuanling Elementary School. He spotted his little sister and froze, calling out her name in utter shock. And then, the nightmare from his past life came flooding back. He remembered his sister, impaled by the razor-sharp claw of a demon god. All he could do was watch, completely helpless. As he stared up in horrified despair, little Ying Baobao, mortally wounded, used her final breath to cry out, "Brother, run!" Tears streamed down his face as he roared back in defiance. No, he had cradled her broken body, collapsing to the earth with a soul-shattering scream. Snapping back to the present, he bolted towards his sister, desperation fueling his every step. As he ran, a silent vow echoed in his soul. "I'm sorry, my dear sister. I failed to protect you in our last life. But this time, I swear, no demon god in this world will ever harm a single." He dropped to his knees, pulling Ying Baobao into a fierce, desperate embrace that left the little girl completely bewildered. Baobao asked, "Brother, what's wrong?" His face darkened, a tremor in his voice as he replied, "It's nothing. Just remembering some sad things." But as he spoke, an iron will forged itself within him. This time, he would never let that tragedy happen again. Then, Baobao's sweet voice echoed through their apartment. "Brother, I get it. If you really don't want to go to school, let's just stay home today." The scene shifts to an imposing military building, the Central War Zone headquarters. An officer, phone in hand, turns to his superior with grave urgency, reporting, "Commander, we have an incoming call on the The man addressed as the commander shot back, "Line 1? He strode forward, reaching for the receiver. "Isn't that our most secure, dedicated line? Could this be an emergency directive from Central Command?" The officer replied, "No, sir. It's a personal number, calling from an ordinary residential district." Back at the apartment, Ying Baobao, cake in hand, waved goodbye. "Well, I'm off to school now. Make sure you get plenty of rest today, okay?" He waved back with one hand, the other holding a phone to his ear, waiting. On the other end, the commander finally answered. His voice was stern and official. "Hello, this is Chang Hushan. Please state your identity." This was the general commander of the entire war zone, Chang Hushan himself. Our main character replied calmly, "General Chang. We haven't been formally introduced." His voice then dropped to a deadly serious tone. "But the information I have will make a meeting between us absolutely essential." The call ended. Moments later, the roar of military jets tore through the sky, and the air crackled with tension. Shortly after, at our protagonist's apartment complex, a man in a suit presented official credentials to security. With a grave expression, he stated, "My apologies for the unannounced visit. We have already notified the relevant authorities and received the necessary clearance." On a higher floor, a pink-haired girl looked down, shocked to see the ground swarming with soldiers. She called out to her mother, "Mom, come look, quick! There are so many soldiers down there." "Soldiers?" her mother asked, completely baffled. Below, residents gathered, whispering as armed troops flooded their quiet neighborhood. "What in the world is going on here? This looks incredibly serious. It's terrifying. Did someone here get into major trouble?" One man grunted, watching our protagonist with suspicion as he calmly walked right up to the soldiers. Seeing his calm demeanor, the whispers grew louder. "Who is that kid? Are they really here for him? There's no way. Did he commit a crime? If he did, he'd be long gone by now." The man in the suit addressed him directly. "Are you Ying Che? The commander is waiting for you." And there you have it, folks. Our main character's name is Ying Che. Oh my god, Ying Che didn't hesitate. "Let's go. Every second from here on out is precious." The man in the suit gestured toward the vehicle. "This way, please." A white-haired girl on the sidewalk caught a glimpse of Ying Che and swooned. "Oh my god, he's so handsome." With a dreamy look, she gushed, "Is he one of those mysterious, hidden masters?" The girl next to her added, "I can't believe a major figure like that was living here in secret." On the way to meet the commander, Ying Che's mind raced. The underground city, the steel Great Wall, the god-slaying army. I have to move fast. There's so much that needs to be done. Luckily, he knew that on the future battlefield against the demon gods, he wouldn't be fighting alone. He began piecing together his memories, documenting everything he knew. Back at military headquarters, Commander Chang Hushan led the way, followed by a female officer. She closed the door and delivered her report. Ying Che, age 17. born in the Welfare Institute. He and his younger sister, Ying Bao, have relied on each other their whole lives. She stepped closer. Based on our intel, he's had a completely normal upbringing, no signs of psychological instability, and no criminal record whatsoever. This left Commander Chang Hushan deeply puzzled. He voiced his thoughts aloud. Then tell me this. How could an ordinary boy like him possibly know about my top-secret military strategies? The officer's eyes widened with a grim realization. Sir, in that case, there's only one possibility. Our military intelligence has been compromised. This officer was his personal guard, a woman named Wang Zifan. General Chang Hushen's expression turned grim. Leaking military intelligence is a capital crime. This matter isn't so simple. Until the truth is revealed, don't let your imagination define everything. Continue the investigation. Wang Zifan responded with sharp discipline. Understood. After his conversation with Wang Zifan, General Chang Hushen stepped into the elevator, heading up to meet with Ying Che. Meanwhile, Ying Che was waiting in a room, his gaze lost in thought as he stared down at the city through the glass. Horrifying scenes from his past life flashed before his eyes. Skies engulfed in blazing fire, followed by piercing, desperate screams. The sounds of agonizing cries echoed in his memory. Those visions fueled his resolve to save this world, no matter the cost. A moment later, General Chang Hushen arrived. He pushed the door open and stepped inside, his voice breaking the silence. Are you Ying Che? Ying Che snapped out of his haunting memories, turning to face the man. General Chang. The general walked over and sat down, placing Ying Che's file on the table. Sit, he commanded. I'll give you 5 minutes. With a heavy expression, Chang Hushen began the interrogation. You first. How did you know this number? Ying Che stood up, stepping forward as he spoke. I don't just know that number. I know many top-secret military details that have never been released. I also know that in the near future, our country, and even the entire world, will be plunged into a massive crisis. When that time comes, the military power of every nation will be rendered completely useless. The commander let out a surprised, "Oh?" Ying Che pressed on. I know this is incredibly hard for you to believe. He continued with deadly seriousness. However, in this war, the enemies we will face are gods and demons from the divine realm. They will tear through the sky to reach Earth and begin slaughtering humankind. Commander Chang considered this for a moment, then spoke. If you only came here to spout this nonsense, you can leave now. Ying Che suddenly held up 5 fingers. 5 billion, he said. The commander frowned, confused by the gesture. Looking Chang Hushen directly in the eyes, he continued. After the gods and demons invade, they will commit countless atrocities. Approximately 5 billion people will die because of it. By the time the nations of the world finally organize a resistance, it will already be too late. Seeing his fierce determination, Chang Hushen challenged him. Give me one reason why I should believe you. Ying Che sat down, his voice calm and steady. In a few days, a massive fire will break out in the West District, known as the 508 Jiangzhou Incident. If you deploy forces early, you can save more than 200 lives. He leaned down, pulling something from his bag as he spoke. He placed the notebook he had just written in on the table. General, I need you to do something first. Go to this location and retrieve an item for me. I will then give you proof that the gods are real. That evening, back at the apartment he shared with his sister, Ying Che kicked off his shoes while holding a bag of groceries. I'm home, he called out. His sister, Ying Bao, looked up from her bag of chips and immediately questioned him. Where have you been? Why are you back so late? I'm starving. Ying Che put his shoes away, his voice sincere. Sorry, I had a busy day. Luckily, the market was still open. Just wait a minute. I'll start cooking right away. Seeing his sister stare, a cold sweat ran down his back. He thought to himself, it feels like I'm in a dream. I almost forgot I have a little sister at home. Water dripped rhythmically from the faucet, washing over 2 heads of cabbage in the sink. In the kitchen, Ying Che prepared their meal, his eyes on the simmering soup as his mind raced. There are about 2 months left until the first divine descent, he calculated. To protect my sister, I need to be much more prepared. His hands moved swiftly, adding more ingredients to the pot and stirring. But his thoughts were consumed by images of the heavenly palace. The system, after its initial activation, had gone silent. To open the heavenly palace, I need the power of a god or demon. But killing one now is impossible. Without the martial god blade, he was just an ordinary person, with some fighting skill. Steam rose from the soup, shrouding his handsome face and the unyielding determination in his eyes. It seems the time has come to go to that place. In their bright, sunlit apartment, Ying Bao, full from her brother's cooking, crawled into bed. So full, she mumbled in her sleep. Can't eat another bite. Ying Che sat beside her bed. After coaxing his sister to sleep, he gently placed a note on her forehead. To my dear sister, I have to go away for a while. I've already spoken to our neighbor, Auntie Zhang. You can eat at her place for the next few days. Don't worry about me. Wait for me to come back. Love you, your brother. Under a clear blue sky filled with white clouds, birds soared freely. Below stood a wooden house, carefully fenced off and protected. A sign on the iron gate read, Important Archaeological Area. No unauthorized entry. Somehow, our main character, Ying Che, had already slipped inside. He stood before a deep staircase leading straight down into the earth, blocked by a warning rope. Of course, Ying Che paid it no mind, lifting the rope and descending the steps into the darkness below. At the bottom of those stairs lay a massive cavern, filled with deep pits and countless warning signs. A security guard on patrol swept his flashlight across the darkness when he heard a strange sound. Huh? Confused, he swung the beam around. The light landed on a large sign that read, Historical Excavation Site, Preservation Area. Don Triet also sensed something was off, and he froze mid-step. He glanced over his shoulder, the light from his phone still cutting through the gloom ahead, as a grin spread across his face. I found it. The bones of a god. There, in the beam of his phone, sat a colossal skeleton, perched atop a throne of skulls. Its arms and legs were unnaturally long, completely shrouded in thick, white cobwebs. He cautiously moved closer to the remains. The light fell upon the skull. Just 2 empty eye sockets. No nasal cavity. No mouth. Suddenly, a memory surfaced. In my past life, I stumbled into this very place during a desperate crisis. It was here, among the bones of this fallen god, that I earned the acknowledgement of the war god Blade. That's how I gained the power to fight back against the divine demons. He reached out, brushing the cobwebs from the massive skull. A sharp cracking sound suddenly echoed through the silent chamber, the unmistakable noise of shifting bones. The sound grew closer and closer. At the same time, it triggered the system. A series of warnings blared to life. Divine demonic energy detected. Startled, he whipped his head toward the noise, only to see a towering, half-human, half-spider monstrosity charging right at him. A system window displayed its information. This was a legendary monster. Once a beautiful woman, she merged with a venomous spider in death, becoming a terrifying arachnid horror. She was a high-tier demoness named Luo Xinfu. Atop her spider-like head sat 2 large orange spheres. In the middle of each was a thin, black slit. They bulged outward like grotesque eyes, and an entire row of them, in various sizes, trailed from its neck all the way down its monstrous torso. Its mouth gaped open, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs and a blood-red throat. Doan Triet stared, a sense of dread washing over him. Why is something like this here? The divine advent hasn't even happened yet. The monster's legs, tipped with razor-sharp claws, slashed viciously through the air towards him. He scrambled to dodge the sudden assault, tumbling hard to the ground. His hand brushed against a piece of bone. Another sharp claw came speeding toward him. There was no other choice. Forgive the sacrilege. With that thought, he grabbed the bone and began hurling the skeleton, piece by piece, at the creature. The sound of bone cracking against chitin echoed through the cave, shattering into fragments. But the monster was completely unfazed. As the bones struck true, the black slits in the orange spheres on its body dilated wide. Seeing his attacks were useless, Doan Triet gripped a single bone firmly. Holding the last remnant of the god in his hand, he used all his strength to leap high, aiming for a direct hit. He struck at the largest eye on the monster's chest. But the bone failed to even pierce its surface. Panic flashed in his eyes. Its hide is this tough? Even the bone of a god can't break through its defense. I have to find the war god Blade. And fast! The monster let out a pained shriek, and Doan Triet's panic turned to alarm. He shouted, "Hey, keep it down! We'll be in serious trouble if the guards find us." Sure enough, 2 guards on patrol heard the commotion. They rushed over, one shouting, "There's a noise inside. We've got an intruder." He spoke into his radio, calling headquarters. Intruder in the undeveloped archaeological zone, requesting immediate backup. The monster roared in absolute fury, spitting out glob after glob of thick webbing from its mouth. Doan Triet dodged nimbly, cursing under his breath. Damn it, this spider wasn't here in my past life. He swung the divine bone, swatting away a webwad flying his way. The moment they connected, the bone corroded, releasing a plume of green smoke. He reeled back in shock. This webbing can even corrode a god's bone. His brow furrowed as his pupils dilated, his face a mask of pure dread. Seeing the demoness lunge with its legs again, he gripped the bone fragment with both hands to block. But under the creature's powerful strike, the already corroded bone instantly snapped in two. The force of the blow sent Doan Triet flying backward. He skidded across the ground until something stopped his momentum. The pile of skulls. Leaning against the god's former throne, he thought, a high-tier Luo Xin Fu. If this were me, at my peak in my past life, one strike would have been enough. He looked up at the demoness in the distance and sighed. A dragon stranded in shallow water is mocked by shrimp. A tiger on the plains is bullied by dogs. As he clenched his fist to attack, his eyes caught the glint of something behind him. A sword, plunged deep into the pile of skulls. A system window appeared. Masterless blade. Originally the treasure of the Grand Xiao martial god. The war god blade. After the martial god's death, it fell into a sealed state, becoming the Masterless blade. The Masterless blade constantly emits divine demonic energy. Over time, it can mutate nearby life forms, turning them into divine husks. Luo Xin Fu bared its fangs and charged with incredible force, slamming down on Doan Triet's position and creating a devastating explosion. Dust and debris exploded outwards. Ying Che leaped aside with lightning speed, gripping the martial god blade. He smirked. Now it's my turn. You filthy beast. He placed his palm flat against the cold steel and sliced it open, shouting, "Acknowledge your master." Instantly, the blade flared with a brilliant light. Tum. Unleashing a colossal wave of pure power. He spun the blade in a powerful arc. The overwhelming energy caught him off guard. He wondered, this didn't happen in my past life, did it? The energy grew more intense by the second, pulling him into an orange-hued dimension, pulsating with power. He looked down, the blade had vanished from his hand. Panicked, he cried out, "My blade, where is it? I have been waiting for you, for a very long time." A deep, resonant voice echoed from behind him. He spun around, bewildered, only to see a towering, majestic shadow, its hand resting upon the martial god blade. This was the true source of that overwhelming power. The shadow spoke. "I am the final will of the martial god, the last remnant of his consciousness on earth." Still stunned, Ying Che muttered, "The martial god, his final will?" Ignoring his shock, the imposing figure continued, "My divine, power is fading. Had you arrived any later, I would have vanished from this world forever." The pieces suddenly clicked into place for Ying Che. He asked urgently, "Wait, does that mean, in my previous life, I was too late? The power was already gone? So the ritual was altered by your divine presence. That's why I never met you before." The shadow raised its finger, a point of light glowing at its tip. This contains all the martial god accumulated in his lifetime, more than just techniques and insights. It is his complete understanding of the martial Tao. As the shadow's finger began to circle, that small, golden orb of light expanded rapidly. It shot towards Ying Che, enveloping his entire body and lifting him off the ground. The shadow imparted one final warning. You must train diligently. Only by combining theory with practice can you truly master the martial god blade. Then, you will not only dominate the battlefield, but advance further on the martial Tao. After absorbing all the divine power, he returned to the real world, his feet gently touching the ground. He whispered, "So that's how it was. I understand now." He gripped the martial god blade, its golden aura radiating around him. Before him stood the monstrous Luo Xin Fu. His mind was still reeling from the divine will's power. To be reborn, not only claiming the blade, but also inheriting the martial Tao itself. Things are finally getting interesting. With his eyes still closed, he made a solemn vow. "Rest easy, Senior. I will not let you down." The beast shrieked, its massive jaw of razor-sharp teeth lunging forward, propelled by its 8 monstrous legs. Ying Che's eyes flared with a golden light, his pupils vanishing. He uttered the name of his technique. When, in the blink of an eye, he was a blur of motion. With his blade in a reverse grip, Ying Che unleashed a single, devastating strike, effortlessly tearing the monster apart. Shards of bone and ichor exploded in every direction. He landed gracefully, arms outstretched, one knee bent in a perfect hero's stance. A system window materialized before him. Successfully eliminated. Luo Xianfu attribute points +1. System alert. Host will now receive attribute points. For eliminating divine beasts, attribute points can be used to enhance personal stats. Are remodeling the host's body until it achieves the martial god state. The attribute window appeared, displaying a human silhouette. Please Select an attribute to enhance. Remaining points 1. Strength, level 1. Agility, level 1. Stamina, level 1. Spirit, level 1. Ying Che coolly rested his blade on his shoulder. While tapping on the holograph, he raised an eyebrow, surprised. Heh. So it's 1 kill, 1 point? Not a bad deal. Ying Che tapped the plus symbol next to agility. A notification popped up. Attribute point allocation successful. Congratulations. First-time elimination of Luo Xinfu. Successfully absorbed the divine power of the Luo Xinfu. Progress to unlocking the first layer of the 9-layered heavenly court. The central heaven is now at 10%. Visually, one of the massive chains sealing a celestial gate snapped. When progress reaches 100%, you may enter the central heaven and unlock the powers of the Eastern gods. Training within the central heaven can rapidly increase your cultivation, base, and accelerate your ascension to godhood. Ying Che crossed his arms, stroking his chin in thought. What? A place that can speed up my training? Another alert appeared. Trace amounts of the martial god's divine power detected dispersing into the air. Using the flesh and bones of the Luo Xinfu as a catalyst, the system will now condense and convert this power. A moment later, a new message popped up. Conversion. Successful. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 egg. A white egg with pink spots materialized with a festive poof, as virtual fireworks and confetti showered the screen. Just then, beams of light cut through the darkness. 2 security guards were approaching, investigating the source of the commotion. Their flashlights landed on a horrifying scene of scattered bones. One of them yelled out in shock, "Oh my God, what happened here?" The other guard frantically grabbed his radio. "Dispatch, we have a situation. It looks like someone broke in and stole the remains from the dig site." Their lights pierced the darkness, revealing a wall of scattered skulls and splintered bones. Among the debris lay a single, dead pink spider. The voice on the radio repeated the alert. Skeletal remains from the archaeological site have been stolen. Meanwhile, Zane was on the run, clutching a sword in one hand and a pink-spotted egg, larger than any ostrich's, in the other. A smirk crossed his face as he thought, "Good thing I boosted my senses. Any slower, and they would have had me." He wondered, what could possibly be inside this egg? His hand, bearing a green bracelet, tightened its grip on the massive object. Night had fallen, a crescent moon hanging high among the stars. In the only house with its lights still on, little Bao Bao's eyes were sparkling. She asked with excitement, "Big brother, are we having an ostrich egg for dinner?" The date, August 8th, 2035. Time, 7:21 p.m. Location, the East China Sea. Latitude 27 degrees north, longitude 125 degrees. A submarine descended into the raging sea as a violent storm tore through the sky, split by crackling lightning. Moments later, the massive vessel hooked onto something pale white below and began hoisting it from the depths. As it broke the surface, its form was revealed, a colossal, humanoid skull, so massive it required a web of chains just to lift it. In the downpour, a purple-haired man took off his coat and approached a silver-haired man who was dwarfed by the immense skull. The purple-haired man spoke urgently. "Professor Qian, the storm is getting worse. You should head back inside the ship." A flash of lightning illuminated the entire sky as he draped the coat over Professor Qian's shoulders. "Please, don't catch a cold. Your health is our top priority." Leaning on his cane, Professor Qian stared up in a daze, barely noticing the gesture as he whispered, "So, it's real." The scale was staggering. The skull was nearly the size of the ship's bow, making the 2 men look like tiny specks beside it. We cut to the Central Command headquarters, a stark white building marked with a single, 5-pointed star. Vivian Wang held a file, her hand on her chin as she reported. Its total length exceeds 60 meters. The skull's diameter alone is 8 meters. Furthermore, its density surpasses any known material, and it's filled with a large quantity of unknown substances. General Chang reviewed the report. "Are you telling me we're dealing with a god?" Just then, a soldier burst in with an urgent message. "Reporting, sir. We've just confirmed a sudden fire in the West District." A brown-haired man saluted sharply. Due to enhanced fire prevention measures, the blaze was contained quickly. There are currently no casualties. Vivian Wang and General Chang exchanged a look. "What was the cause?" the general demanded. Remaining at attention, the soldier replied, "A specialist team is moving to the epicenter to investigate now. Based on all initial evidence, the consensus is a meteorite impact." Vivian was stunned, her face seeming pale in the harsh office light. "What? A meteorite?" General Chang's face fell into shadow. That would rule out any human involvement, he asked calmly. Are you certain? The soldier's voice was firm. Yes, sir. At that very moment, back at Zane's apartment, the moon peeked through the clouds, surrounded by a sea of stars. On the television, footage of a fire played while a news anchor delivered the evening report. A fire broke out unexpectedly in the West District of Jiangzhou City. Thanks to a swift response, there have been no reported casualties. The cause of the incident is currently under investigation. Zane sat calmly, cleaning his sword as he watched the broadcast. So the future can be changed, he thought to himself. Unlike in my past life. The fire was contained. The catastrophe, I remember, never happened. Bao Bao had fallen asleep on his lap, still clutching the mysterious egg, as the news report continued in the background. In other news, 2 days ago, ancient tomb number 1 was burglarized in the dead of night. Even in her sleep, Bao Bao held the egg close, murmuring, "Ostrich egg." Zane looked down, surprised. Huh. Already asleep? Just then, his phone buzzed on the table, an unknown number. Zane answered, "Hello, General Chang." The next morning, under a clear blue sky, the colossal skull sat in the center of a massive courtyard. The top of its cranium reached past the second story of the building. It was secured by heavy chains as a group of officials looked on. So this is the god you spoke of? General Chang asked, looking down from a second-floor balcony. Vivian Wang stood guard beside him. Seated across from them, Zane replied, "That's right." He gestured toward the artifact. "This is the cranium of an S-class, six-winged angel. Is this proof enough for you?" Vivian stared, taken aback. So this is the man, she thought. The one who predicted the fire and led us to this thing? He's so much younger than I expected. Zane's serious voice cut through her thoughts. "General, so, what's the verdict? In that last inferno, we managed to save over 200 lives. But soon, we'll have the power to save more than 5 billion. Chang Hushen narrowed his eyes, scanning the report. He thought to himself, no one could remain unmoved by such concrete proof, such undeniable evidence. Finally, he slammed the report, emblazoned with a skull, onto the table, his voice like iron. Issue the order to all forces. The central military region is to immediately enter a state of full combat readiness. Zifan hesitated to obey, voicing his concern. But Commander, even if everything he said is true, an invasion by gods is just too unbelievable. Should we really follow old Kim's word on this? I will bear all responsibility. A man stepped forward. When it comes to the safety of our people, there is no such thing as being too cautious. He was tall and slender, with black-rimmed glasses and a cup of tea in his hand. This was the Grand Xia Nation's protector, Jiang Zhenguo. Zifan immediately snapped to attention and saluted. Young man, you must be Xiao Che, correct? Ying Che was taken aback. National Protector, give me the documents, the man requested from Hu Shen. Hu Shen stood and handed them over. National Protector, what brings you here? Zhenguo didn't answer, instead asking, you were just saying, this giant skull before us belongs to a god? That's right, National Protector. This is our enemy. Ying Che's voice was firm. The image shows a demonic skull. They will displace millions, staining the rivers and mountains of Grand Xia red with blood. They'll force the people of every nation to submit, to offer their souls, becoming puppets, who do nothing but sing praises to the divine. In 15 years, human civilization will be completely annihilated. But we've discovered remains. This proves these so-called gods can be killed, and have been killed on Earth before. Zhenguo deduced instantly. Correct, they can be killed, Ying Che affirmed. For example, this S-class, six-winged angel was shot down by Ho Yi. It happened 5,000 years ago, and it fell into the East Sea. Wait, are you talking about the Ho Yi from human mythology? Hu Shen interjected. Does that mean he actually existed? Ying Che looked at him. Yes. While most myths in this world were fabricated by invading gods in ancient times, he paused, pointing to the sky. There is one exception. An image of an ancient deity appeared, a long-haired being, human from the waist up, but with the body of a serpent. Flames floated at its sides as a dragon coiled around it. The gods of the divine realm once tried to conquer this world, but in the end, they were driven away by the Eastern gods. The gods from the divine realm absorbed the power of belief from their followers, using it as their source of strength. A god floated in the sky, endlessly absorbing the aura of faith from the kneeling worshippers below. But the Eastern gods are different. They forged their physical bodies to the absolute limit. They achieved divinity through legendary deeds and great accomplishments, undergoing a complete transformation. A powerfully built man, relentlessly trained, with a spear. Until at last, he ascended to godhood. Ying Che recalled the ancient memories. Then we have a problem, Hu Shen realized, a grave look on his face. If our gods truly existed in ancient times, will they appear again to help us now? Ying Che grew silent. During the ancient war, the vast majority of Eastern gods fought and perished. Afterward, they faded into legend, never to be seen again. In my past life, we held on to that same hope. On a brutal battlefield, hundreds had fallen, their blood soaking the earth. Only a single monstrous creature remained standing. Its weapon and face were slick with fresh blood, the blood of his comrades. But the Eastern gods never came to their aid. They never once appeared. In the end, the earth was driven to extinction, with only the nine heavens peak remaining. But now, not even the first layer of the heavens has been opened, Ying Che thought. I need to prepare everything I can, as fast as possible. He stood before the gate of the heavenly palace, the shadows of the Eastern gods behind him. I'm afraid this time, we can only rely on ourselves. He pulled a map from his backpack. Chang Hu Shen, though worried, felt a spark of anticipation. All right. I never thought I'd get the chance to clash with a god in my lifetime. Ying Che spread the map on the table. In less than 2 months, the sea god Poseidon will appear. All three of them stared down at the map. He pointed to a spot marked in red. At that time, the sea god will command all the aquatic beasts of the ocean to join the war. Their chosen landing points will be the west coast of the Freedom Nation and the east coast of Grand Xia. The entire Pacific Ocean will become a war zone. If what you say is true, what do you suggest we do? Jiang Zhenguo humbly asked for Ying Che's opinion. To protect the people of Grand Xia, we must immediately construct a defensive line. We can call it. He held up a file folder. The strongest surface, the Great Wall of Steel, he declared with utmost seriousness. On a distant shore, waves crashed as a crab scuttled onto the sand. Ying Che's face went blank with instant regret. Why? Why did I say something so cheesy at such a critical moment? So heavy? Hu Shen put a hand on his shoulder. I've already taken care of your leave of absence from the academy. As they walked along the beach, he said, I know. Sorry to trouble you, Commander. A wave of despair washed over him, leaving him feeling lifeless. The commander asked with concern, why do you suddenly look so drained? Project Ironclad, led by Zhang Qing, has already been launched. Don't say it. This has to be because I was just reborn into this body. These words are spilling out on their own. Ying Che covered his face in frustration. Big brother, Bao Bao waved from her sandcastle, trying to get his attention. Hu Shen smiled warmly. Your sister is adorable. He looked at Ying Che. You must want to protect her at all costs, right? What's your next move? Yes, everything is prepared. The steel walls are the people's shield. But we can't win a war with shields alone. Commander, we need weapons capable of targeting the gods, he continued, specialized talents, and a power of resistance. The commander agreed without hesitation. That's no problem at all. You will have my full support. However, he had one question. I understand the rest, but I'm not sure what this power of resistance you speak of is. It is the final legacy the Eastern gods left for mankind. It will become the sharp sword we use to slay the gods. His mind flashed to an ancient censer, its intricate patterns radiating a mystical power. A bird swooped down, snatched a crab, and flew away. Commander, we have an emergency, a man shouted as he rushed toward them. Hu Shen turned to face him. What's all the commotion? Bao Bao, with an egg strapped to her back, toddled over to Ying Che. Brother, this place is so fun. She happily grabbed his hand. He asked gently, aren't you tired after playing for so long? I'll take you home now. He patted his sister's head and gave a soft smile, thinking to himself, this is hardly a playground. I only brought you here because you overheard my call and wouldn't let it go. She hummed in agreement, clueless about her brother's thoughts. What did you say? Hu Shen's agitated voice caught Ying Che's attention. Little Che, I'm afraid you won't be leaving anytime soon. Hearing this, he froze in place. Elsewhere, a fireball plummeted from the heavens at the speed of light. When it made contact with the ground, it caused a world-shattering explosion. Debris shot out in all directions. Once the dust began to settle, a team cautiously approached the impact zone, but all they found was a deep crater gouged into the earth. How strange. Where is the meteorite? The team in hazmat suits was baffled. When suddenly, one man's pupils constricted in sheer terror, as if he'd seen something horrifying. He let out a blood-curdling scream. By the time night fell, a military vehicle equipped with advanced machinery was parked at the scene. The signal is full of static. It's impossible to understand. Specialists, do you read me? He asked into his headset. The only response from the other end was a broken, terrified scream. Monday. Monster. Monster. Ying Che, with the egg on his back, stood on high ground overlooking the ruined district. This is the place. The scene was one of utter devastation. Rubble from the explosion was everywhere, buildings were torn to shreds, and there were no signs of life. A K9 unit sniffed the ground. Go, 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 it suddenly barked, startling its handler into raising his rifle. A man behind the barricade raised his hand and called out, "Friendly!" Ying Che presented his credentials. "I am Special Envoy Ying Che, dispatched here to investigate this incident." A special envoy? The officer lowered his weapon and lifted the barricade tape for him. As Ying Che ducked under, he asked, "Any word from the specialist team?" The officer replied, "Nothing yet. It happened during the night. The team entered the blast's epicenter, but they've gone missing. We haven't heard a thing since. We've quarantined the area to ensure no one else accidentally wanders into this danger zone." Ying Che took back his identification. "What about the meteorite?" No meteorite was found in the crater. The specialist team's last transmission mentioned a monster. He looked up, surprised. "A monster?" The officer confirmed. "That's right. Then we lost all contact. I'm going to check the crater." As he passed, the officer offered, "I can lead the way." He refused. "No need. I know the location." The officer stared at him as if he were an oddball. What a strange kid. And he's carrying an egg. At the impact site, Ying Che knelt inside the crater, observing. "A monster, you say? The scene certainly looks like a meteorite impact, but the smell, 12, is strange." He scooped up a handful of dirt. The soil is mixed with unidentifiable debris. A divine and demonic energy reaction has been detected. A system notification appeared. Demonic energy again. Ying Che was shocked. In his previous life, this sudden disaster caused catastrophic losses and chaos. Back then, everyone was focused on dealing with the immediate destruction, completely ignoring the deeper cause that might be hiding in the shadows. "Get back here," he roared. "Don't you dare run." For an egg, it was impossibly fast. I said, "Stop." The buildings in this district were still intact. Exhausted, the egg finally stopped to rest on a bridge. "You've got to be kidding me." Huff, huff. Ying Che bent over, gasping for air. Seeing him finally catch up, the egg began to panic. Damn it all, how is an egg faster than a person? His face twisted from the exertion as he furiously shoved the egg back into his pack. "Let's see you try to run now." He secured it with several extra loops of rope before lifting it up. "If the system hadn't said you were about to hatch, I never would have bothered stealing you from my sister." Humph. Just then, something else caught his eye. In the distance, a massive fire raged within the city. The chains that once held something captive had been incinerated. It was free. Flames devoured everything in their path. The air filled with a chorus of screams. "Quickly, inform the clan head." A deafening explosion ripped through the area. A pillar of fire erupted skyward, blasting shrapnel and stone in every direction. The source of the inferno was an unknown creature, humanoid in shape, but with massive wings. It landed, surveying the chaos. After it, "Don't let it escape." As a group of warriors moved to surround it, the beast didn't flee. Instead, it launched a blistering counterattack. It was an S-class demon. The ancient tower flame. It hurled 3 massive fireballs at its opponents. A girl barely managed to dive out of the way. Behind her, a young man swung his sword, desperately trying to beat back the flames. "Are you all right?" she asked. He shook his head. "It's no use. At this rate, we'll all be incinerated," Li Xiao cried out. "Anyone who's afraid, fall back now. The rest of you, help me hold on for another 30 minutes. The clan head is on his way." But suddenly, the young man screamed, "Look out!" A fireball was hurtling straight towards her. In that critical moment, Ying Che appeared, drawing his sword in a flash. He leaped into the air, his blade crackling with lightning. He sliced straight through the fireball, splitting it in 2. As it exploded harmlessly, Xiao shielded her face, stunned. "Incredible," she whispered. "The ancient tower flame." Ying Che instantly recognized the monster. "All of you, stay back and don't interfere." With that, he charged straight for the beast. Xiao cried out, "Wait, come back, you'll be burned alive." But Ying Che simply pulled out the backpack with the egg. The ancient tower flame inhaled, its throat swelling with power. It unleashed a torrent of fire. He tossed the backpack high into the air and raised his sword. As the egg soared, he called out his technique. Wind-breaking 8 slashes. Gripping his blade with 2 hands, he moved like a bolt of lightning and cut straight through the ancient tower flame. Ying Che casually caught the falling backpack as the monster erupted behind him. The shockwave made his hair fly as he coolly rested the sword on his shoulder. Heh, not bad this time, either. A system window appeared. Congratulations, you have achieved a first-time kill on the ancient tower flame. You have received 1 attribute point. Quickly absorb the demonic power of the ancient tower flame. Ying Che was confused. Absorb its demonic power? Suddenly, a complex, circular array materialized beneath his feet. Streams of crimson energy were pulled towards the center, absorbed by a strange stone that had appeared before him. 9-layered heavenly court, first heaven's gate. Opening progress, 20%. As the message faded, a vision of a celestial palace gate appeared before him. The vision slowly dissolved, and the world came back into focus. From a distance, Li Xiaolu could only stare at Ying Che. The young warrior sighed in relief. We're saved. But she was still completely shell-shocked. To kill the ancient tower flame with a single strike. Just who is he? The young man was holding a glowing golden stone that had appeared. You can't touch that with your bare hands. A red-haired girl cried out in alarm. But it was too late. He had already picked it up. Later, inside a traditional pavilion, 2 figures sat at a stone table. Between them was a lantern containing the glowing golden stone. I am Li Xiaolu of Jingzhou, she began formally. The 37th disciple of the Li family martial arts clan. Oh, was all Ying Che said. Xiaolu stared at him, utterly bewildered. This man. How could he not know? The Li clan of Jingzhou is one of the 3 great martial families of the Grand Xia. Even after years of seclusion, our name is legendary. To think he's never even heard of the Li clan, she composed herself. Regardless, thank you for what you did. She crossed her arms, her tone cool. Without your intervention, my people would have been annihilated. Name your reward. Anything is possible. Cross. Except for illegal acts, arson, murder, or offering myself as payment. That's off the table. Besides, I don't even know your name. You can call me Ying Che, Miss Li. A moment ago, you said one shouldn't hold this with their bare hands. It seems you know exactly what this is. Would you care to enlighten me? He leaned forward, his curiosity unconcealed. I find myself quite interested in this little artifact. Li Xiaolu snapped her head away. Just because you're interested doesn't mean I'll reveal the secrets of the demon crystal. I can't grant that request. Ying Che looked surprised. So, it's called a demon crystal, he thought. She continued, flustered. You can't touch it directly because it contains a powerful, unknown energy. Prolonged contact could have unforeseen consequences. She glared. Do you think I was just going to tell you that? Ying Che just blinked slowly. You just did. She was fuming. Besides us, no one knows the specifics of this item. Furthermore, the longer the exposure, the more likely the demon crystal is to cause mutations. The monster we just fought was affected by this very energy. He simply nodded. And after that? Xiaolu spun around, demanding an answer. Did I just spill everything to a complete stranger? She thought, panicking. This man is unbelievably strong, and I don't even know if he's an ally or an enemy. Someone save me from my own stupidity. I should have figured out who he was before opening my mouth. Ying Che's demeanor instantly shifted. A serious thought crossed his mind. In my past life, the demon crystal was a state-level secret, one first discovered by Old Man Qian. But it had a fatal flaw. So the project was shut down almost instantly. The specifics were never made public. So how in the world did the Lai family, who came out of nowhere, know its exact function? Flustered, she asked, You, why are you even here? Why am I here? Ying Che countered. You're the one who brought me, aren't you? Did you say it wasn't a good place to talk? She pressed. I'm talking about the moment we were about to be wiped out. How did you suddenly appear out of nowhere? Oh, you mean that? Ying Che replied casually. I saw the fire from over here, so I came to check it out, and stumbled upon your little brawl. Cutting him off, Xiaolu closed the distance between them, her voice sharp. That's not it. I want to know. Who are you? Really? A small smile played on Ying Che's lips. I'm the special investigator dispatched to look into the city's recent fire. That's my reason for being here. Investigator? She blurted out. What's going on? Hey, this. Well, the thing is. Suddenly, a man with fiery red hair stepped forward. A special investigator pays us a visit without any prior notice? He mused. That seems rather discourteous, don't you think? Xiaolu flinched. Cousin. His response was cool and measured. Outside of the family grounds, you will address me as the family head. Yes, family head. This man was Li Yunfei, the head of the ancient martial arts clan, the Li family. What my cousin was trying to say. is that the great fire in the city was caused by us. Family head, she challenged. Is there any reason to hide the truth, especially in front of the investigator? Young man, Li Yunfei began, his voice steady. You must have already deduced that the recent catastrophic fire was the work of that monster. He was human, once, he explained. But he was infected, corrupted by a special energy that radiates from an ancient relic. Its source is similar to the demon crystal's power, and thoughts raced through Ying Che's mind. The special energy they're describing. Could it be the power of the gods and demons themselves? It's just like that spider. The prolonged contact with the divine demonic power infected it, and if that monster truly caused the fire, then I fear the other specialists are already dead. He rested his hand on the cage containing the demon crystal. This ancient relic is, for all intents and purposes, a forbidden item. Since time immemorial, it has been a shared secret, protected by our ancient martial arts clans. For centuries, the responsibility of safeguarding it has rotated amongst our clans. Beyond that, the specific details are something I cannot disclose, he continued, offering a warning. What I can tell you is this. Prolonged contact with the object will inevitably lead to corruption. In recent years, he continued, for reasons unknown, the time it takes to be corrupted has been shortening dramatically. Is this somehow connected to the prophesied divine advent? According to protocol, Li Yunfei explained, the guardian of the forbidden item is rotated every month. This is to prevent the corruption that comes from long-term exposure. However, on the night of May 8th, an unprecedented event occurred. Despite serving for less than a month, the guardian tragically succumbed to the corruption and became that monster. This newborn creature was weak at first, but while I was attempting to subdue it, it somehow managed to escape my control. It somehow managed to fly, but its power gave out mid-air. It crashed down from the sky, and the impact is what caused this devastating inferno. After I finally managed to recapture it, he added, I went out to prepare for its disposal. Little did I know, my absence would nearly cause yet another disaster. So that's the full story, Ying Che stated. Is it possible for me to see this ancient relic with my own eyes? Li Yunfei refused him flatly. My apologies. The relic is a forbidden object. It cannot be shown to an outsider. But, if you want to know what it's like, you don't have to look very far. You're carrying one right now, aren't you? Ying Che was taken aback. Me? A knowing smile spread across Li Yunfei's face. The sword at your side. A serious look washed over his face. In this timeline, Ying Che thought, there's someone who knows the secret of the gods and demons, even before the divine advent has begun. Xiao Lu gasped. What? You're saying his sword is a forbidden item too? The accusation even caught Ying Che off guard. The truth is, the blade has already bonded with its master, Li Yunfei explained. Therefore, its energy doesn't leak out easily. It's understandable that you wouldn't recognize it. Nevertheless, that blade is far from ordinary. With a slight tremor in his voice, Ying Che replied, It's not what you're describing. This sword is just an heirloom, passed down in my family. Oh? An heirloom from the great Xiao dynasty? Li Yunfei pressed. Our relic is also an ancestral treasure. One that was, coincidentally, just excavated. The hour grows late, Ying Che announced, changing the subject. Mr. Li, in order to conclude my investigation, I'm afraid I must confiscate this demon crystal. Go right ahead. You may take it. My thanks. Just be careful, Li Yunfei added with a chilling smile. You wouldn't want to turn into a monster yourself. Stepping through the gates of the Li family estate, Ying Che's mind raced. These ancient martial arts clans are hiding something big. I need to put my people on them, immediately. Back in the library, a hand reached out, pulling a book from the shelf. At that moment, Xiao Lu entered the room. Cousin, has that man left? She asked. He replied, his gaze fixed on the electric aura pulsing from the demon crystal. With that creature dead, our business here is concluded. Tell the clan to clean up. It's time to move. Yes, this place is no longer secure, she agreed. We must leave at once. Grasping the golden tome, he prepared to depart. Night had already fallen, and his sister was finally home. Ying Che held his sister's diary in his hands. The entry was dated June 10th. I don't know what's keeping my brother so busy. First he drops out of school, then he joins the military. I never even get to see him anymore. But the worst part is that last night he stole my egg while I was sleeping. I'm so mad. He moved quietly to his sister's bedside as she slept soundly. Reading her diary while she's asleep, he thought. Little sister, once the descent begins, I won't always be there to protect you. I need to find you a forbidden artifact and the martial god's blade to give you the power to defend yourself. Ying Che gently stroked his sister's hair, but she was trapped in a nightmare. Whispers echoed in her dream, as an image of a book appeared, encircled by 6 glowing magic crystals. In her dream, she looked up, but the crystals vanished in an instant. The book's light faded into darkness and was gone. Meanwhile, Ying Che stared at the ancestral blade his family had left him. He couldn't shake the feeling. How could someone in this era know the secret of the gods and demons before the descent? What kind of secrets is this ancient martial family hiding? Yunfei's words echoed in his mind. If you want to know what it really is, it's not some distant treasure. You have one with you right now, don't you? The blade you carry. His sister, now awake, rubbed her eyes as she walked into the living room. Your home? The television was still on, its broadcast filling the quiet room. A voice from the TV asked, "Why is my love considered small, while his is a love for the ages?" Ying Che turned to his sister. "What woke you up? Was the TV too loud?" "No," she replied, puffing her cheeks out in anger. "Where's my egg? Give it back." "It's right here, completely unharmed." But something was wrong. A jolt of panic shot through him. Wait, why is the magic energy inside so depleted? This can't be happening. She flipped the egg over. Brother! A tiny white seal poked its head out. It hatched. 1 week later, at the seaport, a helicopter sliced through the air. Below, red flags snapped in the wind, adorning a massive ship. Report, giant steel pile 10701 is in place. General Hu Shen, commander of the war zone, responded. Good. We need to accelerate the pace. Yes, sir. His subordinate confirmed. The little white seal was still trying, and failing, to eat a gemstone. Ying Che sighed. This little guy is so picky. It refuses to eat anything but magic crystals. Meanwhile, the strongest steel wall on Earth coastal defense system was progressing rapidly. The project was based on the conceptual designs proposed by Comrade Ying Che himself. As of today, all 720 key construction zones along the coastline have officially broken ground. At the current rate, the final phase is projected to be completed in as little as 50 days. He inwardly cringed. Why did they have to stick with that cheesy strongest on Earth name? It would stretch 20,000 kilometers long, rise 300 meters above sea level, with a foundation 500 meters wide, bonding it directly to the continent. A steel curtain, shielding the entire coastline. A project of this magnitude. From design to completion in just over 50 days? It's almost impossible to believe. The subordinate beamed with pride. Indeed. Comrade Ying Che provided the design himself. Even the head of the Academy of Sciences was singing its praises. A genius? Ying Che waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing like that. The blueprints are just a guide. The real credit belongs to the countless workers turning this vision into a reality. He thought to himself, the truth is, I was just lucky enough to see the completed design in my past life. Ying Che remembered it clearly. In his past life, during the darkest hour, brilliant scholars, led by academician Qian Minqiang, were the ones who stepped forward. They worked non-stop for 7 days and nights, completing the steel wall's design as chaos and catastrophe loomed over them. When it comes down to it, he mused, I'm just a messenger from the future, who carelessly gave the wall a new name. Just then, a young official interjected. I believe everyone is overlooking a critical detail. The sheer amount of steel required is estimated at over 100 billion tons. That's equivalent to nearly 10 years of our nation's entire output. This was Han Sanjin, an official from the Grand Xia Academy. To fight the sea god, we're better off with my original proposal. Abandon the coastal regions and pull back our entire line of defense. In a flash, the commander's fist connected with his face. Han Sanjin crashed to the ground. What is wrong with this old man? I was only offering a reasonable suggestion. The commander exploded in fury. Reasonable? I will say this one last time. The nation of Huaxia will not surrender a single inch of its land. If we give up our coast to the sea god, what will we be forced to give up next? Now get out of my sight, before I put a bullet in you myself. He raised his pistol, freezing Han Sanjin with terror. Ying Che quickly stepped in. Commander, please, calm down. The subordinate quickly drew everyone's attention. Commander, report. You mentioned helping Comrade Ying Che find certain personnel and items. They've all been located. Let's take Comrade Ying Che to see them now, shall we? Isn't that right, Comrade Ying Che? He gave Ying Che a sharp nudge. Ah, yes. Please, lead the way. Ying Che thought, this man is a true guardian of Grand Xia. He's clearly seen his share of battles, 5 years on the battlefield. When this senior commander gets angry, his aura is absolutely terrifying. He holstered his gun, putting it away. You got lucky this time. He turned his back, adding a final warning. Don't ever let me hear you say those words again. His subordinate scrambled to follow him as the others started whispering. I'm telling you, the commander went to great lengths to find these people. It was just a minor slip-up. Is that so? Tarkin's eyes widened in disbelief, placing all their hopes on a mere kid. How naive can you be? We're talking about the power of a god. How can mortals like us possibly stand against that? Last time, someone claimed they could communicate with the divine. Tell them I agree to a meeting. Make the arrangements. Yes, sir. Suddenly, a voice called out. Wait! A young woman gasped for breath. Ying Che, that place you mentioned. By the time we got there, it was completely empty. After searching for hours, all we could find was this. In her hand was a small pouch, containing a strange and unfamiliar object. What's more, the family you described doesn't exist. The only thing in Jingzhou is a common dojo run by the Li family, and there's no record of that person. It seems there are some secrets that can't be exposed just yet. Continue the investigation. Understood. The scene changes to a film projector, showing images of bullets being deflected by a bizarre source of light. 3 people stood watching the footage. Well, look who finally decided to show up. A girl with blue hair held the remote. We've been waiting here for a whole half hour. Hu Shen placed a hand on Ying Che's shoulder. Among those 5 are the masters from the 3 great schools, Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism. We've gathered them all for you. How you choose to handle them, from here, is entirely up to you. Ying Che's face was the picture of confidence. Not a problem. A young swordsman in a traditional robe, holding a rattan whip, stepped forward. You must be Ying Che, correct? Do you dare face me for a couple of rounds? To me, you look like all flash and no substance. Just an actor for the screen. This was Xu Dao, a master of the Taoist sect. He glared at Ying Che with undisguised contempt. Ying Che stroked the small creature resting on his shoulder. It seemed a fight was necessary before any talking could be done. To save time. Why don't you all come at me at once? With those words, he gently placed the creature on the ground. His arrogant declaration of war seized everyone's attention. The girl from the Mohist school, Mo Xiao, turned to stare at him. A small boy wearing headphones, the heir of the Star River sect, Shangguan Wanzi, had to pull them off to see what was happening. The Buddhist monk Wen Bi, who had been chanting, paused his prayers, looking up from the Confucian scholar. Mo Mai simply offered a mysterious smile. All of them were ready to accept the challenge. 15 minutes later, they were all sprawled on the ground, utterly defeated, their minds reeling from Ying Che's overwhelming power. He's untouchable. He's just too strong. Ying Che, who had just schooled the masters of 3 major factions, stood without a single scratch on him. So, are you ready to listen to me now? Xu Dao, still flat on his back, tried to weakly protest. A gentleman uses his words, not his fists. We are all civilized people here. Ying Che turned to Xiao. Did the commander explain the specifics of the mission to you? Xiao struggled to her feet, answering, yes. But the idea of a god descending to Earth, it's still impossible to believe. So you've summoned us here, hoping we'll join you in a battle against a god? Mo Mai leaned painfully against a pile of wood. Wonderful. If a god truly appears, our mortal bodies will be nothing more than cannon fodder. He sighed in despair. Ying Che replied, to be frank, with your current level of strength, you don't even qualify to be pawns in this game. Before that happens, you all need to get stronger. You need to become the pillars that protect the great Xia. Wen Bi, still on the floor, put his hands together in prayer. Amitabha, my cultivation is still lacking. I humbly ask for the master's guidance. Ying Che clapped his hands twice. The divine war is coming, he continued. Although the eastern gods are now the stuff of legend. Just then, a large truck pulled up, carrying a massive object covered by a white canvas tarp. They left behind a precious legacy for us. With that, Ying Che pulled back the tarp. Beneath the white cloth was a giant, emerald-green incense burner, shimmering in the sunlight. Wen Bi stared, utterly stunned by the colossal vessel. He shot up into a sitting position, his jaw hanging open. This is, the driver explained sheepishly. It took a lot of persuading to get the museum to lend us this treasure. I just don't see what it has to do with any gods. Ying Che reached out towards the cauldron. A system window appeared before him. The masterless cauldron. It was once an auxiliary divine artifact used by an ancient god, the 9 Revolutions Heaven and Earth Cauldron. After the ancient god perished, it entered a sealed state, becoming the masterless cauldron. The moment Ying Che's hand touched the vessel, the system lit up. Ownership transfer successful. Immediately, the cauldron floated into the air, releasing waves of powerful energy. The truck driver looked up, his mouth agape in pure shock. Ying Che began his explanation. This is the 9 Revolutions Heaven and Earth Cauldron, a divine artifact left in the mortal realm by an ancient god. Look closely at the patterns. Understand their meaning. Each of you will perceive something different, and your enlightenment will be unique. Xiao was also speechless. He gazed at the ancient tripod, asking, "Is this for real? I can actually feel something." A single drop of water fell, shattering the profound silence. Ying Che then turned around, only to see every master deep in meditation. Even their driver sat with his hands clasped, cultivating his energy. Ying Che couldn't help but shout, "Why are you cultivating too?" Deciding to join them, Ying Che sat, closed his eyes, and fell into a deep trance. They all remained motionless as night fell and the moon climbed high into the sky. At that moment, Mo Mai and Wanzi snapped out of their meditation, immediately beginning to trade blows. An intense aura flared around Mo Mai as he yelled, "I feel like my whole body is overflowing with energy." Wanzi shot back without missing a beat. "Just relying on brute force will get you nowhere." He dodged Mo Mai's strike, using the momentum to plant a hand on the ground. Springing back to his feet, he launched a vicious counterkick. Mo Mai reacted instantly, raising his arm to block the blow. The commotion finally stirred Ying Che from his trance. The scene before him was one of controlled chaos, as masters from every clan tested their newfound strength. Mo Xiao chimed in happily. "Everyone, look at this. I can make my heavenly core change forms in an instant. It can shift its shape based on my will alone." As she spoke, the weapon in her hand morphed into a perfect heart. See? A heart. Across the way, Wenbi eagerly tried to show off for Xiao. "Quick, punch me. I feel like my body is as hard as steel now." Suddenly, a powerful roar erupted. Great mighty heavenly dragon. In an instant, a powerful force pulled at everything around them. The power came from Shu Dao, who looked stunned by his own strength. So this, he thought, is the feeling of becoming powerful. Mo Mai and Wanzi, however, were still passionately locked in their spar, drunk on their new abilities. "Let's go another 200 rounds. Who's scared now?" The entire scene had descended into a chaotic mess right before Ying Che's eyes. The driver rushed over to Ying Che, whispering urgently, "You're finally awake." "This is what's been happening ever since they woke up." Ying Che replied with an awkward smile. "They've absorbed new techniques from a divine artifact. It's only natural for them to be a little overexcited." The driver pressed on. "How did you know that Tripod had this ability?" "Honestly," he added, "even I can feel that my physical functions have been greatly enhanced. Could the other ancestral treasures in the museum have this function too? I'll go borrow all of them tomorrow." Hearing this, Ying Che sighed and closed his eyes. "Probably not all of them." The driver looked confused. "Probably?" Ying Che's mind flashed back to his previous life. He remembered this very artifact, the 9 Revolutions Universe Tripod. It had been on display in a museum for decades, its true power never discovered. It wasn't until the God War began that its purpose was revealed, and it was handed over to the nation to strengthen its army of special divine soldiers. The driver stared at Ying Che, a wild thought flashing through his mind. Could this man be a reincarnated god? The entire situation felt like a waking dream. Ying Che raised a hand, guiding the tripod to the ground. "But for now," he said, "we can't return this to the museum. The God War is coming. If we want to stand on the battlefield and protect our home, we must use every available second to train. For that, I'm going to need your help." As he spoke, Mo Mai and Wanzi continued their playful sparring in the background. Ying Che continued, "Next, I will contact the commander to arrange intensive training for everyone. As they are now, they wouldn't stand a chance against a true god." The driver snapped a salute, his voice firm. "Understood." In this world, besides the 9 Revolutions Universe Tripod, there are 2 other auxiliary divine artifacts that can enhance and accelerate one's cultivation. Ying Che searched his memories for the 2 artifacts. The first was the Myriad Phenomena Chaos Pearl. The current whereabouts of the Chaos Pearl are unknown. It has passed through countless hands, and every time it resurfaces, it brings a storm of blood and slaughter. The other is the Yin-Yang Kunlun Mirror. The Yin-Yang Kunlun Mirror has always been hidden within the Kunlun dimension. In his past life, it was only revealed after the Kunlun Mountains were destroyed by gods and demons. The destruction caused a massive landslide that unearthed the Kunlun ruins, so even though he knows where it is now, finding the entrance is impossible, let alone claiming the artifact itself. Back at Ying Che's house, a book was floating in midair, radiating a strange power as a small hand reached for it. As tiny feet padded closer, a sudden shout shattered the silence, causing Bao Bao to wake with a start. "Bao Bao!" She looked up and cried, "Brother!" Ying Che quickly scooped his little sister into his arms and asked, "What are you doing? That's very dangerous." Bao Bao mumbled, "It's gone now." Ying Che asked, "What's gone?" Bao Bao slid out of his arms and peered under the sofa, wondering to herself, "That's strange. Was I just dreaming? I've been seeing a book a lot lately." Ying Che answered her, "Are you sleepwalking? It's good that you like to study, but you have to eat first." With that, he grabbed the remote and turned on the TV. The two siblings sat down to watch Journey to the West. Sun Wukong's voice boomed from the screen, "Taste my staff." While munching on a burger, Bao Bao turned to her brother. "Brother, what have you been so busy with lately? You've been coming home so late every night." Ying Che's expression grew serious. "I have no choice. The God War is about to begin." With that, he grabbed the remote and changed the channel. The TV switched to a news station, flashing an important announcement. "We interrupt this program for an emergency broadcast. Our nation is holding an urgent meeting at the United Nations. The Great Xiao Republic hereby issues a formal warning to the entire world. Our planet is about to be invaded by divine beings. You can comprehend the myriad spirits' union art in the cauldron, which in a past life was known as the god-slaying art." The scene cuts to a bustling street, with 2 lanes of cars inching along. A vendor grabs a serving of fried dough sticks. 2 people stand before the food stall. "I'd like 2 orders of dough sticks and 1 bowl of soy milk." The owner, though busy, doesn't miss a beat, and replies, "You got it." A powerful perception awakens. Ying Che closes his eyes to concentrate. The god-slaying art circulates spiritual power through his 8 extraordinary meridians, strengthening his body from within. "This is my first time using this perception. I should be able to hear sounds from several kilometers away." With continuous training, not only will his hearing and sight sharpen, but he'll gain the strength to move mountains, the speed of the wind, and the ability to conjure weapons. It will also grant him miraculous abilities beyond imagination. A flood of countless different sounds rushes into his ears. "Cabbage, fresh cabbage here. Boss, this pork doesn't seem very fresh. Hurry up, we're going to be late." He meditates in the center of a circular formation. Red, ancient characters float in the air. He has to train his physical body and spiritual power to their absolute peak before the gods descend. That is the only way to surpass the gods. "Big brother." Suddenly, a loud voice shatters his focus. Ying Che jerks in shock as blood bursts from both his ears. "Your ears! Why are you groaning?" Bao Bao asks, opening his door. "The fish lady gave me 2 tickets for the family theme park. I want to go." Tears of pain well in his eyes as he clamps his hands over his ears to stop the bleeding. He thinks, "I was too focused on distant sounds and ignored what was right next to me. That can't happen again." He refuses. "No way." But Bao Bao is already clinging to his leg, tickets in hand, her eyes shimmering with tears. "Please? Just this once. Just one time." She puts on an adorable face like a little rabbit, her eyes sparkling. Ying Che is completely defenseless against his sister's cuteness. "All right, fine. Just this once." "Yay!" Bao Bao cheers with joy. He holds out his hand. "Let me see the tickets." He looks at the tickets with a serious expression. It's only then that the little girl finally notices his condition. "But big brother, why are your ears all swollen?" At the park entrance, which is shaped like a bear's head, Mo Xiao is waiting with her arms crossed. "Captain, you're late." Ying Che adjusts a pair of glasses that appeared out of thin air. "Sorry, borrowing something from the commander took a little while." Ying Che is disguised as a pot-bellied, middle-aged man, complete with a fake mustache and a backpack slung over his shoulder. "Let's go." The tickets are only valid if both parents accompany the child, so I'll need you to play the role of Bao Bao's mother for today. Bao Bao, led by her brother, smiles and waves at her. "Mommy." Xiao is left speechless. Do you have some kind of misunderstanding of what a parent is? A virtual display scans over the Ferris wheel, showing a spirit energy reading of 4. Spirit energy, 6. A mother and daughter are sitting in a cart. The arrow points to the little girl. Spirit energy, 2. From a distance, someone is watching through binoculars. It's 2 people dressed in frog costumes. One says, "Still haven't found a target with a spirit energy value of 10. The one next to him replies, "Same over here." The binoculars pan over to Ying Che's group of 3. Bao Bao is swinging between them, holding their hands. The readings appear: Spirit Energy 10, Spirit Energy 8, and Spirit Energy 8. A sinister laugh comes from inside the frog costume. "Heh, I've found it. I've found a target worthy of being a sacrifice for the gods." Far away, Ying Che flinches, and his eyes dart in their direction. Xiao is confused by his sudden change. "What's wrong?" He looks toward 2 dark dots on a rooftop. "It's nothing." He tells Xiao, "I'm going to the restroom to change." Can you watch Bao Bao for a minute? She agrees. Sure. Inside the public restroom, Ying Che pulls off his shirt to change into another one. Ugh, it's so hot, he complains. The frog mascot hears the voice coming from the stall. He opens the door and finds the frog standing right there. As a screen immediately displays his information, it pulls out a taser and attacks. Another frog suddenly appears, and the first one misses its target, plunging the room into an awkward silence. And so, he throws his hands up and pretends to pass out. Question marks appear over the two frogs' heads. Elsewhere, Bao Bao is using a small branch to draw a picture of Ying Che in the sand. Ding! A notification sounds from Xiao Xiao's phone. Her pupils suddenly shrink, as if she's just seen something unbelievable. In a dark, hazy room, a blonde-haired young man speaks impatiently. And yet our leader, despite his thousands of duties, has made time to come here. The masked man replies, "That's right. This is no ordinary performance. I guarantee this trip will not be a waste of your time, sir." Han Sanjin can't help but speak up. Time is precious. How much longer until this show begins? The masked man raises a hand to his earpiece. Right away. Bring the offering here. The two goons in frog costumes quickly respond over their radios. Roger that, roger that. They're pushing Ying Che, whose hands are tied, and has a paper bag over his head. He hears them, thinking to himself, that voice, why does it sound so familiar? The two thugs force him down into a chair. Model. The model was sitting properly right here. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the hall. Esteemed guests. It was the masked man. He raised his hands high and announced, "The ceremony of divine descent will now officially begin." Then, before everyone's eyes, he sliced open his palm with a knife. Blood welled up from the wound, but strangely, it didn't fall. Instead, it hovered in midair, defying gravity. He continued his incantation. "I see you, my lord, upon your great and glorious throne." As he spoke, his three accomplices began to circle Ying Che. A ritual formation, connected by blood, ignited with their chants. May your robes cascade down, blanketing this entire sacred hall. Tendrils of blood began to envelop Ying Che as fiery angels, each bearing 6 pairs of wings, materialized above him, waiting. The cultists continued their chant. 2 wings to cover their faces, 2 wings to cover their feet, and with the final 2, they fly. They are the seraphim, holy seraphim, the almighty power of our God. May your glory fill the entire world. With each word, the crimson strands of blood grew thicker and more menacing. Holy, 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 Lord God of hosts, may your glory overflow and consume the world. As their chanting reached a fever pitch, the blood pulsed and grew larger. Instantly, a synthetic-looking face with piercing eyes materialized within the crimson mass. It was a class angel, a being with only 2 wings. The cultists' voices boomed, "We beseech you, descend upon this world." Following a column of light, the angel slowly descended toward Ying Che. The audience erupted in a wave of panicked whispers. "It's a god! An angel! Oh my heavens! Are gods actually real?" The masked man continued his explanation. When the life force of a sacrifice is offered to a divine being, that deity will descend upon the mortal plane. The more life force dedicated, the longer the god can remain. Han Sanjin watched with surprise. "So you can summon any divine being you want?" The masked man replied. "Of course, but no god is as mighty as the one we place our faith in." A sinister smile crept across Han Sanjin's face as he schemed. "Excellent. All I have to do is summon the water god, give him an offer so good he can't refuse, and convince him to abandon his attack on Blue Star. The glory I'll receive will be immense. I can finally rub it right in that little brat's face." The angel slowly raised its gleaming sword, preparing for a swift, fatal strike, when suddenly, a different blade shot out of nowhere, parrying the attack. The sword flew back to its owner before plunging down again, shattering the crimson canopy above Ying Che into 1,000 pieces. It was Ying Che's sword. He casually pulled the paper bag off his head and spoke calmly. "So, it's just a 2-winged angel. And here I thought I'd caught something truly impressive." Instantly, he grabbed his weapon. The angel remained motionless, its gaze fixed on Ying Che. But from below, Ying Che raised his sword into a ready stance, confidently facing down everyone in the grand hall. And now, it's my turn to put on a show. Seeing this, Han Sanjin seethed with anger. "It's this guy again. What a pain in the neck. We're leaving. We can't afford to reveal ourselves just yet." Meanwhile, Mo Xiao was tracking Ying Che's location. She pedaled furiously, with Ying Bao riding behind her. She urged the little girl, "Hold on tight, we're almost to your brother." The girl replied, "Okay." Little did Mo Xiao know, she had just sped past the very man who sought to harm Ying Che, Han Sanjin. He muttered frantically. I just got the tip, a clue about a divine being, but now I've gone too far. Back in the battle, Ying Che launched himself high into the air. Poised to strike, he roared his attack's name, Divine Martial Slash. With one decisive blow, Ying Che cleaved the angel clean in two. In the next instant, the angel's body exploded, sending him flying backward as its blood splattered across the floor. Seeing his easy victory, Ying Che let out a satisfied smirk. Couldn't even take a single hit. He stood between the three remaining masked men, his voice dripping with challenge. Looks like your god has already left the building. Ying Che stared them down. So, now it's your turn. The men gripped their robes, veins bulging on their hands in pure rage. You bastard! They ripped off their cloaks, revealing their true forms. Grotesque, half-angelic abominations glared at him with fury. How dare you speak the name of our god? Dozens of eyes locked onto him. They gave each other a silent command. Finish him. The three creatures surrounded Ying Che, weapons materializing in their hands as they prepared to charge. They lunged forward with incredible speed, thrusting their spears and screaming, Angel Legion's spear. But their attack was stopped cold by his sword. His blade cut straight through their spears, shattering them into fragments. Then, in a flash, Ying Che moved past them with a single, fluid sword stroke. In an instant, all three fell to the ground. At that exact moment, Mo Xiao arrived, skidding to a halt. Both Mo Xiao and Ying Bao stared, dumbfounded, at the sight of Ying Che dragging the creatures' bodies. The little girl finally found her voice and called out, Big brother! Ying Che saw them and asked for their help. You're here. Just in time. Give me a hand. The military will be arriving any minute. A short while later, the police arrived and cordoned off the scene, as men in blue uniforms carried large containers onto a truck. The surrounding crowd buzzed with speculation. What on earth happened here? Isn't this the old, abandoned opera house? Another group whispered as they filmed the scene. I heard someone turned it into a secret black market. Hey, look over there. They pointed at one of the creatures Ying Che had defeated. They gasped in horror. It's a monster. The creature's eyes were no longer human, completely devoid of any reason or soul. The scene shifts to a compound surrounded by lush greenery. A white-haired man in a crisp blue suit looked at the captured monsters in a glass enclosure and asked Ying Che a question. You're telling me that these things were all once human? Ying Che replied without hesitation. That's right. This is a monster, corrupted by the power of both gods and demons. I sense that somewhere, a mysterious organization is secretly performing a summoning ritual. He continued. It seems you'll have to keep pushing your limits in the days to come. He then ordered his subordinate, bring it here. The man replied. Yes, sir. Seeing this, Ying Che asked, What is that? It was a black box, with the words Godslayer Core etched on the outside. The scene shifts to a clear blue sky over a military base. On May 19th, the very first Godslayer squad was established. Its members hailed from every corner of the world. On May 23rd, the Godslayer Corps was officially founded under its crimson banner. Everyone on the base roared in unison. I stand here and swear to obey all orders, to remain loyal to my mission, to uphold discipline, to guard all secrets, to annihilate the gods. Then, on May 24th, Wang Zifan approached Ying Che, holding a notice in her hand. Comrade Ying Che, she said, we've got a lead on what you're searching for. The scene transitions to a tranquil, serene mountain lake. A ticket inspector began to explain. This area used to be just a normal tourist attraction, but, after a major landslide a few years back, just sailing near the center of the lake became incredibly dangerous. He told Ying Che, even just standing here, I always hear singing drifting across the water. It comes in waves, and it's deeply unsettling. The locals all whisper that this lake is cursed. Ying Che repeated with suspicion, Cursed? The man affirmed, That's right. But even so, that doesn't stop droves of tourists from visiting every year. They all want to see what a cursed lake looks like, to hear that strange singing with their own ears. Finally, he got back to business, handing the ticket to Ying Che. All right, everything's in order. Please board the boat. Breaking a sweat, Ying Che asked, If it's that dangerous, why are you telling me to get on? The man just tried to comfort him. What's there to fear? I was just pulling your leg, he said. Don't worry. As long as you stay away from the center of the lake, there's no danger. Suddenly, his eyes widened as a sinister grin spread across his face. Go on now, kiddo. I hope you have a very fun trip. Moments later, Ying Che walked to the edge of the lake, ready to board the boat. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Divine and demonic energy detected nearby. He thought to himself, if it's a curse, it's more likely a creature in the water has been corrupted by that power. That's just what Zifan said before I left. Ying Che remembered their conversation clearly. Many people have vanished there in recent years, she had warned. A place that dangerous. Are you absolutely sure you want to go? There are other options, you know. Places with strange phenomena, like you described, but far less deadly. Do you want to reconsider and choose another location? He had replied with absolute certainty. No need. This is the one. Zifan had no choice but to accept his decision. If you insist, then fine. But for your safety, we will arrange for a local guide to meet you. Returning to the present, just as Ying Che was about to step onto the boat, he thought, it seems I made the right choice. I heard rumors about this place in my past life. They said the bottom of this lake is crawling with bizarre aquatic creatures. Ying Che mused. It's a shame that by the time I heard about this place, the monsters in the lake had already been annihilated by a young man. Finally, he stepped onto the boat, and the boatman began to row. As Ying Che sat down, he pondered. That young man was from around here. He supposedly found a treasure in this lake, and it was the start of his rise to power. He eventually became a formidable force in the region. This area is tainted by divine and demonic energy, which gave birth to monsters. But a treasure is also hidden in its depths. Perhaps there's a divine artifact inside that would be perfect for my sister. This time, for my sister's sake. I'd charge into a dragon's lair or a tiger's den without a second thought. Then, Ying Che glanced at his phone. But that guide Zifan mentioned. Why can't I seem to reach them? Forget it. I'll just get started and scout the lake myself. Nearby, a man lit a cigarette as the two ticket inspectors whispered, looks like we've got another one with a death wish, huh? Every year, there's always a few who refuse to believe the legends. And every single time, their boat capsizes. The other one scoffed. What are you talking about? No one dares to go near the middle of the lake these days. The man with the cigarette spoke up. Besides, the boatmen now are all rescue personnel. As long as they stay out of the center, everything's fine. But then, all three of them looked out and saw the boat. Ying Che's boat was heading straight for the center of the lake. They shouted in horror, "Hey, that's not right. Why is that boat going towards the middle?" The other inspector cried, "But I just saw him by the shore a minute ago." All the while, Ying Che sat calmly on the boat, scrolling through his phone. Dan leaned tiredly against him as he spoke. "That's right. It's been a long time since you last ate a demon crystal." All of a sudden, an eerie song rose from the depths below. At that exact moment, a massive wave crashed against Ying Che's boat. He yelled in shock. "The song from the legends!" A massive whirlpool suddenly formed, dragging the boat down, and everything went black for Ying Che. He yelled out, "What's going on? Why is the boat moving to the middle of the lake?" Suddenly, a grotesque hand erupted from the watery vortex, gripping the side of Ying Che's boat. Without hesitation, he stomped down with all his might, crushing the hand and earning a blood-curdling shriek from below. "Arg!" He then spun on the boatman, demanding, "Where are you trying to take me?" The man dropped his disguise, his voice dripping with malice. "To your grave." Beneath the mask was Zhu Luota, a successor of the legendary Ma sect. She charged, her weapon a blur of motion. But Ying Che was faster, drawing his sword in a flash to parry her deadly strike. At the same time, dozens of ghoulish yellow hands clawed their way out of the water, latching onto the boat. From the vortex, a beautiful mermaid with flowing sea-green hair emerged. Her status was clear, an S-rank, mermaid leader. She unleashed a spell, churning the water and rocking the boat violently. Ying Che thought to himself, the space here is too confined. I can't fight at my full potential. First, I need to create an opening. Just then, an ethereal song from the mermaids echoed across the water, boring into his mind. The sound buzzed in Ying Che's head, nearly knocking him unconscious. Another mermaid seized the opportunity, leaping onto the boat and grabbing his leg. Zhu Luota sneered with delight. The mermaids here use their songs to hypnotize their victims, stripping them of their consciousness. She glanced at the swarming creatures and continued. Then, they dragged them into the water, to become a new monster for their ranks. "And you thought you could enter the ancient ruins with skills like these?" She laughed with contempt and lunged at Ying Che. "Now, die." Riding the momentum of the rocking boat, Zhu Luota spun her weapon, dashing forward to strike a final blow, while Ying Che was still immobilized. You can't even withstand a single attack. But seeing her deliver herself right to him, he just smirked as if executing a plan, and kicked the mermaid holding him captive, sending it flying right at Zhu Luota. The unexpected move forced her to block, stumbling backward, right into the arms of the voluptuous mermaid leader. Seeing fresh prey, the creature shrieked with excitement, wrapping its arms around Zhu Luota and crushing her against its chest in a suffocating embrace. With the nuisance taken care of, Ying Che swung his sword, unleashing a storm of steel upon the remaining mermaids. Blood sprayed across the water. He slaughtered them, one after another, clearing the left and right sides of the boat in a whirlwind of death. With each strike, the system chimed in. Successfully killed a mermaid. Attribute points +1. Congratulations on your first mermaid kill. Successfully absorbed the divine demonic power of a mermaid. 9th Heaven Cauldron. First Heaven Progress, 50%. Successfully killed a mermaid. Attribute points +1. A satisfied smile crept across his face. Not bad. These little monsters can actually be farmed for attribute points? Looks like today is going to be a good harvest. Meanwhile, Zhu Luota was still struggling to break free. Desperate, she pulled a strange, green gun from her clothes. She pointed it straight at the sky and pulled the trigger, unleashing a high-frequency ultrasonic blast that filled the air with a deafening screech. The sound wave slammed into her, and the mermaid holding her, causing the creature to recoil in agony. It hastily released its grip and dove back into the sea, its powerful tail slapping against the boat. Inside the backpack, Dandan was shaken so violently it almost flew out. In the middle of the fight, Ying Che was surprised to see that all the water monsters had suddenly vanished. Now, only the calm, silent surface of the lake remained. Zhu Luota, still holding the sonic gun, praised him. It seems you really do have some skills. He narrowed his eyes. Who are you? She announced proudly. I am Zhu Luota. I'm sure Wang Zifan has already mentioned me. I'm your partner for this mission. I disguised myself as the boatman, specifically to wait for you here. Hearing this, Ying Che's temper flared. He grabbed her by the collar, shaking her furiously. So, you're the guide Zifan told me about? Then why the hell did you just try to kill me? Zhu Luota looked away, flustered. I didn't use a killing blow against you, and I pulled back in the end, didn't I? It was just a little test of your strength. I had to see if you were worthy of being a partner I could entrust my life to. Ying Che leaned in closer, his voice low and dangerous. A test? She stammered fearfully. You know what they say. No friendship is born without a fight. Anyway, I've driven the mermaids away for now. We should hurry and get the boat to shore so we can go underwater. But Ying Che suddenly reached behind his back, drawing his sword from its sheath. The motion shocked her, leaving her clueless as to what he intended to do. While Zhu Luota was still frozen in confusion, his blade flashed behind her, and a single, fluid strike sliced the mermaid leader, who had been sneaking up on them, clean in two. The system chimed again. Successfully killed the mermaid leader. Attribute points +1. The massive splash jolted her back to her senses, her eyes wide with shock. Was that the mermaid that was just singing? I can't believe it snuck up on us. Ying Che turned back, his expression grim. If you ever test me like that again, don't bother making excuses. Otherwise, that mermaid's fate will be yours. She heard him and muttered under her breath. So petty. 20 minutes later, the boat was finally docked. They left their backpacks and Dandan behind, and changed into diving gear to continue their mission. As Zhu Luota adjusted her suit, she explained, There's a divine altar hidden here. It was flooded years ago after a landslide. Ever since, it's been connected to this lake through an underwater cave. To reach the altar where the treasure is hidden, you must dive through an underwater passage. Ying Che found that suspicious. An opportunity this good. Why wouldn't she want it all for herself? Why share it? After changing, Luo Zhou emerged from the bushes and explained, Of course it's because with an extra pair of hands, my chances of success are much higher. She smiled, saying, If I went in alone, I'd probably die. Besides, teamwork between a man and a woman is always more efficient. Hearing this, even Dan let out a speechless chirp. Once ready, they both leaped into the water as Luo Zhou continued her explanation. Because the merfolk had been temporarily driven off, the underwater scenery was eerily calm and completely safe. Luo Zhou guided him as they swam. We just need to pass through this underwater cave, and the altar of Nuwa will be right there. After a while, their hands touched a rock wall. They surfaced, and Luo Zhou grinned. We made it. Ying Che followed her deeper into the cave. Looking around the chamber, he wondered aloud, So, this is the altar of Nuwa? They scanned the cavern for treasure and quickly discovered a massive chest. Luo Zhou immediately used a crowbar to pry it open. The chest burst open, revealing gold and jewels that made her eyes sparkle. She leaped into the air, shouting, We're rich! We're rich! Ying Che took off his oxygen mask, thinking to himself, Ugh, The system isn't reacting. This is all just ordinary treasure. It seems there's no divine artifact here. TS key. What a complete waste of a trip. Luo Zhou frantically gathered the items. Seeing him standing still, she urged, "What are you waiting for? Start grabbing." But Ying Che shook his head. "None of this is what I'm looking for." She tied up her bag, grumbling, "You don't even want treasure? Fine, whatever. Have it your way." Luo Zhou hoisted the bag onto her shoulder and said, "Let's get out of here before they come back." Suddenly, Ying Che heard a rustling sound and shouted, "Who's there?" They both spun around to see a monster approaching them. The creature held a jade lotus lantern, half human, half snake. It was an E-rank human-faced serpent. Luo Zhou began to cry in panic. "This is bad, it found us. There's no way we can escape now. Looks like I'm not getting away with the treasure after all." Ying Che's system displayed details on the lantern. The ownerless lamp, a divine artifact of both offense and defense, once used in the ancient divine treasury of the great Xiao as the precious lotus lantern. After its ancient owner died, it entered a sealed state, becoming the ownerless lamp. Seeing the artifact's status, his hand went to his sword. He grinned at Luo Zhou and said, "The thing in its hand. That's the real prize I came for." The calm surface of the lake suddenly erupted, forming a massive, roaring vortex that cast a brilliant light everywhere. On the shore, a sleeping Dan Dan was startled awake by the blinding flash. Confused, Dan Dan stared intently at the bizarre phenomenon. 3 figures shot out from the whirlpool, Ying Che, the serpent, and a screaming Luo Zhou. "Arg!" He furiously hacked at the serpent, complaining, "Damn it, it's so high up I can't even hit it. Since when can reptiles fly? Does that even make sense?" Luo Zhou frantically pointed at the dissipating vortex below, shouting, "That's the least of our problems right now." She screamed as they tumbled through the air. "We're going to fall! Ah!" Suddenly, a large, strange creature flew up at divine speed, catching them in an instant. Luo Zhou was overjoyed. "Ha! We've been saved!" Ying Che instantly recognized the creature. "Dan Dan, I never knew you could get this big, or that you could fly." He looked at his companion in amazement and asked, "Just what kind of creature are you?" Dan Dan couldn't speak, so it could only coo in response. Meanwhile, Luo Zhou was still dizzy from the whole ordeal. After recovering, Luo Zhou remembered something important. She reached behind her back, then wrapped her arms around the bag in delight. "Thank goodness, the treasure is still here. Now let's get out of here." Suddenly, countless tentacles shot up from the water, launching a relentless attack. Seeing this, Ying Che shouted, "Dan Dan, go, now." The tentacles were faster, grabbing Dan Dan's leg and wrapping around its entire body. He immediately used his sword to slash at the binds. The tentacles were sliced to pieces. He commanded, "Dan Dan, get her to safety first. Take her back to the shore." After Dan Dan chirped in agreement, Ying Che leaped off its back, soaring towards the monster. Luo Zhou's jaw dropped in disbelief. Is he seriously just diving into that mess? Sensing the motion, the swarm of tentacles once again rose from the water. They pursued Ying Che, attacking from all sides. He deliberately let them capture him, binding him tightly to create an escape opportunity for Dan Dan. They cocooned him completely, ignoring everything else. His plan had worked perfectly, getting Luo Zhou safely to the shore. The moment it touched down, Dan Dan shrank back to its original form. Luo Zhou could only turn and watch helplessly. The tentacles tightened their grip, dragging Ying Che deep beneath the water. The tentacles worked together like a single, massive rope, swiftly pulling their prize down into the abyss. As he was dragged deeper and deeper, it became clear the tentacles all belonged to a single, grotesque, enormous brown monster. At its center, the monster wore a white mask, like a human face. This was it. The S-rank Ironwood King. Sensing its prey, 4 eerie green eyes snapped open. From its trunk, countless branches shot out like vipers, striking at Ying Che. A flash of steel sliced through the air. Wind breaking 8 waves, he leaped, his blade moving faster than lightning. The Ironwood King's eyes went dark. Its trunk was severed into 3 pieces, its branches shredded into splinters. Sap bled from every gash. A system notification appeared. Successfully slain the Great Southern Wood King. Attribute point +1. Congratulations on the first kill of the Great Southern Wood King. Successfully absorbed the divine power of the Southern Wood Heavenly King. First layer of the 9 heavens. 60% unlocked. Suddenly, Ying Che spotted something else. A turtle and a monkey, thrashing wildly in the water below. He wondered to himself. Was he still dizzy from the aftershocks of that water dragon fist? He smirked. Just what I needed. Another fight delivered right to me. In that case, I won't be polite. He raised the martial god's blade. Ying Che's blade sliced down, cleaving the monkey and turtle in two. Another notification rang out. Successfully slain the sea monk. Attribute point +1. Congratulations on the first kill of the sea monk. First layer of the 9 heavens. 70% unlocked. Successfully slain the water ape. Attribute point +1. Congratulations on the first kill of the water ape. First layer of the 9 heavens. 80% unlocked. Please allocate attribute points. Remaining attribute points. 37. Strength. Level 1. Agility. Level 2. Stamina. Level 1. Spirit. Level 1. Ying Che surfaced from the water. The worried Dan Dan flew to his side. Dan Dan, he called, pulling himself onto his pet's back. He sat atop its head and commanded, "Fly over there for me." Rage burned in Dan Dan's eyes. It shot straight towards the serpentoid. The creature hissed as they approached. Ying Che unleashed his skill, Martial God's Slash. His blade struck true, but a notification appeared. Defense too high. Attack ineffective. Without hesitation, he commanded, "System, allocate all points to strength." The window appeared again. Please confirm attribute point distribution. Remaining attribute points. 0. Strength. Level 8. Agility. Level 2. Stamina. Level 1. Spirit. Level 1. Cracks began to spiderweb across the creature's defense. The light of his sword skill seeped through. Strength has increased to level 8. 13 more attribute points needed for next level. The barrier shattered into a million pieces. His blade flowed like water, carving into the serpentoid as it shrieked in agony. System notification. Successfully slain the electric serpent person. Attribute points +10. Congratulations on the first kill of the electric serpent person. Successfully absorbed the divine power of the electric serpent person. First layer of the 9 heavens is now open. Progress, 100%. A weapon began to fall from the sky. Ying Che yelled, Dan Dan, get over there." He reached out his hands to catch it. Clenching his sword in his teeth, he caught the weapon with both hands. He was ecstatic. "Awesome, I got it." But suddenly, it cracked and shattered into pieces right in his grasp. His brow furrowed in anger. "What the hell? Why did this happen? I worked so hard to get this divine treasure, and it just breaks. You've got to be kidding me." The fragments swirled together, coalescing into a red orb. System. Analyzing. Divine-grade weapon detected. Damage is critical. System will now dissolve the teeth and scales of the electric serpent person and infuse them into the weapon fragments to initiate repairs. The orb morphed, becoming a beautiful green snake bracelet that rested in his hand. Repairs complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a new bracelet. Ying Che stared at the item, his jaw dropping in absolute delight. Sufficient divine power has been absorbed. The first layer of the 9 heavens is officially unlocked. The southern heavenly gate is about to open. Do you wish to enter the first layer? Suddenly, he heard a strange voice nearby. "Ha," he thought. "Looks like someone's here. Better close it for now." An angry boatman was shouting, "How could you possibly have taken the boat to the middle of the lake?" A girl with short white hair and a large backpack bowed her head in shame. "I'm sorry." But the fisherman raged on. "What good is sorry? If sorry fixed everything, we wouldn't need police. You're the one who said you needed an internship and would work for free. That's the only reason I gave you a shot. It's your first day, and you're already causing this much trouble. Where did you even take your passengers? Have you fished them out yet?" Ying Che suddenly appeared right behind him. He pointed to himself innocently. "Were you looking for me?" The fisherman jumped out of his skin and screamed. "A ghost!" Ying Che walked forward, explaining seriously, "I was curious about the legend of the lake's center, so I asked her to take me. Please, don't blame her. Being an intern isn't easy, you know." Beside him, Luo Xie's eyes began to sparkle as she stared at him. "Oh, an angel," she thought. The fisherman found it odd. A high school kid, speaking up for a college student? But he didn't want to deal with it. He turned back to his boat. "Forget it. Lucky for you, nothing bad happened. Otherwise, this old man would be out of a job. Due to the weather, this area is closing for the day. We all need to leave now." Luo Xie leaned in and whispered to Ying Che, "Thank goodness, you scared me half to death. So, did you manage to get the lamp?" Ying Che turned to her, looking blank. "The lamp? It broke." She looked shocked. "Huh?" But then he grinned and held up his wrist, showing off his new prize. "It's okay. I found something way better." He smiled. "I'd like to invite you." "Oh, and Miss Chu. Would you like to join us as well?" Luo Xie eyed him with a hint of formality. "Just call me Sister Xie." Hearing that familiar name, Ying Che froze for a moment. Sister Xie. Could she be the one from his past life? The young prodigy rumored to build a massive fortune? The boat swayed gently. The commander invited me before, but I refused. With that, they both stepped aboard. They continued their conversation. Do you know why the commander wants to recruit you? No idea. I assume it's for military service. I don't have that kind of ambition. Not now that I have these treasures. Huh. Ying Che fell silent, resting his chin on his hand in thought. The war of the gods is approaching. Simply being wealthy won't be enough to survive. But, based on his past life, he didn't need to worry about her. This woman would eventually rule over an entire region. He was certain she could protect herself. But still, I call it a sixth sense. Luo Xie felt like something was missing. Did we forget something important? She asked. A flash of guilt crossed his face. The scene suddenly shifts. A familiar green snake bracelet appeared. Here. Bao Bao's eyes lit up as she took it. Wow, big brother, is this for me? A voice answered her. Of course. Ying Che sat in front of his little sister, his tone serious. Bao Bao, you must remember this. No matter where you go, as he fastened the bracelet onto her wrist, he continued. You have to keep this on at all times. Bao Bao was clearly enchanted. Her eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, It's so pretty. Not fully convinced, Ying Che pressed her again. Do you understand? I know, she replied. Suddenly, the system chimed. Ding! Binding successful. The bracelet began to glow, and Bao Bao stared at her brother in amazement. He began to explain the item's properties. This bracelet isn't just for show, it's also a powerful weapon. Ying Che lifted her small hand. If I'm not around, this will protect you for me. The moment danger approaches, just think the words, activate defense to trigger its protective shield. Bao Bao's eyes went wide, and she decided to try it immediately. Activate. Defense. A dome of violet light erupted around them, forming a massive energy shield that completely enveloped them both. Unfortunately, their pet Dan Dan was identified as a threat and forcefully ejected from the barrier. Ying Che continued. Once the danger has passed, just think the words, deactivate defense, to lower the shield. Bao Bao, deactivate defense. Ying Che kept explaining its functions. This weapon isn't just for defense, it can also attack. To do that, just think the word attack. The barrier vanished, and Dan Dan fell to the ground with a thud. At that exact moment, Bao Bao shouted, Attack! A giant serpent spirit materialized from the bracelet. Without hesitation, it lunged straight for poor Dan Dan. Whoa. Seeing this, Bao Bao got even more excited and yelled louder. Attack! Attack! Go get him! Don't let the monster get away! The three of them became a chaotic chase scene, with one running for its life. Ying Che pulled out his phone and dialed a number, a smile on his face. Yeah, I'm back. I have to thank you for the guide you arranged. I got everything I needed without a problem. For the next little while, I'm planning to. Over at the East Sea base, Zifan was stunned. What? You're going into seclusion now? On the other end, Ying Che confirmed. That's right. I need to use this time for intensive training. I won't be heading to the base for a while. As for the team, besides Zifan, Xiao cut in. Don't worry about us. We'll be speeding up our training too. Ying Che, hearing her on the line, casually informed his comrades. Oh, is Xiao there too? Great. Let's all work hard together. The intensity of our next training phase is going to double. Hearing this, Xiao's face went pale with dread. Why is it doubling again? On the other end, Ying Che had already hung up. The two were left with completely different expressions. Zifan held up the phone. He's gone. Xiao just grabbed her head and screamed. Meanwhile, Ying Che's mind was racing. After the battle with the serpent-faced man, the first level of the heaven system finally unlocked. I can enter it now to accelerate my cultivation. Time is running out. I have to get stronger. The scene shifts, showing the world outside. The calm wouldn't last much longer. Sometime later, a blue-haired man appeared, his mouth gagged and his body trembling. Before him stood two figures in black cloaks and bird-like masks. In the distance stood Uncle Sanjin, next to a blonde-haired man who was speaking. We've gathered everyone here today for one simple task. We are here to summon the sea god. One of the masked figures said in a hollow voice. This was agreed upon beforehand, so of course, there's no issue. We also hope you haven't forgotten what you promised us. Sanjin adjusted his hat. Rest assured, as long as this plan succeeds, you will have free reign over the lands of Jiangzhou. You can spread your faith as you please and gather as many followers as you want. The black-cloaked man reached a hand towards him. Only Jiangzhou? The bound, blue-haired man could only tremble and let out muffled cries. Oomph. 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 As for anything else, that will depend on your performance from now on. Now hurry up and begin. The shadows of the two bird-like figures danced on the wall. Patience. Patience. We will fulfill our end of the bargain. He held a strange, thorny rod in his hand. Wisps of red smoke began to curl around it. Oh, great sea god, Zhe-gong. We call upon your sacred name with the utmost reverence. He clenched his fist, drawing blood. The masked man raised his hand, and crimson tendrils of energy shot out from his palm. With just a gentle wave of his scepter, he could summon raging tidal waves, or calm the fiercest storms. His will pierced the vast ocean depths, and every creature of the sea bowed to his command. The blue-haired man could only watch, his eyes wide with terror. Fear painted his face as he whimpered helplessly. Guards had been stationed outside the room, and inside, only a faint red glow could be seen. The scene shifts. Ying Che, a large pack on his back, steps out of the room with Dan Dan. Bao Bao has already left for school, wearing her bracelet. He'd just told the little girl he was going on a long trip and had arranged for all her meals. A thrill of excitement coursed through him. He could finally enter the system for training. A system window materialized before his eyes. Enter the first layer? Yes, no. Ying Che selected yes. The world twisted around him, delivering him to a dark, desolate place, choked with dust. Before him stood what looked like giant stone statues. The echoes of battle and slaughter rang in the air. Ying Che took a light step, his body already in motion. As he moved, smoky figures suddenly materialized beside him, flanking him on both sides. Then, just as quickly, they vanished, leaving only dust in the wind. Ying Che looked up at the massive statues, wondering, what exactly are these things? A system window appeared. These were afterimages from a great war of gods that took place tens of thousands of years ago. Though they had long since faded, their earth-shattering power and immortal memories still lingered in this realm. Suddenly, a circle of light erupted beneath his feet, unleashing a powerful gust of wind. But Ying Che was too mesmerized to stop, staring in awe at the power below him. In the distance, streaks of red light shot straight for him. A cold sweat broke out on Ying Che's brow as he watched them approach in shock. He gripped his sword tightly. The red light slammed into his forehead, forming a glowing circle. He cried out as a flood of information rushed into his mind. Amidst visions of celestial armies and the fires of war, a colossal power surged directly into Ying Che's consciousness. His eyes shot open, his body frozen. Unable to react, this powerful aura enveloped his entire body, forcing the celestial soldiers to halt in their tracks, not daring to take another step. An overwhelming strength surged through his hands as the intense aura continued to wrap around him. For a moment, he lost control. The power sealed within his sword was unleashed, forming the infinite blade technique. Ying Che dropped into a Tai Chi stance, then launched his sword forward. The blade flew with devastating force, creating a magnificent and deadly arc. The resulting explosion nearly tore the heavens apart, sending sand and wind flying everywhere. When the dust settled, a graceful red silk ribbon was now wrapped around the hilt of his familiar sword. The ribbon fell. Ying Che stared at the strange object in surprise, wondering what it was. As he hurried to pick it up, the system interface began to explain. On the first heavenly layer, the host can choose to receive power from an Eastern god. The weapon fragments before you each contain a portion of a different god's power, and the armillary sash in your hand is the symbol of a powerful Eastern deity. The system then asked, "Do you wish to unleash a portion of this Eastern god's power?" Hearing this, Ying Che's heart pounded. A thought he never dared to entertain suddenly flashed through his mind. The armillary sash. Could it truly be unsealed? As he finished the thought, the sash began to glow, moving with a soft, sentient grace. Power, even more immense than before, surged through him once again. In an instant, Ying Che's body absorbed the energy and transformed. A flame insignia appeared on his forehead, his hair turned pink and stood on end, and over his shoulders, a red sash fluttered in an unseen wind. A gleaming golden ring appeared around his neck, and a powerful energy field radiated from his body. System. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the power of an Eastern divine being. Next is combat training to help the host master this power. Ying Che felt the energy coursing through his veins, stunned by its sheer scale. He wondered, is this the power of a god? Suddenly, a low-level celestial soldier charged at him. Ying Che instinctively reacted to the danger. He swung his infinite blade, cleaving the soldier in two. He realized this was just another illusion of war. And yet, something felt different this time. No, this wasn't the same. System notification. Host has successfully killed a celestial soldier. Attribute points +1. Reminder to the host. Although these are combat projections, their attacks will inflict real pain. However, you can obtain corresponding attribute points. Please proceed with caution. Ying Che was surrounded. The celestial soldiers targeted him relentlessly, launching a barrage of attacks. One swung an iron mace directly at him, its force strong enough to be lethal. Ying Che gracefully dodged the attack and leaped into the air, but the soldier pursued him relentlessly. Even in such a desperate situation, he just let out a small laugh and whispered 2 words. How interesting. He casually raised his hand, launching his sword with a single move. Infinite blade. In that strange dimension, a series of heaven-shaking explosions erupted one after another, wiping out all the low-level celestial soldiers in the area. Instantly, a flood of system messages appeared. Heavenly soldier slain. Attribute points +1. The notification repeated endlessly. With the battle over, Ying Che sheathed his blade. The chaotic battlefield fell silent, leaving nothing but scorched earth and dying embers. From the distance, a laugh like silver bells echoed out, praising Ying Che's incredible skill. It was clear his every move had been watched from the start. Haha. Such impressive skill. You might actually be a worthy opponent for me. Ying Che's eyes widened in shock. Neja? But something was terribly wrong. His excitement vanished, replaced by doubt. This version of Neja was completely bizarre. The figure stood upon the windfire wheels, wielding the legendary fire-tipped spear. The Qiankun circle was on their arm, and the red armillary sash draped over their shoulder. The magnificent attire. The divine artifacts. It was unmistakably Neja. But why was this legendary deity a woman? The golden immortal. Neja. A girl? Before Ying Che could process his confusion, a system window appeared. Host is currently facing a battle illusion from the past. This is the physical manifestation of the Eastern God's power you chose to unlock. The system continued. As for the discrepancy in appearance, it is primarily influenced by the host's own imagination. Hearing this, Ying Che's face turned beet red. The system had completely called him out. He screamed in denial. This is not the Neja I imagined. He tried to smash the damn system window with his bare hands. Ying Che's hand shot forward, unleashing a brilliant golden ring. Qiankun circle. Then, forming a hand seal, a torrent of red energy flowed into his blade. He gripped the hilt, preparing his ultimate technique. Limitless sword. But then, Ying Che planted his sneakers firmly on the ground, digging in to get some traction, and immediately bolted in the opposite direction. He ran for his life, desperately dodging Neja's incoming Qiankun circle. He sprinted, sword held out with his 2-fingered energy technique. Both his and Dan's faces were already covered in bruises and lumps. The red armillary sash he wore streamed behind him as he fled. His mouth was wide open, screaming in utter disbelief. You said I obtained her power, so why am I the one getting my butt kicked? A system window popped up with a condition. Only by defeating this battle illusion can the host completely master this divine power. But Neja's assault was relentless and overwhelming. Ying Che panicked, flailing his arms and legs just to stay alive. He dodged left, then right. Little Dan tumbled from his shoulder, scrambling on its tiny legs with an equally lumpy face. He yelled at the system. Are you even hearing yourself right now? This thing is insanely powerful, and I have to beat her to unlock the special skill? Just then, nursing a new lump on his left cheek, Ying Che saw something. He froze in place. Ahead of him, an army of thousands stood waiting. Behind him, the female Neja closed in, Qiankun circle in hand. The red armillary sash flowed behind her as she gave chase. Their giant silhouettes were cast against the clouds, looming over the approaching army. The system helpfully chimed in with a reminder. In a true divine war, one faces not just the main general, but also their entire army. The female Neja shot forward, her face alight with battle lust. Let's see where you can run to now. At the same time, thousands of soldiers clad in red and black iron armor, holding their spears with both hands, charged aggressively toward him. Ying Che turned to the trembling Dan on his shoulder. Dan, now, transform! Instantly, Dan grew to a massive size. Ying Che leaped onto its head, and with a determined look, it charged headfirst into the enemy ranks, with Neja still in hot pursuit from behind. Meanwhile, back in the quiet residential district where Ying Che and his sister lived, the sky was a peaceful blue. Back in his room, Ying Che and Dan were sprawled on the floor, panting for breath. Phew, ha. His sword lay discarded beside him. Ying Che's clothes were filthy, and his face was just as messy. He was covered in dust, bruises, and swelling. I can't believe I was in there for 3 whole days, he panted. Haha, after so long, I wonder if my sister missed me? Ying Che picked up his phone and pulled up the system panel. Strength, level 9. Agility, level 9. Durability, level 9. Spirit, level 8. Remaining system points, 0. After reviewing his stats, he murmured, "This special training definitely paid off, but I'm still a long way from being able to defeat Neja." His hand trembled as he gripped his phone, which showed a time of 15 minutes and 25 seconds. He cried out in shock, "What? Less than 15 minutes have passed?" A notification window appeared to explain. The flow of time within the ninth heaven is different from the outside world. 1 year inside the ninth heaven is equivalent to 1 day in the real world. 15 days is equal to 1 hour. Ying Che's face was so bruised he could barely open his left eye. He stared at his phone and marveled, "I can't believe the ninth heaven was hiding a secret like this. With this, I can quickly surpass the peak power of my past life." Another system window appeared. Enter the first layer of the ninth heaven. Ying Che's trembling finger moved toward the panel. Wincing from the pain, he groaned. Meanwhile, in a dark, unknown space, 4 cloaked figures performed a ritual. A sinister red light glowed, aimed at a person bound to a chair. The figure was completely shrouded, slumped over in the chair. Eerie white smoke began to coil from his bound hands. Soon, his entire body was engulfed in a thick, white mist, yet his head remained bowed in submission. Suddenly, a colossal, glowing blue figure materialized in midair, wielding a massive trident as it hovered above the captive. This was the rank B entity, the sea god, Poseidon. Watching from a distance stood 2 men, one in a hat and the other with blonde hair. Poseidon's hair, lashes, and beard were unnaturally long. His eyes were blank white orbs. A voice like the crushing depths echoed, "Mortals." The blonde man's face twisted in terror, but Han Tam Kim looked ecstatic. "At last, we finally meet. Sea god Poseidon. We've known about your plan to invade Blue Star for some time." Poseidon's golden eyes narrowed. "Humph. And how could you possibly know that?" Han Tam Kim spread his arms wide. "Because we have a prophet among us, of course." Poseidon scoffed. "A planet as vast as Blue Star. Having one gifted individual is hardly surprising. So, you've come to declare war?" A strange ethereal energy, shifting between blue and gold, pulsed around his form. Han Tam Kim placed a hand over his heart, extending the other in a gesture of peace. "No, no, no. I have come to negotiate. We desire peace. As long as you agree not to invade our planet, name your price. We will meet any condition." The very fabric of space around Poseidon's feet began to warp and twist. Countless eyes bloomed from the void, all staring down Han Tam Kim and his companion. A deep, chilling laugh echoed. "Ha ha ha. To think that after all these millennia, the mortals of this world have grown so pathetic. Let the war begin. I can no longer wait. This is a battle we are destined to win." Sweat beaded on Han Tam Kim's brow as he pleaded desperately. "Any condition, whatever you desire, just name it. We will offer you annual tributes. Gold, jewels, even our land, and precious minerals." The number of black, white-pupiled eyes in the air multiplied. Poseidon raised a hand, his voice dripping with contempt. "Foolish. What use have we for such trivial things? Our God King desires one thing and one thing only, the entirety of Blue Star. For ages, your world's location remained hidden from us, preventing our assault. Yet you reached out to us. You've not only revealed Blue Star's coordinates, but also exposed just how pitifully weak your species has become. Now, we can signal our allies. We can gather our divine forces and launch a full-scale invasion of Blue Star. Wait. Do not send the signal just yet. An opportunity this perfect. How could I possibly share it? I will personally be the first god to set foot on Blue Star." A small orb of energy began to form at the tip of his trident, taking aim at Han Tam Kim and the blonde man. Han Tam Kim's face contorted in sheer terror, his mouth agape. The orb then unleashed a blinding beam of emerald light. Without a second thought, Han Tam Kim squeezed his eyes shut and shoved the blonde man directly into the path of the blast. The horrified man took the full force of the energy with his body. He let out a blood-curdling scream. "Ah!" His face instantly became gaunt and shriveled, his eyes melting away. Han Tam Kim stared in shock at the mummified corpse in his hands. With a cry of terror, he flung the desiccated body aside and scrambled away, screaming for his life. "Ah! Somebody save me!" Suddenly, 2 tentacles, pink and white, shot out from the light. They instantly coiled around Han Tam Kim's wrist, yanking him off his feet just as he reached the exit, sending him crashing down in the doorway. The light from within spilled into the darkness, revealing a soldier standing guard by the door, rifle in hand. But the soldier didn't move an inch. Han Tam Kim's screams echoed as blood sprayed through the air. A tentacle was already coiled around the guard's shoulder, its tendrils burrowing into his neck and mouth, as blood streamed from his empty eye sockets like tears. A monstrous creature with at least 6 tentacles emerged from the light. One of its appendages tore Han Tam Kim's head clean off, burrowing through his neck and out of his mouth. Its grotesque maw unleashed a long tongue, as other tentacles slaughtered everyone in the holy city, painting it red. Meanwhile, in a strange, ocean-like void, a blackened, tentacled being reported to a throne of watching eyes. Poseidon sat upon his throne, trident in hand. "Your Majesty, the mortal priests could not contain your full power." The connection was severed prematurely, but not before we successfully locked onto Blue Star's coordinates. The messenger was a low-level, D-rank sea deity, with sickly green skin. It had yellow eyes with red pupils and 2 long horns. One half of its body was covered in tentacle-like patterns, with a strange eye-like organ in its chest. On his throne, Poseidon's form was different from the summoned projection. His skin was a deeper shade of blue, and shadows cloaked his upper body. He declared, "We must make the first move. We will descend upon Blue Star before any of the other gods. With humanity's current level of power, they are nothing more than ants to us, easily swept aside without a second thought." As his face became clearer, his pupilless azure eyes glowed with terrifying power. He laughed with triumphant glee. "Ha ha ha, Blue Star is already within my grasp." The endless sound of gunfire echoed, a futile prayer against the coming storm. "Useless," a voice spat over the sound of gunfire. Just then, emergency sirens blared, flooding the corridor in red light. A monstrous tentacle beast, a grotesque giant eyeball, had just smashed through the wall. A hail of bullets erupted, but they couldn't even slow its furious charge. "Damn it, it's not working." The rounds were having no effect. And in that critical moment, the gun clicked empty. He kept pulling the trigger, a hopeless gesture. "It's over." A tentacle swatted the weapon aside after deflecting every last bullet. It shot forward, wrapping around the guard's neck and squeezing the life out of him. Suddenly, a powerful voice echoed. In a flash of light, a single, lightning-fast slash cleaved the eyeball monster in 2. It was Mo Xiao, her weapon held tight in her grasp. "What's going on?" she wondered, her eyes wide with shock. How could a creature like this get inside the base? The severed tentacles fell lifelessly to the ground. The rest of the monster's body parts collapsed in a heap, like nothing more than discarded trash. Xiao's silhouette stood tall amidst the smoking ruins of the battle. Elsewhere, a cup of tea sat on a desk, untouched. Chang Hushen sat in contemplation, listening to the report. Wang Zifan voiced his confusion. "The base's defenses are airtight. How was it infiltrated?" Xiao offered a chilling theory. "I'm afraid it wasn't an invasion from the outside, but something from within." She hesitated, knowing the implication. Hushen gave the order without a second thought. "Search the entire facility for me. Now." Zifan immediately complied. "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, in a normal room with a bunk bed and desk, a flash of red light suddenly erupted. Ying Che collapsed out of the light, landing hard on the floor. He lay there, gasping for every breath. He glanced at the clock on the wall. 8:15 a.m. Hours passed for me, he thought, but only a few minutes have gone by here. He stumbled towards the fridge, hoping to find something to eat. But at some point, he had run out of food. "Guess I'll refuel and then head back in." A moment later, he walked over to where Neja was floating in midair. Ying Che called out to him. "Hey." Neja turned, a look of pure boredom on his face. "What is it?" he droned. "And stop calling me hey." Ying Che tossed his backpack aside and issued an arrogant command. "Let's go. Time for another round." Neja wasn't impressed in the slightest. "You're too weak." Ying Che's hair began to turn red, crackling with sparks of electricity. "I think you're just scared," he taunted, too afraid to accept my challenge again. He kept provoking his opponent, and naturally, Neja took the bait. "What did you say? Fine, I'll play with you. But this time, I won't be holding back." Suddenly, Ying Che's backpack full of bread flew into the air. But more importantly, water was rapidly surrounding him. By the time he realized what was happening, he was completely trapped. Wait, where did all this seawater come from? A crimson sash and the ocean current swirled together, a frantic and deadly dance. Neja stood atop 2 celestial rings, his arms raised high as he commanded the raging whirlpool. While Ying Che was distracted, the red sash lashed out, striking him across the face so hard he coughed up blood. It didn't stop there. Under the sash's relentless assault, He was sent flying again and again, blood streaming from his nose. Finally, he crashed straight into the churning seawater, completely losing his ability to fight. Witnessing this pathetic display, Neja couldn't help but crack a smile. "Little brother, are you all right? Still as weak as ever. I see." The scene shifts to the vast, open sea. The figures of several people stand on the deck of a large ship, heading out to ocean. A tangent-skinned child on a raft pointed excitedly at the clear water below. "Big bro, look, it's a whale." The older teen, also tangent-skinned, was carrying a wooden crate. He didn't forget to warn the child. "Be careful or you'll fall in," the child replied obediently. "I know." Suddenly, something above caught the boy's attention. He looked up. "Huh? What is that?" A bizarre crack had appeared in the middle of the sky. The crack grew wider and wider, leaking a black liquid from within. The liquid rained down, landing directly on the whale swimming below. The downpour grew heavier, forcing the boy to shield his face with his hands. "Ah, what is that stuff?" he yelled in confusion. But then, the real horror began. One of the boy's arms suddenly twisted into a tentacle. The older teen saw it and ran to him in a panic. "Kid, what's wrong with you?" The little boy could only stand frozen in place. "Brother." But it wasn't just the child. A tentacle was also beginning to sprout from the older teen's own arm, his eyes widening in pure terror. A camera, mounted somewhere unseen, observed the events unfolding outside. The sea was now swarming with countless monsters, rampaging across the waves. A report came in. At 2100 hours, an unidentified life form was detected in the East Sea. Its shape resembles a colossal octopus. The water churned violently as the behemoth moved. It wasn't just one monster, but two, sandwiching a tiny vessel between them. All escape routes were cut off, leaving the ship dead in the water. From the deep, two massive tentacles began to rise. They coiled around the ship's hull, lifting it high above the ocean's surface. But even then, the onboard camera never stopped rolling. It struggled to identify the targets before it, but the attempt was useless. In the East Sea, at 21:15 hours, an unknown organism was discovered. With crushing force from the tentacles, the ship was torn in two. Back at the Marine Research Station, a data chart appeared on the main screen. Urgent voices flooded the comms system. "Report. The signal from the unmanned drone. It suddenly vanished. What's going on? Why did the monitor go black?" Moments earlier, the drone's signal had been completely severed. The real-time data transmitted showed a contamination level so high, it was as if a massive school of mutated fish had passed through. The screen flashed red, signaling a critical emergency. The radar endlessly swept the search area, but it only displayed the same message: signal disrupted. They had never seen data readings like this before. Something terrifying was happening out there in the dark. "Sound the alarm. Sound the alarm. Now." The entire lab erupted into chaos. In another part of the base, monster blood dripped from a massive scythe onto the floor. Xiao wiped the gore from her face with a towel. "Damn it," she muttered. "Why won't this stench of blood go away?" Hu Shen, standing behind her, asked, "What's the current situation?" Xiao reported dutifully, "Commander, the squid monsters and other mutations have all been eliminated. Normal weapons were useless against them. On top of that, we had a sudden internal crisis. We lost a lot of personnel this time." In front of them lay the corpse of the tentacled beast that had breached their defenses. She pinched her nose, annoyed. "And another major loss. Dalaja. The entire base now reeks of rotten seafood." Other staff members had already begun the cleanup. The hallway was coated in the slick, disgusting slime the monster left behind. Hu Shen said grimly, "Our people lack experience, and our weapons aren't strong enough. These combat losses need to be reviewed." But inwardly, he thought, "What worries me more is the audio recording from this room's surveillance camera yesterday." Countless unsettling voices echoed from the recording. "Foolish mortals. What use are these trivial things? What we, the God King, desire is the entire blue star." Innumerable dark, ink-black eyes swirled around, in a formless, ethereal space. So much time has passed, and our search for Blue Star's location has yielded nothing. We couldn't even begin our invasion. And yet you dare to contact us directly, not only exposing Blue Star's coordinates, but also revealing your own pathetic military strength. We can immediately notify all of our allies. We will gather the strength of the gods. Such a perfect opportunity. Why would I ever share it with others? Hu Shen's brow furrowed in deeper thought. If our planet's coordinates have been leaked, the sea god's descent could be imminent. As he was lost in his thoughts, a staff member rushed over frantically. "Emergency situation. Shen snapped back to reality. What is it? In the man's hands was a photo, showing nothing but pitch-black darkness. The unmanned sea drone we launched last night discovered an abnormality in this sector during its daily patrol. Xiao stared at the image, completely puzzled. What am I looking at? It's just a black screen. I can't see anything at all. But the staff member continued his explanation. Although it appears black, the energy fluctuations are off the charts. He then presented a second image to them. Look at this. This is the image generated after amplifying those energy waves with our new tech. And now, Xiao could finally see something taking shape. Within the image was the silhouette of a monster with countless writhing tentacles. There's no mistaking it. This shape. It's a massively scaled-up version of the squid monsters. We barely managed to deal with 5 of those things. But there are so many packed together here, and they're enormous. Where are they getting all that divine power from? A chilling theory began to form in Shen's mind. That's right. With so many monsters, where would that much divine power come from? Could it be, has the sea god already begun its invasion? He demanded. Where is Xiao Che right now? Xiao replied. He's at home in secluded cultivation. His voice grew sharp with urgency. The situation has changed. Go. We need his power to handle this crisis. He barked out his orders. Notify all fleets. Immediately increase patrol missions in every designated sea sector. The other 2 snapped a salute, shouting in unison. Yes, sir. That fool's actions got himself killed, almost took the base with him, and exposed Blue Star's location right under the enemy's nose. The war has arrived sooner than expected. The more he thought, the deeper his anxiety grew. Far out at sea, amidst the raging storm, a lone ship drifted, trapped in the crushing grip of tentacles, as red as blood. The air filled with the agonizing screams of the people on board. Jump now, the ship is taking on water. We're not going to make it. There's no time. Ah! Monsters. There are monsters. As the passengers were being attacked by the writhing tentacles, a strange figure hovered in the air, watching the chaos from afar. Truly a gift from the heavens, he thought. So many humans in one place. An order was transmitted telepathically to the monsters. Do not eat them. All humans must be kept alive. Capture every last one for me. One by one, the people on the ship were seized by the creatures. We still require more followers. Only they can devoutly believe in our king. Only then can our king descend upon this world and rule over all these seas. The one commanding this swarm of monsters was none other than a low-level sea god. Time flashes forward just over 10 minutes later. In another area of the ocean, 3 naval vessels were cautiously approaching a red object floating on the surface. A clear voice crackled through the comms device. This is Command Center. We have a high probability the target has reached your position. Multiple fleet ships were deploying out to sea. This came after a long night of violent storms and heavy rain. Copy that, came the reply. It's not a probability. They're already here. The fleet's commander, Captain Hu, surveyed the distant situation through his binoculars while reporting over the radio. Through the lenses, he could clearly see a number of tentacles thrashing around a civilian vessel on the water's surface. Dawn had broken, but the monsters showed no signs of leaving. Under the low-level sea god's command, they had completely surrounded the ship. A young man, caught tightly in a tentacle's grasp, screamed with all his might. Tell this damn octopus to let me go, now. The other captives watched in absolute terror. I swear I'll chop you into a million pieces and feed you to the sharks. If you've got the guts, then come down here. He continued to taunt the sea god, who stood with his back turned on the ship's roof. Let me go. You hear me? The low-level sea god gave no response, but internally, his disgust was growing. This scent. It's so thick. I can sense the stench of humanity. He glared, his pupils glowing a sinister, blood red. Let's pick up the pace and move to the other side. The captured ship immediately began to move, escorted by countless tentacles. Back at the East Sea base, the observation room was in total chaos. This is bad, Commander. The target is approaching at an incredible speed. On the map, a single red dot marked its position, representing the entire infested area. At this velocity, it's projected to hit the East Sea coast very soon. Commander, please give the order. Commander Chang Huchen had already arrived, along with Mo Xiao. Damn it, of all the times for this to happen, this is an emergency. We cannot allow them to get any closer. Frontline forces are to engage with all available combat measures, effective immediately. First Squad, summon the Bin Shenjun Army to the East Sea coast and establish a defensive line. Standing beside him, Xiao listened obediently. Yes, sir. The information was relayed instantly. All hands. All hands. Destroyer Division is cleared to engage with all combat protocols. We must set up defenses before the enemy arrives. Hearing this, Captain Hu didn't hesitate for another second. Order received. Immediately advancing to Level 1 combat alert. The ship's sirens blared to life, flashing red. The entire force scrambled to their positions under the urgent summons. The naval destroyer's main cannons were activated. Destroyer's main cannon preparation complete. The massive barrel aimed at none other than the mass of tentacles in the distance. The ship's fire control officer spoke into his headset, his hand ready to push the button at any moment. Target locked. Requesting permission to fire. As soon as the command was given. Fire. A blinding flash erupted from the cannon's muzzle. Countless shells streaked towards the monster-controlled vessel. A series of massive explosions erupted across the ocean's surface. Debris was sent flying everywhere. But the ship and the tentacles emerged completely unscathed. All shots on target. But the attack was ineffective. The scene playing out on the monitor was so shocking, no one could believe their eyes. Captain Hu was furious and immediately gave his second command. Damn it! Launch torpedoes. A torpedo shot out from the ship's hull, tearing through the air as it sped toward its target. An equally massive explosion rocked the sea, sending up a thick plume of white smoke. But on the radar, a red dot was closing in on the crosshairs. This is bad. An unidentified organism is approaching fast. Hard to port. Take evasive action, now. A colossal creature burst from beneath the waves. The destroyer's anchor line was caught in its massive, razor-sharp teeth. It was a monster that resembled a gigantic whale. Its immense body launched straight into the air, carrying a tidal wave with it. Dodging was now impossible. No. There's no time left. Faced with this horrifying spectacle, Captain Hu could only stand frozen in place, but he refused to just stand by and watch. His voice grew more urgent, more desperate. Final command. All units, open fire, maximum firepower. But the mutated whale monster's movements only grew faster. It grew even more ferocious. The beast rammed straight through the fleet's warships, instantly tearing them into pieces. The fire control officer saw the unfolding chaos. He screamed into the comms, "Captain, we can't hold back any longer." He made a daring decision. "Damn it all, I'll risk everything to take you down. All units, concentrate your fire." The remaining warships scrambled to maintain distance from the whale monster, all while relentlessly bombarding it. They maintained a full-force barrage. Cannons roared, and torpedoes launched one after another, every single shot aimed at the one true target. Countless explosions rained down on the monster's head, but to the beast, it was nothing more than a scratch. Above the chaotic battlefield, a massive tentacle rose from the depths. Two low-level deities stood upon the beast, silently judging humanity as interesting, but foolish. One of them raised a smaller tentacle to his eye, mocking the humans with a makeshift spyglass, an arrogant smile spreading across his face. This pathetic resistance is almost laughable. This tiny little blue star will be ours for the taking. Back at headquarters, Cheng Hushen watched the invasion unfold with a grave expression. Conventional weapons are useless. Even our heavy payload missiles are having no effect. He then turned to Zifan beside him. "Get a message to Ying Che, now. Has he arrived on the scene yet?" Zifan turned to his superior. "We still haven't been able to make contact with him, sir." Cheng Hushen's eyes narrowed. "What's the problem?" Zifan replied. "Our agents went to his location, but it seems he's completely vanished." Hearing this, Cheng Hushen roared his command. "Send in more teams. Continue the search. Tear all of Jiangzhou apart if you have to, but find him." His furious voice echoed throughout the command center. "Yes, sir." Zifan immediately complied. Meanwhile, inside the South Heaven Gate, Ying Che spun the Qiankun ring and asked, "Have you submitted yet?" The female version of Neja glared back, shouting defiantly, "Never. I'll never submit." In a flash, he slipped the Qiankun ring around her neck, catching her completely off guard. "What did you put on me?" Ying Che calmly drew the sword from his mouth. With a soft sigh, he answered with a single word, "Slash." At that, Neja began to panic. "Wait, what are you doing?" After countless battles, Ying Che had finally defeated Neja. He raised his sword. Over 300 days of constant war. Tears streamed down Ying Che's face. Filled with frustration, he choked out, "I've finally defeated you." With one final slash, the illusion of Neja shattered before him, leaving only the echo of her final scream. Swoop! A system window popped up. Successfully defeated. Neja. Attribute points gained. 0. Current stats. Strength 9. Agility 9. Stamina 9. Spirit 9. Ying Che stared at the screen. 300 days of grueling effort had earned him 0 attribute points. He looked down at the system in disbelief. Huh? Is this a joke? Is the system bugged? Seriously, no points at all? He furiously grabbed the holographic screen and shook it. What the hell is going on? Are you getting lazy on me? Too lazy to even add my stats? The system trembled, its voice filled with digital fear. It is not an issue of unwillingness. Host's attributes have simply reached the current maximum cap. Host must unlock the next heavenly plane to continue training and increase attributes. Ying Che was confused. The next heavenly plane? The system projected an arrow. Correct. Do you see that ugly monkey statue over there? The system continued. You must shake its hand. Make it sense an aura and power greater than its own. Only then will it open the next heavenly plane for you. Otherwise, the host will remain trapped on the first heavenly plane until you gain enough real-world experience to force it open. Ying Che glanced over at the statue. This little thing? He unleashed his full power as he approached. Then I shall be merciful, and let you feel the true extent of my power. The stone monkey's hand remained outstretched, as if in welcome. Without hesitation, he grasped its hand. But absolutely nothing happened. Seeing no reaction, Ying Che's face went blank. Come on, he urged. Open the second heavenly plane already. Still, the statue did nothing. Smack! A vicious slap from the stone monkey sent his face reeling. The statue's voice boomed. You are not worthy. The force of the slap sent Ying Che flying out of the spiritual realm and back into the real world, slamming into a wall so hard it cratered under the impact. Pushing himself up, he clicked his tongue in annoyance. That damn monkey, seething with rage. He ordered the system. System, open the South Heaven gate for me now. But the system's reply was the same cold warning as before. Temporary access denied. This response only fueled his fury. He roared in pure madness. You're all in this together, aren't you? I'll tear you to pieces. But his furious scream unintentionally gave away his position. To the very agents searching for him, an agent burst through the door, yelling, We found him! He's in here! Ying Che could only stare back, completely bewildered. The scene shifts to the massive seawall. The sky is filled with fighter jets, raining down fire on the swarm of sea monsters below. Beyond the city walls, a countless horde of sea monsters advanced, as if under someone's control. Suddenly, a mutated whale erupted from the ocean, launching itself straight toward the barrier. Boom! A deafening impact shook the very foundations, but the whale's head was completely unscathed. As the smoke cleared, the state of the wall was unknown. Instantly, fighter jets swarmed the beast, unloading their cannons to halt its destructive rampage. A commander's voice boomed over the comms. Open fire. Increase all firepower. Hold back every sea beast outside that steel wall. We absolutely cannot let them breach this line of defense. Artillery shells continued to rain down on the colossal whale, but it was like they were just tickling it. Enraged, the beast lunged upwards, trying to snap the useless helicopters out of the sky. Its bite missed its mark, but it slammed its massive body against the steel wall instead. The choppers continued their relentless assault from above. Finally, after several devastating blows from the mutated whale, the wall began to crack. The helicopter pilots saw the dire situation unfolding. This is bad. The steel wall has been breached. We have to stop them. Full power. The monstrous whale used the same tactic again, but this time, it aimed to smash right through the opening. Crash. With a final, thunderous roar, the whale's massive body collapsed, and a tidal wave poured in, shattering the fortress wall. It carved a path for the swarming monsters below to surge inside. More helicopters were immediately dispatched to the war zone. Seizing their chance, the monsters poured all their strength into the invasion. A pilot above saw the situation turn critical and sent a desperate report. The enemy has broken through the first line of defense, requesting immediate backup. Down below, Mo Xiao and the others from the Celestial Edge unit appeared. She eagerly tossed her weapon case into the air, rallying her comrades with a fiery speech. We've trained for this moment. Now, we show them our strength and protect this land with everything we have. With those words, she and her team charged forward in unison. Her deadly scythe materialized in her hands. She yelled, "Let's go, Celestial Edge!" Her squad responded with a single, deafening war cry, "Kill!" Mo Xiao and her team unleashed a slaughter, holding the line against the tide of mutated sea creatures. The monsters howled in agony from the swift counterattack. On another front, a blur of energy flashed past. Two beasts exploded in a spray of blood, the slash so fast they never even had time to react. They could only stand there and accept death. Through the bloody rain, a pair of swift feet darted forward. Xiao wielded her weapon with devastating force, cutting down monster after monster. But even so, she knew the situation wasn't improving. This is no good. We can't kill them all. There are too many. Outside, the giant whale continued to hammer against the fractured wall. Wanzi sent 3 monsters flying with a spinning kick, then shouted to be heard over the chaos. "It's the whale! It's making the breach wider. We have to find a way to stop it. If the horde outside that wall gets in, this will become a catastrophe." Realizing the root of the problem, Xiao took charge. "Leave that monster to me. The rest of you, hold this position. Don't let a single fly get past you." The moment she gave the order, Wenbi and Momai replied in unison, "No problem." Monsters continued to surge over the waves, crashing against the wall. A powerful light flared from Xiao's weapon, instantly stopping them in their tracks. One beast was struck down, collapsing next to its kin. A zigzagging streak of light flashed through the horde, sending them flying in every direction. With her scythe in hand, she yelled its name with authority, "Celestial Edge." Just then, the whale resurfaced from the depths. It was met by Xiao, who was diving straight for it. Reaper's scythe. A single, razor-sharp slash instantly split the behemoth in two. Its massive body crashed into the water, creating violent shockwaves. She landed gracefully amidst the chaos. Then, she declared, with absolute confidence, "You trash are not permitted to pass." From high above, the battlefield was a scene of pure chaos. But suddenly, the swarming monsters that had been blocked stopped moving. This confused the lesser sea god. Why has the horde outside stopped dead? He was growing impatient. I ordered them to get ashore quickly. I want to see for myself who dares to meddle with the king's fish. At that moment, a monster lunged at Xiao from behind, but her scythe cut it down on the spot without her even turning. The lesser sea god witnessed this firsthand, and his mood soured. But then, as if sensing his gaze, she whipped her head around to look right at him. From his position above, he unleashed his tentacles, aiming straight for Xiao. Abyssal tendrils. Xiao leaped away, dodging the deadly appendages. "Celestial Edge," she countered, firing a blast of energy toward the lesser sea god. It grazed his cheek before shooting into the sky. Her attack took him completely by surprise. A single drop of red blood marred his flawless face. The lesser sea god's eyes blazed with fury. "How dare you?" After a brief pause, he raised his hands high, creating spheres of crackling energy. His voice dripped with cold rage. "You dare to injure me. You will pay a heavy price for that arrogance." Wrath of the sea god. In an instant, his attacks rained down from the sky. It slammed down on Xiao's position, causing a thunderous explosion. She took the full force of the mighty blow, her body thrown backwards as she instantly coughed up blood. Seeing her falter, the swarm of monsters lunged forward to attack. Gravely injured, Xiao was trapped in their circle when a spinning kick suddenly cleared a path for her. Whirlwind kick. Then, another person struck the air with his bare hands, unleashing a palm strike. A powerful beam of light shot out, piercing the deathly aura, leaving Xiao completely stunned. Next, a string of beads flew from nowhere towards the dazed monsters, followed by a firm voice, "Demon-locking rosary." In an instant, the monsters exploded into dust after the incantation. "Ah!" Xiao watched in shock as these different techniques were unleashed. It turned out 3 allies had arrived at the same time to rescue her. Wanzi even brought good news, announcing the rear was secure, causing Xiao to turn back in gratitude. "Everyone," Momai said, a bit shyly, "leave the defense here to us." Wenbi held his hands together in prayer, a look of pure compassion on his face. Meanwhile, Wanzi pointed excitedly, "That flying squid in the sky is all yours." Trusting her comrades, she replied with a smile, "Got it." Having all its attacks blocked and its pride insulted, the low-level sea god seethed with rage, veins bulging. "Just a bunch of worthless ants who don't know their place. All of you, attack!" At its command, the monsters bared their jagged teeth and charged forward, only to become cannon fodder for Xiao's relentless assault. After carving a path forward, she shouted back with confidence, "I'm leaving the rear to you all." "No problem," Momai replied calmly, his hands still firing off continuous palm strikes. As for Wenbai, his prayer beads wrapped around one monster after another, while he simply chanted with his hands together, "Peace be with you." Over on this side, Xiao quickly closed the distance to the sea god. "Time to die." She powerfully swung her weapon high, her voice echoing with immense power as she unleashed the attack. Death Scythe. A razor-sharp slash tore through the air itself, its damage to the beast unknown. At that exact moment, somewhere else, a pair of hands skillfully sliced 2 perfect pieces of watermelon. Ying Che hospitably offered a piece to the person beside him. One bite made the agent shout in alarm, "This is no time to be eating watermelon. The sea god has descended. You need to come with me. Now." The news hit him like a lightning bolt, and he paled instantly. "Why are you just telling me this now?" he demanded. the agent shot back. When did you give me a chance to speak? Blood-soaked tentacles and octopus eyes were scattered everywhere. Exhausted, Xiao collapsed to her knees on a sea monster's corpse, letting out a sigh of relief. Whew, I finally took care of it. In the observation room, Hu Shen was so stunned he was speechless. A few seconds later, he roared throughout the hall. Success. After its defeat, the low-level sea god sank deep into the ocean. With the last bit of its consciousness, it bowed its head in reverence. A ray of energy suddenly shot from the eye on its body after a desperate plea. Call upon your divine name. A pillar of blue light shot straight into the sky from the whirlpool. Xiao immediately whipped her head around to look. What is this? Inside the strange beam of light, the low-level sea god's body was slowly being pulled upward. A mystical seal appeared along with it. An immense and majestic figure stood tall between heaven and earth, causing both the sea creatures and the humans to freeze in stunned silence. Their faces filled with a mix of awe and terror, they looked up as one man screamed in panic, "A god! It's a god! A real god has descended!" They immediately dropped to their knees and began to worship. May the gods protect us. But one man, still lucid, yelled out, "You bunch of fools!" He desperately tried to explain to the mesmerized crowd, "Open your eyes and look closely. This is nothing but a demonic illusion." A voice filled with authority echoed through the space. The taste of faith. The figure that clearly appeared before them was none other than the sea god, Zuo Dong. A razor-sharp trident materialized in his hand. His entire body glowed amidst the grim battlefield. Watching from the screen, Hu Shen immediately yelled, "Stop him!" On his command, the submarine moved swiftly beneath the water surface. Missile strategy ready. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fire! The moment the command was given, a massive rocket shot into the sky, tearing through the air as it flew straight for Zuo Dong. It exploded on impact, but Zuo Dong remained standing, resolute, amidst the billowing smoke. Now, it was his turn. He retaliated by activating the lightning orb on his trident. Divine punishment. Radiant slash. The crew inside the submarine was thrown into utter chaos. Unidentified energy signature detected. All hands, attention. Emergency dive. Emergency dive. Before they could escape, they were hit by a devastating blow. Zuo Dong then turned his weapon in another direction. This time, the Great Wall exploded into rubble, sending huge chunks of rock flying towards Xiao. She leaped forward just before being crushed to death. What the hell? The steel fortress was just destroyed. She suddenly froze, realizing a massive boulder was about to fall right on top of her. This is bad. I can't dodge in time. With a commanding cry, the infinity light slash coiled around the boulder, shattering it into 4 pieces in the next instant, leaving Xiao completely unharmed. Her eyes flew open in utter shock at the sight of the person before her. It was Ying Che, calling down to her from the back of Dan. "So, this day has finally come." His expression hardened with a hint of worry as he continued. "It's just arrived sooner than I predicted." Bolts of lightning ripped across the sky, echoing the terrified screams of the city's people. "Look, the sky is turning blood red." Some curious onlookers filmed with their phones, while others just stood frozen, watching the chaos unfold. "Oh my God, this is terrifying. What in the world is happening?" A woman cried out, unable to hide her fear. Could it be what the National Preceptor said? Are the gods really descending? No, that's impossible. At the same time, inside a classroom, an urgent voice blared through the school's intercom. "This is an emergency announcement. The gods have descended. To ensure the safety of all students, with the approval of the Board of Education, all classes will be temporarily suspended for the next few days." Bao, who was focused on her work, had to stop and listen. "All students, please do not go outside. Ensure your own safety." The little girl's face went pale with worry as she whispered, "Brother." Meanwhile, in another location, a crimson light cast an eerie glow on curtains marked with strange symbols. In the very center, a book surrounded by 5 stones was undergoing a refinement process. A young man stood guard nearby, lost in his phone. Suddenly, a dark aura appeared, causing a splitting headache. Ugh. The pain was so intense, he couldn't even stand. He dropped his phone and collapsed to his knees, clutching his head as his body trembled uncontrollably. A moment later, the fabric on his back tore open. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the room as the flesh on his face melted away, revealing a gruesome skull. The door to the refinement chamber instantly exploded into splinters. A skeletal monster now stood before the forbidden artifact. It snatched one of the refined stones and began chewing it with a sickening crunch. With the link broken, the remaining stones lost their power and fell. The Book of No Master instantly regained its consciousness. Someone burst into the room, shouting, "We're in trouble. The refinement device has been destroyed." All they could see was the skeletal horror turning to face them, as an urgent voice called out, "The forbidden artifact is gone." Two red dots glowed in the monster's black eye sockets, staring them down. One of the men quickly took charge. "I'll handle it. You two, inform the family head now." A winding streak of light shot away from Jiangzhou City. The Book of No Master sped forward without a single glance back, feeling incredibly smug. "Ha ha ha. They'll never catch me now that I'm this far away." But it had no idea it was already being tracked. The signals appeared. The commander barked his orders. "It's nearby. Find it now." "Yes, sir," the other two responded in unison. Not far from there, at Yuanling Elementary School, Bao Bao stared glumly at the piece of paper in her hand, wondering how her brother was doing. It was a letter from Ying Che. "Little sister, your big brother has to go protect the Earth. Please ask our neighbor auntie for a few meals. I've already talked to her. I'll be gone for a long time. Love you." Out on the street, a member of the search team suddenly pointed to the sky. "I've got the initial signal." This sent the Book of No Master into a panic. What the hell? How did they find me so fast? It held up a small device, trying to give a command. "Teleport, now." But the skill was on cooldown, and without its master, the Book of No Master was thrown into chaos. "Whoa, what do I do now?" Just then, it spotted Bao Bao walking casually below. Without a moment's hesitation, the Book of No Master dove down like it had found its savior. Perfect. It quickly slipped right into the little girl's backpack. The two members of the search team sprinted towards Bao Bao, rushing right past her without noticing a thing. They stopped in the middle of the road and yelled in frustration, "The signal is too weak. We've lost the trail. It must still be around here somewhere." Curses echoed across the elementary school campus. "Damn it, it got away." Reporting to headquarters. "Operation Flying Bear has failed. We have lost the target's trail. Awaiting further instructions." An energy orb crackled with lightning as Tak Du pointed his trident, channeling its immense power directly at Xiao. "With this divine power, maybe in 100 years you'd be able to fight me." His tone shifted instantly. "But right now, facing the almighty Tak Du, you are nothing." She was frozen in place. "This is impossible. This is a god? Not even a nuke could stop him. He nearly wiped all of us out." At his words, a massive wave of energy tore through the air. Wrath of the Sea God. Ying Che's eyes widened in horror. Seeing the attack was aimed right where Xiao stood, he screamed out a desperate warning, "Look out!" But everything happened too fast. She could only stare, paralyzed, as the blinding light consumed her vision. An earth-shattering explosion erupted instantly, carrying Xiao. Ying Che burst through the thick cloud of dust, landing gracefully a safe distance away. He had gotten her to safety, but his tone was stern. "What were you doing spacing out on a battlefield? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" The words finally snapped her out of it, and she stared blankly at Ying Che. Gently setting Xiao down, he told her calmly, "This isn't a fight you people can interfere in." Then, with one final warning before turning away, he commanded, "If you want to live, stay back." She immediately replied, "Got it." But a wave of shock hit her. It felt like he had become a completely different person. Dan flew out of nowhere, latching onto Zedou's hand. The villain looked down in disgust at the tiny thing gnawing on him and, with a simple flick, sent it hurtling to the ground. Dan lay flattened on the cracked earth as Zedou's attention was drawn by a powerful, steely voice. "You demon! Your rampage ends here. Surrender now." Standing before him wasn't just Ying Che, but another, immense figure looming behind him. This piqued Zedou's curiosity. "And who are you? Why do I sense that same, detestable, and familiar aura from you?" He didn't have to wait long for an answer. "I am Nezha, and today, I will put an end to you, monster." In the observation room, Zifan breathed a sigh of relief. "We made it just in time." Beside him, Hu Shen was stunned, staring at Nezha on the screen in disbelief. "An Eastern deity?" Zedou suddenly grinned with amusement. "An Eastern deity? I thought your kind was completely wiped out. To think a remnant like you still exists." Nezha wasted no more words, shouting, "You're courting death." On that cue, Ying Che charged forward, his spear crackling, engulfed in crimson flames. With fearless resolve, Ying Che prepared to strike Zedou from behind. A determined glint flashed in his eyes as he roared, "Eat this!" He then unleashed his ultimate technique. Blazing Flame Storm. A massive wave of fire erupted, slamming into the villain's tentacles and causing a series of thunderous explosions. Zedou directed more tentacles toward him, Insolent little ant. His voice dripped with sarcasm as Ying Che deftly dodged the attacks. So this is the might of an Eastern deity? All you can do is run. But Ying Che wasn't one to back down, retorting, "And is this all Zaidu has to offer?" He weaved gracefully between the strikes, mocking, "You're nothing but an empty, flashy shell." The next second, he easily parried a tentacle's blow, scoffing, "Your movements are too slow." His eyes widened with excitement, a sly grin spreading across his face. In a flash, Ying Che turned the tables, running straight up one of Zaidu's tentacles. Using it as a springboard, he closed the distance in an instant, unleashing a fiery vortex while his enemy was off guard. Fire destruction, eightfold slash. The attack landed a direct hit on Zaidu's neck, tearing a deep gash, but in the blink of an eye, the wound healed completely. Instead of feeling defeated, this sight only made Ying Che more thrilled. He might be a bit of an idiot, but this is getting interesting. Zaidu immediately swung at him, but Ying Che's reflexes were faster, allowing him to dodge. He's too big to destroy completely. I have to find his weak point. Amid the tension, a fly buzzed past. Zaidu's annoyance grew. As irritating as a housefly, no sooner had he spoken than he launched another attack, pointing his trident to the sky. 10,000 wave strike. Bolts of lightning shot down in an instant. The powerful earthquake sent everyone stumbling to the ground. While his enemy was distracted, Ying Che cleverly summoned a silk ribbon. Sea-stirring dragon net. Zaidu didn't realize what was happening until the ribbon had already coiled around him, trapping him in a web of silk from all sides. From a distance, Ying Che's triumphant voice echoed, "You're not going anywhere this time." The fiery spear aimed decisively at Zaidu's head. Ying Che announced in a low voice, "I've found your core." He pulled the spear back to build momentum, his voice steady. The perfect fusion of power and technique. Every throw reaches a new height. Once it was fully charged, Ying Che hurled it through the air with all his might. Go! The spearhead struck Zaidu's core, triggering a world-shaking explosion. Xiao shielded her face from the dust, her voice filled with excitement. Did he win? Beside her, Wenbi remained calm and unshaken, chanting with his hands together, Amitabha, may heaven and earth find their place. An immense wave of power crashed down, creating a terrifying blast as system alerts began to sound off continuously. Warning, warning. Divine and demonic energy in the area is rising rapidly. The enemy is extremely dangerous. Ying Che stared ahead, confused. Zaidu's eyes radiated a sharp, deadly aura. You are impressive. He stood on a swirling vortex opposite Ying Che. To think you could push me this far. I admit, you have some real power. Zaidu's weapon began to glow ominously. But this is where it ends. Today, you die here. With that threat, lightning crashed down from the heavens, as if to punish his insolence. But Ying Che remained utterly unfazed. Talk is cheap. Since he's so eager to challenge me, then let's see what he's got. In an instant, they charged at each other. Ying Che barely managed to parry the strike. The speed. It was unreal. Their clash sent shockwaves through the earth. Zuodong pressed his attack relentlessly, a smug grin spreading across his face. Where's all that bravado now? Suddenly, Zuodong sent his spear flying. He lunged forward, closing the distance. Without your weapon, let's see how you'll fight me now. Sea god skeletons. Colossal bone creatures materialized from thin air, swarming towards Ying Che. To understand the forest is to know heaven and earth, to perceive the true nature of all creation. With humanity at its center, completing the Trinity. He who seeks this path feels the world, feels nature, and finds his own truth within it all. Zuodong pressed closer with his weapon, his face alight with manic excitement. To dodge so many of my attacks, your combat instincts are impressive. But it's a pity. Your current cultivation level is far too low. With that, he lunged forward. Zuodong delivered a devastating kick, sending Ying Che's body crashing into the cliffs behind him. Ying Che coughed up blood from the impact, shattering through the bone constructs. Your level is simply too weak. Zuodong raised his trident for the final blow. Die, you worthless mongrel, wrath of the sea god. Watching from afar, Xiao cried out in fear. Captain Ying Che hung his head in silence. But then, a smirk slowly formed on his lips. His hands suddenly flew up, forming a complex hand seal. A powerful tremor forced Zuodong to a halt. Beneath his feet, a massive formation circle suddenly blazed to life. Ying Che's voice echoed with newfound power. Martial, God Domain, activate. In a flash, their surroundings transformed into a grand arena. He tried to aim his trident, but countless iron chains erupted from the ground, binding Zuodong completely. Ying Che taunted him casually. Who said I was the one without a weapon? Only then did Zuodong realize something was terribly wrong. What is this place? More chains descended from above, ripping the trident from Zuo Dong's grasp. In this realm, Ying Che was in total control. Looks like you're the one who's disarmed now. A look of sheer delight crossed his face. Within my martial god domain, my power doubles. But you are a prisoner here, able to unleash only 30% of your strength. Zuo Dong gritted his teeth in fury. To have unlocked his own personal domain at such a low cultivation level, his potential is too dangerous. I cannot let him live. Zuo Dong instantly lunged forward with a punch. Die! Outside the domain, the moon began to glow a crimson red. As a red orb fell from the sky, a voice cried out, "What in the world is happening? Did they take each other out? That's impossible." Xiao's voice trembled with worry. "You all wait here. I'm going to see what happened." "What about you?" Guanzi asked, steadying Dan. "It's all right. Just be careful. I don't think that thing likes me very much." Just then, a blade flashed through the air. Zuo Dong was impaled from behind by Ying Che's sword. His face was a mask of pure disbelief. "When?" he stammered. Ying Che sneered. "Why the shock? Aren't you supposed to be a god?" A mocking smile played on Ying Che's lips. "Oh, did I forget to mention? The martial god blade is my true weapon." He followed up with a sudden kick, catching Zuo Dong completely off guard. The god's body was sent flying, slamming hard against the arena wall. Zuo Dong seethed, grinding his teeth in fury. But Ying Che gave him no time to recover, pressing his assault with the blade. Zuo Dong struggled to push himself up with one arm. Ying Che's attacks were relentless. Is this all a god can do? Run away? He desperately dodged each slash, his eyes burning with outrage. "You little brat." His wild punch was easily avoided. "Who are you looking down on?" Ying Che gripped his sword tightly. "You call yourself a god?" he roared. "On behalf of all humanity, I will be your judge." With each swing of the blade, the tentacles on Zuo Dong's body were severed. His form began to dematerialize. This can't be." Ying Che watched calmly as his enemy faded. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. "Congratulations. For your first victory against Poseidon, you have received 10,000 attribute points." His face was a picture of disbelief. That many?" Ying Che's calm demeanor finally shattered. 10,000 points. I had to grind for ages to kill that last monster, and now I get 10,000 points in one go? As Ying Che stared at the reward in his hand, another system notification popped up. Absorbing the divine power of Zuo Dong, he examined the blue crystal before him as the system continued its report. Ninth Heaven's Court, the second heaven, the heaven of archery, is now unlocked. Progress 50%. Ying Che formed another hand seal. "It seems the day I can finally crush that damn monkey is drawing closer. Ha ha ha. Fighting a god truly is the best way to level up." Just then, a surprise shout came from the outside world. "Everyone, look at the sky." Guanzi looked up, her expression filled with disbelief. Everyone stared in shock at the transforming sky. The sky. It's turning blue again. Is it really over? Did we? The faces of the fishermen lit up with stunned amazement. The fighters from the war zone erupted in cheers. "We won. We actually won." Cries of joy and relief echoed across the land. "The god has been defeated. We're alive. Long may we live." But in their celebration, no one noticed the strange, dark orb that remained. A strange chant filled the air. Suddenly, a hand reached out and touched it. A voice echoed, "Can you hear me?" In that instant, Xiao was pulled inside. The sphere transported her directly to Ying Che's side. He stood frozen, clutching a magic crystal, staring blankly ahead. The shimmering remnants of the portal still hung in the air. Xiao approached quietly, and when Ying Che least expected it, she threw her arms around him. The magic crystal crashed to the floor. Ying Che let out a terrified scream. "Get it off me!" But Xiao only smiled, completely relieved. "You're okay. I'm so glad you're okay. They told me you and the sea god took each other down. You scared me half to death." All the while, he desperately signaled for her to release him. "I can't breathe. I'm suffocating." Just then, Shu Dao appeared with a smirk. My, what an affectionate display. Not for the eyes of children, he covered Wanzi's eyes. "Hey, I'm just vertically challenged, not a kid." Wen Bi turned away in embarrassment. Amitabha Buddha. Then, Xiao's gaze fell on something familiar. Pointing to the crystal, she asked, "You have one of these too?" Ying Che caught on and tried to explain. Haha, yeah, I've got a few hundred of them, but the one who has the most." She pointed off into the distance. He told her, "Just look over there." At that moment, Dan was blissfully lounging on a massive pile of magic crystals, munching away. Ying Che's expression went stiff. How could he be one-upped so easily? That sea god was a total pushover, completely pathetic. He complained, I beat one, and only got a single gold coin for it. A thoughtful glimmer appeared in Dandan's eyes. It lifted a crystal to its mouth, ready to take a bite. Ying Che watched in agony as it devoured the entire pile, swallowing it all in one single gulp. Puffs of white smoke began to rise from Dandan's body. It struck a proud pose, declaring, I have evolved. Ying Che and Xiao applauded. Wow, that's incredible. It can actually evolve. But then, Ying Che realized something wasn't right. What the hell? How did it evolve like that? You're just like a Pikachu. Dan's wings twitched instinctively. And then it casually flew away. Xiao was speechless. I don't think it's listening to you. Back at the portal's fading signature, the low-level sea god sensed something was wrong. What's happening? The king actually failed. A look of disbelief crossed his face when a tentacle suddenly slapped him hard. Get a hold of yourself. The creature's voice was firm. This is no time for despair. The low-level sea god snapped to his senses. You are right. An aura of dark magic exploded from his body. Ha ha ha, it's a pity. Those pathetic humans could never imagine that I, their king, can be revived. The tentacle creature offered its counsel. To think a genius like that exists among the humans, we must report this information immediately. It then turned away, stating, this isn't the time to squabble over glory. We must help the other god kings get here at once. The low-level sea god commanded, go, take this news back immediately. The tentacle severed a piece of itself. You don't have to tell me what to do. It floated away slowly. Once the god king is revived, we will gather our forces. Its body then reformed into a small octopus. When that time comes, we will assemble the grand army and launch our attack on the southern star. It will be an absolute bloodbath. With so many god kings against their defenses, the advantage will be ours. But suddenly, the sea god noticed something hurtling toward him. His voice was laced with shock. Where in the world did this clownfish come from? Without warning, Dan chomped down on the sea god's hand. A contemptuous sneer spread across his face. You think a tiny creature like you can actually devour me? Be careful you don't bite off more than you can chew. Ha ha ha. The low-level sea god extended his razor-sharp claws. Since you've so graciously delivered yourself to my doorstep, and I happen to be famished after my long journey, I'll just have you for an appetizer. In a flash, Dan expanded to an enormous size, coolly swallowing him whole. It leisurely savored the taste in its mouth. Its eyes scanned the surroundings. The mark of the space portal was still there. Dan shot towards it like an arrow. It burst through the dimensional gate. Dan soared over a vast ocean, leaving the remnants of the portal far behind. Dan flew right up to the colossal magic crystal, but it paid the massive gem no mind at all. Abruptly, Dan stopped, glancing around curiously. A strange, dark droplet landed right on its head. Dan spotted the tentacle creature, struggling to crawl through a crack in space. It lunged forward, biting the creature's body in two. The tentacle barely managed to save a single leg, desperately wiggling what little was left of its body. It frantically regenerated into a complete, albeit much smaller, form. Meanwhile, Dan angrily chewed on the severed piece. It hovered silently in midair, staring where the crack had vanished. On the sea below, a ship drifted aimlessly after the brutal battle. A hand reached out, conjuring a megaphone out of thin air. Heavenly art, manifest. Xiao stood on the ship's railing, her voice booming out. Everyone, don't be afraid. We are here to rescue you. You are safe now. Do you hear me? You're safe. I repeat, you are all safe. A small boy looked up and asked, Mommy, are we really saved? Tears streamed down his mother's face. Oh, thank goodness. People embraced each other in pure joy and relief. I was so scared. So scared. They sobbed. A soldier from the battle zone tried to comfort them. It's all over now. Everything's all right. But someone wailed, I just want to go home. Just then, a hand landed on the ship's railing. A voice called out, Hey there, beautiful Xiao. I want to join your crew. As he spoke, a flag unfurled in the wind. Standing against the wind, Ying Che considered the situation. With so many mutated animals erupting from the sea, dealing with them all would take a very long time. Xiao chimed in. Exactly, Lord War God. But the greatest threat, the sea god, Poseidon, has already been defeated by you. He pointed to himself. As for all these other, minor annoyances, you can just leave them to us. Ying Che was at a loss for words. I have to say, I miss your old arrogant and conceited attitude. Weren't you just dying to challenge me not too long ago? Shu Dao's expression immediately froze. It turned out he was the real clown here. Suddenly, Dan came flying in, only to be stopped by an outstretched hand. Ying Che teased the creature. So you finally remembered how to come back. Huh. Is this your rebellious phase? You feel heavier now, too. The magic crystal behind him suddenly began to float, as Dan's face twisted with urgency. Ying Che sensed something was terribly wrong. A pair of hands wielding a trident appeared from thin air. Divine. Annihilation. Slash. Pain blazed in his eyes. The razor-sharp weapon had already pierced straight through Ying Che's body. He coughed up. A massive pool of blood. Shu Dao screamed in disbelief. Lord War God, what's wrong? Ying Che stopped him. Don't come. Over here. He gritted his teeth, fighting the overwhelming pain, before his entire body collapsed, sending Shu Dao into a panic. Lord War God. As his vision blurred, he could still hear someone desperately calling out his title. The calls echoed like ripples across calm water. Lord War God. Young Master. Brother Che. Little Che. Captain. Poseidon's triumphant face appeared. Gods are immortal. From a ship, soldiers from the war zone stared in shock. Quick! Look! What is that? Strange patterns began to spread across Ying Che's body as the system blared with alarms. High-level contamination detected. Host's life is in critical danger. Please take immediate countermeasures. A frantic Xiao rushed forward. Ah Che! Ah Che! Can you hear me? Her foot splashed in a pool of green ooze. What in the world happened? The ground around them had turned into a swamp. A voice cut through the chaos. Get away from here, now! It's dangerous. Extremely dangerous. A squad of soldiers arrived, led by a masked man. Evacuate all civilians and lock down the scene. The man was Teng Shi, captain of the War Elephant's Special Forces. Approach in formation. Apprehend the target immediately. Sir, yes sir, the Special Forces shouted in unison. The soldiers moved past Xiao and Shu Dao. All of you, stand back. Do not approach. A confused Xiao asked, Who are you people? Momo calmly replied, They must be the Special Forces, the legendary Black Ops unit known as the War Elephants. Xiao was stunned. Momo, how do you know that? Meanwhile, the Special Forces used a binding spell, successfully capturing Poseidon as he roared in absolute fury. Xiao's face was a mask of pure terror. Is that the sea god? He's alive again? Momo began to explain. The rumor is that every member of the War Elephants is an unsung hero. Their identities are a closely guarded secret, but they are known for being fierce and masters of combat. His expression was filled with pure adoration. To have the honor of seeing them in person, they really live up to the legend. They can even capture gods. This is mind-blowing. Shu Dao snapped him out of it. Hey, remember whose side you're on. Our war god is the strongest one here. But Momo was lost in his own world of admiration. And when their identities are finally revealed, it's usually because they've already died in battle. This made Shu Dao even angrier. Hey, stop tearing down our own morale to praise someone else. Just then, Teng Shi addressed them. All non-essential personnel are to evacuate immediately. This matter no longer concerns you. We will take it from here. Xiao pushed Momo aside. Who are you calling non-essential personnel? Shu Dao roared. You little punk, that's our captain you're talking about. The soldier looked apologetic. Please, calm down. But then, her eyes caught something. Just as he spoke first, Captain. Xiao's face lit up. Ah, Che, you're awake. How are you feeling? Ying Che only mumbled in a daze. My sister is still at home. If no one's there, she'll starve. Teng. She held up a hand, stopping them. No one else is to approach him. Get the injured to a hospital for immediate medical treatment. And with that, Ying Che collapsed again. Xiao cried out in fear. He passed out again? Ah, Che. That night, at Ying Che's apartment, Bao was, in her room, packing her books. Her neighbor had told her school was back in session, so she was getting ready. Let's see. Tomorrow is Monday, so I have math, company, and literature. Her small backpack sat in the corner of the room. Inside, the Book of the Masterless was sleeping soundly. It suddenly stirred, realizing it had dozed off again. With a jolt, the book flew into the air with glee. Freedom! Freedom! It stretched happily. Ah, at last, the sweet scent of freedom. But suddenly, it was caught. A pair of small hands grabbed its body. Huh? Bao waved the book around excitedly. The book! It's the book from my dream! Does that mean I'm dreaming again? The little girl pinched her own cheek. Ouch. That hurts. Bao Bao hugged the book tightly. The dream book is real. It finally appeared. The little girl then opened the masterless tome, curious about what was hidden inside. But its contents left her completely baffled. What is this? Why can't I understand a single word? With that, Bao Bao poked the page. Oh, this is spirit energy, she thought to herself. That tickles. Suddenly, the masterless tome burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. The girl stared in awe. Whoa. Just then, a voice called out her name. Bao Bao. Hearing her name, she tilted her head to look. Bao Bao excitedly showed it off. Big sis, Xiao Xiao. This book just moved. It can even laugh. Xiao Xiao repeated the word. A book? A shadow fell across her face. You're saying, this book just moved? Her gaze locked onto the tome. And it can laugh? Xiao Xiao couldn't help but chuckle to herself. Pfft, is this what childish innocence looks like? Her reaction left Bao Bao confused. She took the little girl's hand and instructed her. Don't worry about this book for now. I'm taking you to see your big brother. I'll pack your bags for you. We'll be gone for a while. Warm, golden light spilled from the window as Bao Bao's small voice replied, Okay. The next morning, in Jingzhou, at the #1 hospital, the little girl stared up at the large sign, bewildered. A hospital? Xiao Xiao held a bouquet of brilliant red roses in one arm. Leading Bao Bao by the hand, she confirmed, That's right. This is the best hospital in all of Jingzhou. The masterless tome heard that familiar name, and it screamed frantically in her mind. Jing what? Zhou what? Jingzhou? How did I end up back here? Dozens of rose bouquets littered the ground. A giant card, adorned with sparkling balloons, bore the words, Wishing our hero a speedy recovery. A similar scene stretched down the entire hospital corridor, a chaotic mix of gift boxes and teddy bears. Xiao Xiao gasped in astonishment. Isn't this a little over the top? Just then, an old janitor snatched the bouquet from her hands. He glared at her with pure annoyance. Another one here to leave flowers? The old man then shouted angrily. Dr. Ba, get your patient under control. I'm exhausted from cleaning all this up. It's blocking the entire hallway. The doctor replied politely. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. Thank you for your hard work. But the janitor couldn't contain his temper. What kind of great hero is this, anyway, to get so many flowers? On the door to the room was a printed sheet of information. Patient's name, Ying Che. Attending physician, Wang Ba. The doctor calmly explained. You wouldn't understand. Let Dr. Ba fill you in a little. This man, he saved the entire world. It's just a shame. Inside the hospital room, Ying Che was on a ventilator. Lying there unconscious, his skin was covered in strange, green veins. A box next to him held a single crystal shard, which radiated a mystical energy. Seeing this sight, Bao Bao's eyes filled with tears. Big brother, Xiao Xiao quickly reached out to stop her. Wait, Bao Bao, you can't get any closer. A protective barrier surrounded Ying Che's bed. She lowered her voice to warn her. This area is filled with anti-magic devices. Getting too close could affect your brother. Worried, she turned to the doctor. Dr. Ba, our captain still hasn't woken up? The doctor frowned and let out a heavy sigh. Well, based on the current situation. Xiao Xiao suddenly remembered the little girl was still there. Let's talk outside. He nodded in agreement. All right. But Bao Bao was sharp. What's wrong with my big brother? Xiao Xiao forced a gentle smile to reassure her. The captain fought so hard to save everyone that he's just really tired. He needs to rest now. Once he's rested up, your brother will wake up. Bao Bao, for now, just stay here and look after him, okay? They moved to a spot out of the girl's sight. Dr. Ba, please, tell me. The doctor's expression was grave as he delivered the news. Actually, there's no need to worry so much. The patient isn't in any real danger. He'll probably wake up very soon. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao covered her face in relief. Is that right? Oh, that's great. But then, doubt crept in. His expression didn't look like someone delivering good news. Dr. Ba felt helpless about his naturally serious-looking face. Hiding behind the door, Bao Bao clutched the masterless tome. She had the same thought as Xiao Xiao. They're too far away. I can't hear what they're saying. But the doctor's face looks so scary. It can't be. She turned back to look at Ying Che. Brother, her small body began to tremble with fear. What's really going on? Bao Bao hugged the masterless tome tightly, tears streaming down her face. Don't leave me all alone. I never wanted to eat at the neighbor auntie's house. I want to eat with you, brother. Sob, sob, sob. Squeezed so hard its eyes became bloodshot, the book shrieked, Help me, my precious body is about to be soaked. Outside, Xiao Xiao slammed her hand against the wall. She blocked Deng Che's path, demanding, What are you people doing here? Deng Che's attitude was casual as he reminded her, I have clearance to be here. Are you trying to defy a direct order? After the last battle, the one promoted was Lieutenant Mo Di, but Xiao stood firm, her resolve unshaken. If you don't explain yourselves, you are not getting in. Deng Che's voice dropped to a low warning. I don't have to explain myself to you. Wait until you have the authority to ask. Lieutenant, open the door for me. I have to kill him. Right now. Xiao roared in fury. What did you just say? Who are you trying to kill? The commotion caught Bao Bao's attention. Her face paled. They want to. They're going to kill my brother. Ying Che was still unconscious, completely oblivious to the danger closing in. Tears of terror streamed down Bao Bao's face. What do I do? I have to save him. The Book of the Masterless, squeezed in her grip, felt like it was suffocating. Damn it, I can't breathe. On the medical bed, Ying Che's brow was furrowed in agony, as if trapped in a nightmare. Just outside, a member of Teng Shi's squad reported urgently. Sir, we've detected a massive energy spike nearby, she snapped to attention. What did you just say? Her eyes scanned the data on the monitor. An energy signature, that huge. If they couldn't contain it, it would be all over. Without another word, she leveled her gun forward. Move, she warned. Open this door now, or I won't be so polite. Xiao didn't even flinch, offering a defiant smirk. Let's see who's really in charge here. She raised her hand, activating her ability. Heavenly Secret Transformation. In a flash, a crimson firearm materialized in her hand. The two faced off, the air crackling with tension. Teng Shi's voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. I will say this one last time. Stand down. Do you really want to doom every single one of us? Xiao was resolute. You'll have to get through me first. Teng Shi's patience was gone. You asked for this. Don't think for a second I won't shoot. Their argument exploded. Fine. Open it. Who's scared now? At that exact moment, Zhen Guo's powerful voice cut through the chaos. Everyone, stand down. A hand reached for the doorknob. Inside, Bao Bao braced herself, ready for a final stand. Don't kill my brother. But then, a weak, rasping cough broke the silence. Cough, cough. Ying Che was pulling off his own breathing mask. A system notification chimed. Threat neutralized. The corrupting demonic energy within the host's body has been successfully purged. The sound left the little girl stunned. Xiao sensed it too. Ying Che, who had just awoken, was still dazed by the scene before him. What is everyone doing? Bao Bao stammered in disbelief. Brother, Zhen Guo, leading the charge, froze at the doorway. The Book of the Masterless was sweating bullets. What? When did this kid wake up? Don't tell me he noticed my existence. Ying Che immediately voiced his confusion. What happened here? Bao Bao didn't hesitate to cry out her accusation. They want to kill you. An information panel materialized, displaying a title, The Book of the Masterless, the one true grimoire that records all truths of the universe. It cannot be owned, cannot be destroyed, and cannot be fully deciphered. Teng, she quickly looked around the room. Who wants to kill him? The girl's voice dripped with fury as she exposed the culprit. It's you, of course. Teng, she pointed at herself, completely shocked. Me? Why would I possibly want to kill him? Xiao glared at her with pure hostility. I'd like to ask you the same thing. Zhen Guo glanced back, sensing the need to intervene. It seems there has been a misunderstanding. Ying Che is safe. No one wants to kill him. Teng Shi, explain the situation clearly. A river of cold sweat began to pour down Teng Shi's back. It's the sea god, she blurted out. He's about to lose control. We have to kill him. Now. But from the outside, the room appeared deceptively calm. An elevator control panel showed a descending arrow. A warning was plastered on the heavy metal door. Unauthorized personnel prohibited. A mechanical voice echoed. Pupil scan, fingerprint, and 3-layer password check, complete. No errors found. Welcome, National Seat. The door hissed open. A creature locked inside a biochamber took notice. Brother, we have visitors. Another voice replied. Indeed, we have a lot of visitors today. The group followed Zhen Guo's lead through the facility. They stopped before the biochamber holding the sea god. Xiao whispered, triple pupils. Qian Mingqiang turned to them, with a grave expression. Everyone's here. The situation is not optimistic. The old man frowned, reporting the current status. The sea god's vitals are becoming increasingly unstable. Just these chains alone. I fear they won't hold him for much longer. This man was academician Qian Mingqiang of the Academy of Sciences. The old man sighed. It's a shame that Book managed to escape last time. Ying Che was confused. Book? What book? No one noticed the Book of the Masterless, sweating profusely at the mention of this topic. Teng, she immediately answered his question. A legendary book. It seems to be the Book of Deification. Ying Che had never heard that name before. The Book of Deification? She began to explain everything. That's right. We recently captured it, but it managed to escape. Now, its location is a complete mystery. Hearing this, Bao Bao glanced down at the book in her hands with a suspicious look. The Book of the Masterless was terrified, but luckily, the girl said nothing. Teng, she pointed to a nearby biochamber. Ah, that empty device over there? It was prepared specifically for that book. Zhenguo began to elaborate. Ever since the gods appeared, the entire nation has been searching for a way to completely solve the problem of their invasion. Academician Qian Minqiang, by researching and deciphering a single page from the Book of Deification, created a device that can imprison the gods. The empty biochamber indicates its owner has vanished, but it proves we can already capture a god. Teng Shi then revealed their ultimate solution. Right now, we can only control them, but once we have the complete Book of Deification, we can finally kill a god for good. Xiao frowned, asking, if that's the case, then why were you looking for our captain? In that moment, through the few pieces of information he'd gathered, Ying Che began to understand. So, that's how it is. This is the real reason. So, you led us right to it, Teng Shi praised. You always were the clever one. Hearing the hidden jab in his words, Xiao shot back. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Bao Bao rubbed her chin, a look of realization dawning on her. I'm starting to understand too. The Book of the Masterless was secretly eavesdropping, when suddenly, alarms blared through the facility. Emergency alert, seal all exits. Seal all exits immediately. A cold sweat dripped down its cover as it finally realized the truth. Oh, now I get it. Teng. She pointed forward, a grim look on his face. That's right. So, the one we were truly after, the real target of this entire mission, was you. With a sharp command, she ordered, capture it now. Her squad moved in an instant, but they were too late. The Book of the Masterless shot out of Bao Bao's hands, making a break for it. Xiao yelled out a warning. Hey, be careful not to hurt Bao Bao. As it zoomed away, the book let out a triumphant laugh. Hey, to think I'd be found out so soon. But do you really think you can catch me? Suddenly, a massive tentacle whipped through the air, striking the book before it could even react. Sent flying, the Book of the Masterless tumbled through the air. Teng, she seized the opportunity, shouting, now, activate the device. An agent quickly threw a lever, and a brilliant light from the biopod locked onto the stunned book. It was pulled helplessly into the chamber. The team erupted in cheers. We got it! The Book of the Masterless transformed back into its normal form. Ying Che watched the scene unfold with an indescribable expression. This world is nothing but a grand, chaotic stage. This so-called authentic book is a bit underwhelming, but a deep, sinister voice affirmed, there's no mistaking it. This is the one. Bazuo Dong's eyes glowed with intensity. I can feel the aura of the angelic scripture. As a tentacle snaked toward the biopod, a flash of light instantly severed it in two. Limitless slash. The blade pierced clean through both pieces. Ugh, who dares to launch a sneak attack? Teng, she grabbed his communicator. All squads, listen up. Meanwhile, Ying Che observed the results of her plan. She gave the order with cold professionalism. Mission complete. Pull out. Thank you all for your cooperation. Project Flying Bear has been successfully completed. But then, a sudden premonition hit him. I have a feeling, it's not over yet. Teng Shi let out an arrogant laugh. Ha. Are you doubting me, comrade Little Che? She spread her arms, striking a triumphant pose. I know you predicted the sea god would show up, and you even managed to repel him. But what of it? Ha. Her tone shifted to one of cool confidence. The sea god isn't an enemy you can just brush aside. Got it? Feeling embarrassed for Tung, she's boasting, Min Qiang cut in. Just leave the rest of this to us. Ying Che had a look of pure exasperation. Here she goes again. He offered a simple piece of advice. Why don't you take a look behind you? Writhing tentacles were swarming right behind her. And suddenly, the biopod holding Ba Zuo Dong shattered into pieces. Min Qiang and Zhenguo stared in shock and disbelief. Ba Zuo Dong's tentacles thrashed wildly, destroying every single biopod in the room. Countless monsters were instantly set free. The Book of the Masterless was no exception, getting thrown to the floor. That hurt. It scrambled back up, surveying the chaos. That monster broke free. It glanced at its skills, still on cooldown, and sighed in frustration. My sea shield is still unusable. But does it really think it can escape just by running? The Book of the Masterless took advantage of the chaos, attempting to slip away unnoticed. Meanwhile, countless octopus-like monsters swarmed the entire room. This is bad. The monsters are all out. All units, hold your positions. Razor-sharp threads sliced through the air, dicing the creatures into pieces. Teng Shi commanded as she fought. Don't let a single one get out of this room. Her team responded in unison. Understood. They quickly opened their weapon cases, as streams of energy began to gather in their hands, fully armed and ready for battle. The War Elephant Special Ops team was prepared to engage. One monster opened its massive maw, its tongue lashing out. It was aiming for Bao Bao, the smallest one there. Seeing this, Xiao screamed in terror. Bao Bao, but the little girl didn't even flinch. Instead, she activated her own ability. Defense system, activate. A purple energy shield erupted around her, blasting the monster's back. Teng, she was stunned, speechless. What in the world? But Ying Che remained perfectly calm as he watched. A small smile formed on his face. Nicely done, little sister. Zhen Guo couldn't believe his eyes, stammering. That's incredible. The protective shield had also trapped the Book of the Masterless inside. Its secret escape plan was ruined. What is this thing? I can't get out. The little girl snatched it by the spine. Got you. Enraged, it struggled with all its might. Let go of me, you brat! I can't believe this little pipsqueak is even stronger than that cocky agent. Miles away. Teng. She suddenly sneezed. Ha! Is someone talking trash about me? But one monster refused to give up, relentlessly stabbing at the shield with its tentacles, trying to break through. Trapped inside, the book's heart pounded with fear. It's over. I'm done for. Just then, the razor-sharp threads once again sliced the monsters to ribbons. Teng, she's wild dance. She calmly commanded her formation. Activate the energy suppressors. Stay alert and prepare for capture. Yes, ma'am, the squad yelled in unison. She then turned and shouted to the back. Comrade Little Che, evacuate the dignitaries immediately. I'll hold the line. She looked at him with grim determination. Remember your mission. You must protect them at all costs. Good. Xian Che answered instantly, ignoring the girl completely. Xiao coordinated, guiding them. This way. In a flash, they arrived in front of the elevator. Deng Sha was completely bewildered. Hey, you guys move way too fast. Ba Zuo Dong noticed the commotion and lunged forward to block their path. Trying to run? Ancient runes and symbols materialized in the air, gathering at the tip of his spear as he aimed it straight at Xian Che. He opened his mouth and let out a furious roar. A squad member, struggling to contain his power, yelled out, It's no good, Captain. These chains don't have enough energy, Deng Sha grumbled, clearly annoyed. Damn it. Didn't we just absorb that book a minute ago? Minxiang watched the battle unfold in confusion. What's going on? Is the new weapon I developed completely useless? He fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, the masterless book in Bao Bao's hands knew exactly why and whistled smugly. My power isn't something ordinary humans can control. A hand shot out, stopping the elevator doors just before they could close. Xiao saw Xian Che's move and questioned him. What's wrong, Captain? He stepped out of the elevator and gave his orders. You all go on ahead. If I can't control it and this thing gets out, it will be extremely dangerous. Xiao, you protect everyone. Bao Bao could only stare in shock at his retreating figure. In the next moment, the little girl dashed through the closing gap. Xiao tried to stop her, but it was too late. Bao Bao, get back here. The very instant she slipped through, the doors sealed shut completely. Bao Bao's eyes widened in stunned disbelief. Before her floated a colossal sphere of black and red energy, looking utterly demonic. It radiated a dangerous, murderous aura. The masterless book, ready to enjoy the show, casually commented, Oh wow, he's definitely going to die. Bao Bao slammed her fist down hard on the masterless book's cover, making it well up with tears. It nursed a new bump and cried out in protest. Kids shouldn't be so violent. She paid it no mind and ran forward. Big brother. Deng Sha, lying on the ground, weakly pointed the way. Her body trembled as she spoke in a broken voice. He's inside. As soon as the words left her lips, she lost consciousness completely, her soul feeling as if it were ascending to heaven. The masterless book spoke with false sincerity. Even though I hate you all for capturing me, I hate those seafood freaks even more. So, I'll begrudgingly help you. Bao Bao immediately demanded more details. Really? How can you help? It smirked, a scheme already brewing. That damned god king has already found me. Now that my location is exposed, I can't hold it back any longer. Might as well take advantage of this kid for a while. Having made its decision, it acted immediately. Hey kid, Do you believe in the light? The little girl paused for a moment in silence. The question seemed far too profound, leaving her utterly baffled. Huh? The masterless book didn't care about her answer, as it opened its pages wide. Whether you believe or not, from this day forward, you will believe in the light. The text on its pages blurred away. From the center of the book, a blinding halo erupted, shooting a massive pillar of light straight up. Countless ancient, golden characters swirled around Bao Bao. Her jaw dropped in utter amazement. But then, she realized something extraordinary. Whoa, I think I can read the words in this book. A red alert blared from the system. Critical contamination. Critical contamination. It reported the current status. The host's life is in danger. Please deploy countermeasures immediately. Ying Che remained perfectly calm, swinging his sword in an infinite slash that successfully killed the sea god. Attribute points, plus 10,000. He gritted his teeth, his patience wearing thin. That's the 7th time. He immediately charged toward the crystal in front of him, which was burning with a blue flame. The slash tore a 100-meter gash in the ground. The crystal's information appeared: high-level projection, cannot be attacked. Ying Che's brow furrowed as his strength began to fade. This sea god was just like a cockroach. No matter how many times he killed it, it just kept reviving. He lowered his center of gravity, making a decision as the system's red warning flashed above his head. My body is getting weaker. My stamina is almost completely gone. There's no choice. At this point, I can only use my last remaining assets. Ying Che called out loud. System. Its screen looked like it might catch fire, needing ice to cool down. Host, I am here. With the 10,000 points just deposited, he had a total of 70,000 attribute points left. He decided to bet it all. All right, system, add them all. Before he finished his sentence, he froze. Huh? What is that? A vortex of golden characters appeared in midair, and Bao Bao's voice echoed from it. Big brother, I'm here to help you. Ying Che was baffled. What's going on? That's my sister's voice. Ba Zuo Dong exploited the opening, launching a surprise attack from behind. Looking away in battle is a death sentence. He hurled his spear. Die! Arcs of lightning crackled around the spear, amplifying its power. But suddenly, his entire body locked up. Ba Zuo Dong was bound tightly by chains made of glowing patterns, unable to move. Ying Che turned to watch, a smirk of pure contempt on his face. More of humanity's pathetic little tricks. The insignia on his chest suddenly began to glow. But then, Ba Zuo Dong realized something was very wrong. Wait, this isn't right. This is the angelic book. At that moment, the system announced, the sea god's single true location has been identified. Host may now proceed to launch an attack. Ying Che seized the opening in a heartbeat. He raised his sword, taking his final stance. The final death, invincible slash. At his command, the blade shot forward like a meteor. A blinding light revealed Ba Zuo Dong's horrified face. He roared in defiance, refusing to accept his fate. No, gods and demons are immortal, but the sword plunged straight through his chest. The crystal that held his very life force shattered into 1,000 pieces. With Ba Zuo Dong at its epicenter, a cataclysmic explosion ripped through the area. Meanwhile, the tentacles of a low-level sea god waved frantically, its expression pure panic, desperate to communicate its terror. Within the god's domain, a raspy, ethereal voice echoed, "Are you asking us to save your god king? There is no need for concern." But these words offered no comfort. In fact, the creature's panic only intensified. An A-rank entity, God King Zhu Si, leaned casually against a wall, speaking as if discussing the most trivial of matters. And why is that? Because his divine core has been shattered. He is utterly and completely gone. The God King stated the facts without a hint of emotion. In truth, the sea god's entire domain is now without a master. So now, we must discuss how to divide the spoils. Hearing this, the tentacled being finally broke, covering its face and weeping in utter despair. Just then, a colossal pillar of golden light descended from the heavens. Humanity remains as foolish as ever, daring to underestimate divine power. A beautiful silhouette could be seen within the light, her voice soft, yet laced with mockery. Shouldn't you be delivering divine punishment right about now, my dear Lord Zhu Si? But the God King remained completely unhurried. Zhu Si calmly stated his position. Once matters here are concluded, I, like the rest of you, have no intention of letting them escape. The A+ rank Seraphim Angel smiled, dismissing the issue. 10 days should be sufficient, don't you think, to cast divine punishment upon Blue Star. We will, of course, cooperate. The God King immediately agreed with her proposal. Then it's settled. In 10 days, divine punishment will fall upon Blue Star. Back in Ludang City, a mysterious fog shrouded the distant mountains. A masked figure in a black cloak, Tianxin, raised his arms high, offering his own blood as a sacrifice. I beseech thee, O Divine One, descend. In the blink of an eye, the sky turned ominous as dark, heavy clouds swallowed the light. A bolt of lightning tore through the clouds. A magic circle materialized at the center of the altar, and an intense power began to coalesce within it. Rows of devout followers stood by, waiting in anticipation. A moment later, just as they prayed, the seraphim angel descended. An overwhelming aura radiated from her entire being. Tianxin gasped, stunned by the sheer pressure of her presence. Normally, their summons would only bring forth a low-class, two-winged angel. On a good day, maybe a mid-class, four-winged one. The onlookers were utterly astounded. They never imagined that this time, a high-class, six-winged seraphim would answer their call. This is truly unbelievable. The angel revealed a benevolent face as she spoke. I can feel the fervent devotion you hold for my God. It is so passionate, so fervent. The ambient power in the air seemed to flow directly into the seraphim. Please, offer me more of this love. As she spoke, the light began to compress into a single point, but its intensity grew exponentially. The followers couldn't resist its power, forced to shield their eyes. It's too bright. Suddenly, Tianxin noticed something was wrong. Wait, what is this? In the center of the pillar of light, the seraphim was gone, replaced by a different figure entirely. She had transformed into a low-class, C+ rank, two-winged angel. In order to descend upon Blue Star, I had to temporarily seal a portion of my divine power. Tianxin was frozen for a moment before he came to his senses. This isn't a mere summoning. This is a divine miracle. He clasped his hands respectfully, reporting in a loud voice, Divine Messenger. After our last operation in Jiangzhou failed, we started over here in Ludang City and have gathered a great number of new followers. Our advent of God's church is growing stronger by the day. A satisfied smile graced her lips. She decided his fervent faith was worthy of a reward. You have done very well. I shall bestow upon you even greater power. Gaze of light. A stream of energy flowed from the angel's palm into Tianxin, completely enveloping his body in its radiance. He was lifted into the air by the light. His mask fell away, revealing the wrinkled, aged face of an old man. Tianxin's eyes shot open. He could feel a profound change happening within him. A moment later, the light faded, and he gently floated back to the ground. Incredibly, Tianxin's face had grown youthful again. The divine energy had regenerated his very cells. Thank you, Divine Messenger. I feel absolutely overflowing with power. The two-winged angel's feet touched the ground. My devout followers, I am here to deliver a divine oracle. All eyes were fixed on her as she calmly walked forward. You are to advance north immediately. In 10 days, divine punishment will befall Jingzhou. A hush fell over the crowd as they processed the news. Then, their spirits ignited, and they began to chant in unison. Have faith in our God. Cleanse all sin. Divine punishment. By the divine oracle, the moment of enlightenment is here. My heart is one with our God. The Holy Spirit is by my side. I will remain pure of heart. I will shun delusion and walk away from evil. My will shall never waver in its search for the light of truth. Through life, death, and rebirth, my faith will be eternal. Model, my faith is eternal. I am loyalty among brothers, a pilgrim on the righteous path. I am a warrior against the darkness, a vanguard in the era of enlightenment, a citizen of a new nation, and a pillar in the foundation of a new world. I offer my life and my glory to my faith. From this moment until eternity. Within Jingzhou's Li family compound, a mansion stands, built in a traditional, ancient style, majestic, yet exuding an undeniable elegance. Deep inside a dark chamber, countless iron chains converge from all directions, binding a single figure. It has the shape of a man, but its black and red eyes betray its true nature as a monster. The creature roars in fury. Yunfei, wearing a mask, delivers its final judgment. Your time is up. Thank you for your contribution to the Li family. With those words, he ruthlessly swings his sword, ending its life. Fresh blood sprays through the air. As its body disintegrates, its face twists in agony. Moments later, a blood-red crystal appears in its place. Yunfei calmly sheathes his blade. The sword dissolves into a black mist and vanishes. He reaches out for the crystal. Just then, the door behind him suddenly bursts open, and a voice calls out, "Brother, I brought the magic crystal device." The mask vanishes, revealing Yunfei's true face. Xiaolu rushes in, surprised by the quiet scene. Huh? You already took care of the monster that fast? He glances back at her doubtfully. Didn't I tell you to stand guard outside? She sticks her tongue out playfully. Hee hee, it was so boring out there. Suddenly, the dark room is filled with a soft red glow. Xiaolu gasps, shouting, Brother, look, there's no mistaking this reaction. The crystal, now inside the device, is reacting violently. Her jaw drops as she stares at it. Yunfei is just as stunned. They both think the same thing. A forbidden object has appeared. Her expression turns tense as she prepares to act. I'll go retrieve it right now. He immediately grabs her wrist, stopping her. Wait. She looks back, her face a mask of confusion. Yunfei's expression is grave. This time, I'm going with you. Meanwhile, at Jingzhou's first hospital, life has returned to normal after the last incident. It's as if nothing ever happened. All eyes fall on Bao Bao. Ying Che speaks for the group, asking the question, You're saying that book teleported away? The little girl nods. Yup. She rubs her chin, recalling what happened. After it saved us, it took its head off and yelled something. The Book of the Masterless had looked at the giant energy sphere and laughed with glee. Ha ha ha, no wonder you did so well. The sea god is dead. With him gone, there are no more threats. It then turned to check its own status and made a sudden discovery. Aha, all my combat skills are used up, but I still have teleport. These words caught Bao Bao's attention. The book happily made its choice. So long. Farewell, little kid. Goodbye, you cunning snake. Back in the present, Bao Bao uses her hands to vividly describe the scene, and then, whoosh, it just vanished. Not even the protective barrier could stop it. Ying Che places a hand on his chin, deep in thought. He thought to himself, as expected of a true book of power, it still had a few tricks up its sleeve. Just then, Teng Shi holds out a hand, offering his opinion. If that's the case, then there's nothing we can do for now, but we will definitely find it eventually. Suddenly, Qian Mangguang's condition takes a turn for the worse. Jiang Zhengguo grows frantic, peppering him with questions. Old Qian, what's wrong? The old man tries to reassure him. I'm fine. I'm all right. Just help me up. I can still. But a mouthful of fresh blood suddenly bursts from his lips. Jiang Zhengguo immediately refutes him. This doesn't look fine at all. Ying Che is completely horrified by the sight. He must have been injured during the retreat. Even though Teng Shi is wearing a mask, his extreme worry is obvious. Or maybe he was just scared stiff. Call for an ambulance, quickly. Jiang Jingguo cuts them all off. We're already in a hospital. Get him to a room first and let a doctor take a look. Outside Dr. Baba's examination room, the Book of the Masterless is rummaging through a pink backpack. The bag sits neatly on a shelf, as the book complains non-stop. What's all this about a book of gods or a book of angels? An ancient forbidden object? A true book of power? No, no, no. I'm just a free book. Ha ha ha. And with that, it burrows deep inside the bag. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Hiding here, no one will ever find me. It yawns again and again, making itself at home in its new hiding spot. So sleepy. I'll just take a nap first. Back at the hospital where the group is gathered, Teng, she lets out a frustrated sigh. Ugh, old man Qian's been admitted, so he can't see us off. The director had to leave for an urgent meeting, so he can't be here either. So now, I'll be the one to escort you from the hospital. Ying Che and Mo Xiao are holding two identical, rather clueless-looking shirts. She turns to him, confused. Why do you have so many justice shirts? He doesn't see the problem at all. Is this a lot? Teng Shi, though being completely ignored, tries to chime in. To be honest, I didn't want to see you off either, but I have no choice. Before the director left, he ordered me to make sure you all leave safely. Teng Shi recalls Zhengguo's strict instructions from earlier. I have an urgent meeting that I absolutely cannot miss. Xiao Che was just discharged from the hospital, so please, take him to the Jingzhou suburbs to rest for a few days. Suddenly, Bao Bao's cheerful voice piped up. It took us so long to get here. Can't we go play for a little while before we head back? He shot back instantly, his voice dripping with annoyance. No way. Time is money, and I happen to be a very busy man. Hearing this, the little girl puffed out her cheeks in a pout. I wasn't asking you. Anyway, she declared, defiantly crossing her arms over her chest. That's also out of the question. I still have countless missions to attend to. I need to escort you all out of here immediately. Bao Bao couldn't help but sigh. What a horrible person. She had no idea that deep inside her school bag, a strange object had just appeared. The Book of the Unowned. The one and only true tome that records all the truths of the universe. It cannot be claimed by a master, cannot be destroyed, and can never be fully understood. Following her lead, Xiao, equally annoyed, shouted, "How can you talk to Bao Bao like that?" Meanwhile, Ying Che had already sensed its presence. But Tang, she was not the type to be trifled with, and he immediately fired back with a sneer. So what? Was I wrong about something? Born a natural fighter, Xiao never backed down from any opponent. Let's settle this right here, right now. Bao Bao just traced a little curse circle in the air with her finger. Amidst the complete chaos, Ying Che just quietly held his bag and chuckled to himself. It's nothing. I'll be counting on you then. Tang, she cleared his throat to regain his composure, then leaned in close to him and whispered, "Ahem, leaving it to me is definitely not a problem." Right. That was another memory from before. This time, it was a conversation between Zhen Guo and Ying Che. He had secretly entrusted the young man with something. "Xiao Che, I came here today because there's something I need your help with." From her fleeting memory, it looked like a mask covered in bizarre patterns. She finally decided to voice her suspicions. "What did the commander say to you in private before he left? And what did he secretly hand over to you? Was it some kind of secret mission?" Faced with this sudden interrogation, a look of pure confusion spread across Ying Che's face, though it was unclear if he was acting or genuinely had no idea what she meant. "Huh? What are you talking about?" That clueless act only served to infuriate Teng Shi even more. "What? If you don't want to talk, then fine. It's not like I cared to hear it anyway." Not long after, the group arrived at the hospital's escalator. A calm voice cut through the tension. "Once we get back, I'll write up the report for everyone." Xiao's words were polite, but held absolutely no warmth. "Well, thanks a lot," she retorted, not bothering to care. With the incident now perfectly resolved, Teng Shi immediately launched into a lengthy speech about his own greatness. "While my very presence makes the sea god tremble, the efforts of small fry, like you all are, I suppose, an indispensable contribution," he thought to himself with pure satisfaction. "As I thought, this world simply cannot function without me." She quickly cut in, reminding him sharply, "It was our captain we had to rely on to take care of the sea god in the end." Tang. She was stunned that someone would dare refuse to acknowledge his greatness. "Were you blind? That entire fierce battle was a stage for me and me alone." Xiao maintained her sly, mischievous attitude. "My sincerest apologies. I must have completely missed that." Tang. She completely ignored her sarcasm and continued to praise himself, the source of his confidence, a total mystery. "Those monsters were as ferocious as tigers, but before my invincible wisdom and superhuman courage, they were nothing more than ants, easily crushed." At this point, even Bao Bao could tell that something smelled fishy. "I remember seeing someone lying face down on the ground, with a flower blooming on top of his head." He snapped back defensively. "That was tactical meditation. Don't think for a second that I wasn't doing much. My very existence was the greatest threat to them." By the time they reached the parking lot, Teng Shi's wild imagination had only grown stronger. It showed no signs of stopping. "Every inch of that battlefield is a monument to my unseen contributions and my immortal legend." Xiao slapped a hand over her face in utter defeat. "Somebody save me, this guy talks way too much." Bao Bao clamped her hands over her ears, but it barely helped. "My ears are so itchy, I think they're going to grow calluses." His hand reached the car door, but he still refused to spare everyone's eardrums. In the end, how could this victory have been won so easily, without my help? And yet, just like that, Teng Shi suddenly went dead silent, leaving them all completely baffled. Xiao's face froze for a moment, but her eyes filled with a look of pure, blissful relief. Even Ying Che found it incredibly odd. Why did this guy suddenly go so quiet? It was almost unnerving. "Humph. Why aren't we going?" Teng Shi placed a hand on his chin, thought for a moment, and then replied, "No, rush." Ying Che was even more confused now. "Didn't you just say you had a ton of missions and had to escort us away immediately?" Xiao and Bao Bao shared a silent glance of mutual suffering. "We're doomed. Don't tell me we didn't." Was my praise really that shocking to him? Her voice suddenly caught in her throat, her body trembling for no reason at all. "It's fine. A little delay is nothing. What matters is not letting down our enthusiastic supporters." From the back, the two sisters shrieked in unison. "This is a nightmare. Are we heading back to the hospital? Why is this guy still acting so erratically?" He purposefully pulled his hood down low, as if trying to disappear from the face of the earth. "They're here." Just then, the thunder of countless footsteps echoed from afar. He had arrived. Xiao's senses flared, and she yelled out a warning. "It's an ambush!" But it turned out to be a massive wave of adoring fans. A sea of men and women, both young and old. "You are our eternal hero of light. I love you. I want to have your children. Here are some eggs for you. Can we get a picture?" This was the exact moment of glory Teng Shi had been waiting for. She spread her arms in a grand, heroic pose. ready to receive the crowd's adoration. Everyone, your hero is here. Don't rush, form a single line. As the tidal wave of people surged forward, Xiao expertly launched into a handstand to make her escape. I'm out. Bao, wanting no part of the disaster, also dodged away. Me too. After the crowd passed, a thick cloud of white smoke lingered in the air, and, in the middle of it all, was the battered body of Teng Shi, sprawled on the ground, covered in the footprints of the stampeding mob. The true target of this fanatical frenzy was none other than Ying Che. Some fans even came prepared with pens and paper for their idol. An autograph. Please. An autograph. He was actually a bit amused by the chaos, so he took a few sheets and scribbled his signature. There's enough for everyone, one at a time. One fan took things to another level, throwing open her jacket to reveal her voluptuous figure. Please, sign right here. Of course, a man of honor like Ying Che would never agree to that. He politely but firmly refused. I'm afraid that's not an appropriate place. Just then, a busty female reporter shoved her way forward, yelling, "Make way." She clearly had no concept of personal space, pressing right up against the war god as she fired off her questions. War god, in light of your recent victory over the sea god, do you have a statement for the public? As he tried to keep his composure, a hand suddenly shot out, blocking the microphone before Ying Che could even answer. Teng, she snapped irritably. All right, that's enough. No interviews. In that instant, Ying Che realized something was wrong. Wait, why is that a woman's voice? She spoke with a stern tone, trying to shoo the crowd away. Everyone disperse. We are on an official mission right now. The reporter immediately shot back with a venomous tone. We're not here for you. Captain Zhang Xiang, you're a washed-up has-been, don't you know? Our new star is the great war god. What's the big deal with one little interview? Don't be so petty. The people behind her started to agree. That's right. We barely ever get to see the war god. Every word struck a nerve. Behind the mask, a pair of pink lips curled into a furious snarl. Washed up. Standing beside her, Ying Che caught the entire scene. Is that lipstick? Oh, no way. Suddenly, her movements became flustered. Her hands fumbled to adjust her uniform, as if desperately trying to conceal her identity. Her crimson eyes flashed with a dangerous light as she growled out each word menacingly. Did you just see that? He immediately put on his most trustworthy expression. I didn't see a thing. He understood that it's normal for people to have a few secrets. Right, Teng, she's unearthly shriek of frustration echoed into the sky. As if I'd believe you. A short time later, they were in the car, a hand turning the key in the ignition. The more she stewed on it, the more furious she became, unable to stop herself from cursing under her breath. Damn it. Why don't I have a single fan? Ying Che calmly opened the rear door, offering a polite farewell to the crowd outside. Goodbye, everyone. A female fan's eyes and mouth instantly formed into hearts. He said goodbye. To me. A muscular guy nearby immediately argued back. Are you blind? He was clearly talking to me. After that intense meet and greet, he casually scratched his head and made an observation. Everyone is really passionate. Bao quickly added. Brother, you've gone totally viral. Her words finally caught his attention. Have I? Xiao confirmed it with absolute certainty. You're famous nationwide. No, you've gone international. Teng, she didn't know where to direct her rage, her thoughts growing more bitter by the second. Why don't you just say he's famous across the entire universe? Xiao, sitting in the passenger seat, turned around to face them. Captain, while you were in a coma, you became a superstar. He had no idea this had happened. Is that so? Bao gave him a proud thumbs up. Of course. My big brother deserves all the praise. Suddenly, Ying Che gave his dear sister a warm, gentle smile. Bao. The little girl sensed the danger. Cold sweat trickled down her cheeks. Brother, why are you looking at me like that? His hand shot out, grabbing the strap of Bao's bag. It's time I taught you a lesson. Out of love. The little girl, completely confused, could only manage a single, clueless sound. Huh? 1 second before disaster struck, an enraged Ying Che began to discipline his little sister. It was so dangerous. Why did you run out of that elevator? Bao quickly explained through her tears. Ow. I was trying to save you. But he wasn't about to let her off that easily. That's not an excuse. Next time you're in danger, you run and hide. That's it. Leave everything else to me, understand? The child's pitiful cries echoed through the car. Boo-hoo-hoo. I hate you. But to her surprise, Ying Che didn't stop. In fact, his discipline only grew harsher. I gave you a weapon for self-defense. not for picking fights. The crowd surrounding the car got a front row seat to a concerned brother, teaching his stubborn little sister a lesson. And what about that mysterious book? How could you use it so recklessly? Even if I fall, there are others here to fight. And if they fall, there are still so many more. Why would we ever need a kid like you on the front lines? Meanwhile, across the street, a street vendor was cashing in, selling merchandise to the hero's fans. Come on, take a look. To stand beside the strongest war god, people quickly formed a line to buy his gear. I'll take this one. Amidst the bustling and noisy crowd, Ying Che's stern lecture continued to ring out. Do you know what to do next time? You run away. Got it? Poor Bao Bao cried until she had no tears left. You're the meanest brother ever. Xiao watched the scene unfold with amusement. Now that's what I call tough love. Tengshi observed the situation outside for a moment, then spoke. There are too many people. The car can't move an inch. She then turned and asked, was the news of the captain's discharge today leaked to the public? A person's patience has its limits. Without hesitation, she pulled out her radio. We can't wait any longer. Get a helicopter here, now. On the outskirts of Jingzhou, a helicopter slowly approached over the vast forest, following its new orders. Its destination was Forest Park 669, where they were trapped by a massive crowd of fans. It slowly descended into a clearing. An urgent voice called out, everyone, get off here. Straight ahead is the Jingzhou base. Tengshi lingered at the helicopter door to bid Ying Che's group a final farewell. Well then, goodbye. He waved as she departed. Goodbye. Her heart felt as light as a feather, completely free of any regrets. My mission is complete. If nothing unexpected happens, we'll probably never see each other again. She turned back inside to give the pilot an order. Let's go. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted in the distance, the shockwave shaking the very air. Every head instantly snapped in that direction. She instinctively shielded her face. What just happened? Ying Che's group was also thrown into total confusion. Why was there an explosion? From the thick white smoke, a shadowy figure slowly emerged, carrying something enormous on its shoulder. On the ground below lay an unconscious body, sprawled out. The mysterious figure suddenly spoke. Tengshi, your people almost let this thing escape just now. Tengshi and Ying Che's group stared wide-eyed as she stammered out a reply. What is the meaning of this? The figure continued his lecture. You need to manage your subordinates better. A screw-up like this could get your pay docked. It turns out this man was also a member of Bureau 669, known by the codename Xie, and he was already demanding payment. I did you a favor this time. Remember to tip me 200. Teng. She was so furious she could spit blood. What a shameless, useless fool. But she kept her composure, radioing for a stretcher team to carry the target away. Teng. She glared at Xie and demanded, what are you doing here? He explained, while slinging his weapon onto his back. Thanks, bro. I just got off a plane. There's an emergency meeting here tonight. She was completely bewildered. An emergency meeting? Tonight? The man suddenly struck a dramatic pose. That's right, and you have to attend, too. Xie's attention suddenly shifted to Ying Che's group. And who might these people be? Teng. She refused to share private information. No comment. We're leaving. You should hurry up and get this thing back in its cage. He tapped a hand against his mask with a weary sigh. Another meeting. I was just thinking about clearing the Ryota game. From behind her, Xie, still holding his bizarre pose, corrected her. It's the Long Yi Ji. And it's an armament. She just shrugged it off. Same difference. However, his next words made Tengshi whip her head around in shock. Tengshi, listen, he said he's coming. Your idol is going to be there. Her feet froze in their tracks. In the misty sky, birds circled over the whispering forest canopy, and just like that, Tengshi's attitude did a complete 180. She gently touched her blushing cheeks, hidden behind the mask. He, my idol is coming tonight. Xiao watched him, her eyes narrowed in thought. That guy was so weird. Bao, who hadn't quite heard them, leaned in to ask, who else is coming? She decided she'd deal with the fallout tomorrow. Teng Che cleared his throat, his calm, authoritative demeanor returning as he laid down the rules. Today, out of sheer mercy, I'm bringing you to the Jingzhou base. But while you're here, you will follow my regulations. His voice was sharp, leaving no room for argument. Otherwise, I won't be held responsible for any of you. They were now standing at the 669 Nature Conservation Research Institute. Standing in the vast, open plaza, before the building, Ying Che couldn't hide his confusion. Wait, 669? Why are we here? I thought we were going to the Jingzhou base. Teng Che introduced the place with a smirk. The name is just a front to keep people away. In reality, this is a top-secret facility that no one can find. The doors slowly creaked open, revealing a sliver of light from within. And there, they saw an imposing figure standing with his back to them. He was wearing his unmistakable signature jacket. Yu Zhanshen, you're here. Xiao was completely stunned by this development. No way. Did a fan follow him all the way here? Bao Bao, however, was thrilled. My brother has his own stalker fan. Then, she suddenly remembered she and her brother were giving each other the silent treatment. Wait, why should I care about my stupid brother? I'm never paying attention to him again. Meanwhile, Teng Che's mind was reeling. How could a fan possibly know about a secret place like this? Who leaked this information? Our security is like a sieve. Shu Dao held up 2 fingers and a peace sign and greeted them with a grin. Heh, I've been waiting for you all for a long time. Xiao stroked her chin, deep in thought. This guy looks kind of familiar. Ying Che casually slung an arm around his shoulder. Hey, it's you, kid. I almost didn't recognize you with the change of clothes. Only then did it dawn on her who he was. That's Shu Dao? He proudly gave a thumbs up. This outfit is awesome. It's totally my style. Shu Dao was also really pleased with his simple new getup. Hee, it fits perfectly. Teng Che just buried his face in his hands, exasperated by the two of them. It's not a bad look on you, so of course you like it. Suddenly, Xiao started to doubt herself. Come to think of it, why didn't I buy an outfit for myself? An idea began to form in Bao Bao's mind. My brother likes it, so I want one too. But her thoughts immediately veered in another direction, thanks to her rebellious phase. No, that's not right. I want to buy something black with the word angry written on it. Ying Che suddenly had a question. Right, where are the others? Shu Dao explained that the other personnel were still back in Donghai, cleaning up the rest of the sea monsters. We got a huge supply drop this time. After I drop this off, I have to go back and help finish the job. He clenched his fist with determination. War God, for now, you should stay here. Just rest up with the vice captain for a while. Leave everything else to us. The two comrades shared a meaningful fist bump. Then I'm counting on you guys. Got it. After getting everything settled, Shu Dao prepared to leave. All right then, I'm heading out first. Ying Che called out a reminder. Be careful. Suddenly, he started looking all around the area. He glanced left and right, as if searching for something. Seeing this, Xiao spoke up. What are you looking for? It was only then that Ying Che realized his pet had mysteriously disappeared. That's strange. Where did Dan go? As he climbed into the vehicle, he answered hesitantly. Dan. He's still over there. In the vast, open Donghai Sea, there wasn't a single boat in sight. Dan was currently relaxing on a large iceberg, as a radio in the distance played non-stop music. Another one. I got another gift today. It munched on a block of ice in its mouth while letting out a few strange squeaks. Suddenly, the figure of another tiny creature appeared, standing at attention before Dan. Nya. Shu Dao continued his story from his own perspective. He stayed in Donghai to help eat the monsters. Last time you collapsed, he sniffed you a few times, and once he knew you were okay, he went right back to fighting monsters. Once the monsters in Donghai are gone, I'm sure he'll want to come back. After settling into his seat, he gave a casual wave. Well then, see ya. Ying Che's group watched the vehicle until it disappeared. Bao Bao suddenly asked, Hey brother, how long do we have to stay here? He estimated the time needed. Probably around 2 or 3 days. Teng Che quickly interjected with an announcement. You all might have to stay here for a little while. His words made Ying Che raise an eyebrow in question. Huh? Why? He suddenly brought up the person who had interviewed Ying Che back at the park. Remember that well-endowed female entertainment reporter? Ying Che's memory was a total blank, except for one very impressive detail. Well-endowed? Oh, right. I remember her. What about it? Xiao could only sigh. She could read these simple-minded guys like a book. Bao Bao's face was a mask of helplessness. Her big brother was in deep trouble. Outside, a horde of reporters swarmed the streets, broadcasting the latest scoop live. The moment the news broke this afternoon that you were discharged from the hospital, it wasn't long before your house was completely surrounded. Looks like your home address was leaked, Teng, she explained calmly. Because they all wear white shirts and act completely unhinged, they've been nicknamed the white shirt virus. Right now, they're camped out everywhere, just waiting. Returning to Jiangzhou now would mean walking straight into the lion's den. He remembered the scene of the frenzied crowd roaring at the top of their lungs. War God, you're the absolute best. War God, you're number one. A female reporter stood before the camera, her eyes practically sparkling with hearts as she reported live. Reporting live from the scene. That's right. The very ground you see is the path our hero walks every single day. Their obsession was so intense that every trivial detail was filmed in high definition. Oh, and that's the very trash can our hero uses daily. Let's see if we can find any priceless garbage he might have thrown away. They hoped to find some trace of their idol, but the place that should have been full of trash was completely empty. Already empty? Ying Che watched the chaotic live broadcast from his phone. The reporter could only sigh in amazement. The fans online are just too fast. We're completely frozen in shock out here. It's terrifying. As Tengshi led them down a wide corridor, he laid out the grim situation. Ultimately, this is all for your own safety. For the time being, you'll all stay here. And don't say I didn't warn you. This is a top-secret facility with extremely tight security. So don't go wandering off, especially after dark. Soon after, he opened a door, revealing a spacious and fully furnished apartment. Bao Bao's eyes went wide with sheer amazement. Whoa! This is where we're staying? Even Xiao seemed a bit surprised. Not bad at all. She slipped off her shoes, padding across the clean wooden floor in her white socks. Without a second thought, the girl dove onto the plush bedding. It's so soft! A sharp shout echoed through the base. Hey, be careful not to throw your slippers! Night fell quickly over their new safe house. Ying Che quietly slid open the glass door to the balcony. Going home right now would be a massive headache. But then, something caught his eye. A light was still on in the room across the way. It was his little sister's room. She was still awake. At that exact moment, the Book of the Masterless began to move suspiciously, squeezing silently and carefully through a gap in the railing. Anxious thoughts raced through its pages. For some reason, I just never feel safe. Since I've already escaped the Jingzhou Central lockdown, now is my chance to make a break for it. With that, it flipped over the edge and dove towards the ground. So long, suckers. The moment it landed perfectly, it was sure victory was finally within its grasp. A flawless escape. But fate had other plans. Standing right behind it, as if he'd been there all along, was Ying Che. Before disaster could strike, Ying Che lunged without a moment's hesitation, grabbing for the Book of the Masterless as it tried desperately to flee. The book grumbled furiously. I just broke out. How is someone already here to catch me? With the surprising agility of a small book, it leaped from the balcony to a nearby rooftop. Ying Che gave chase, following it into the dark forest. A sly prompt from his system appeared. It's right here. Unaware it had been found. The book's cover was practically drenched in sweat from the thrilling pursuit. But my flight path was perfectly calculated. How on earth did that kid keep up? It silently watched his silhouette approach the tree where it was hiding. Suddenly, Ying Che looked up, his eyes glowing like a predator's as he flashed a menacing grin. That night, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the forest. And with that, he had the mischievous book captured firmly in his grasp. Perfect timing. The game of hide-and-seek is over now. He calmly placed a mask over his face, concealing his identity. The Book of the Masterless was completely stunned. It could only wonder in shock. He has a mask, too? In a flash, memories of its past replayed like an old film. Before this, thanks to the sea god's advent, the demonic power within the book had grown immensely. It had enthralled the guards, compelling them to shatter the magic crystal that imprisoned it. That was how it had regained its freedom. The next memory was of it trying to decode strange symbols on a screen. But the moment it tried to teleport away, it fell right into a trap. Just like that, a violent vortex erupted out of nowhere. The book was pulled helplessly into something that looked like a high-powered industrial vacuum. The one behind this cruel trap was none other than a young, brilliant scientist. He laughed maniacally. Haha, time to experience my little experiment. Behold, my master's invention number 55, a super attractor device. The moment you teleport with a massive power surge, it will instantly lock on. It struggled violently, its head seemingly glued in place with no hope of escape. Release me now, but it seemed fate wasn't done with it yet. Without warning, the device released its grip. The book tumbled through the air, heading straight for the floor. The young doctor scratched his head casually. This thing breaks way too easily. Master's inventions are useful, but man, they're fragile. A hand reached out, scooping up the poor book. Chishu. Oh well, no big deal. As long as we caught the book, that's all that matters. Its eyes were spinning dizzily as it weakly mumbled for help. In the end, it was tossed into a containment tank. However, this was their first time imprisoning Chishu, and they were inexperienced. The glass was far too flimsy, a grave underestimation of its iron head technique. At first, Chishu slammed against the glass, crying out for help in desperation. Help me! But then, it noticed something unusual. This glass. It quickly found its chance to shatter the window and escape. With a single, powerful headbutt, it broke free, a smug grin on its face. Just as I thought. Brittle. The security system immediately sounded the alarm. Warning. Warning. The divine book, Qi Shu, has escaped. Repeat. Qi Shu has escaped. It then fled toward a nearby elementary school. But somehow, the patrol team managed to track it down in no time at all. What the hell? How did they find me so fast? Qi Shu frantically pulled up its system screen. I have to teleport. Now. Damn it, the skill is still on cooldown. In this desperate moment, the most suitable target appeared right in its line of sight. It was none other than the precious little girl. Like a drowning man grabbing a life raft, Qi Shu shot towards her at blinding speed. There it is. That's how the next part of the story unfolded. Thinking back on it now, it couldn't help but let out a long, helpless sigh. I finally broke free, only to get captured again. Despite the situation, Qi Shu's attitude remained incredibly cheeky. It's over. Your freedom is gone. Ying Che advised it to give up. Don't even dream about running away again. No matter how many times you escape, or where you hide, I will always find you. The system beside him cackled with glee. Since Qi Shu couldn't see the system, it was utterly confused. What's making that cackling noise? Then, he gently placed the book back on the ground. It's late. Let's not disturb the locals. Ying Che casually let his opponent make the next move. I have to attend a meeting now. If you hate those so-called gods as much as I do, you should come with me. The book's answer was obvious from the start. You say that. As if I have any other choice. Its tiny form scurried to follow, but then suddenly froze in its tracks. It became extremely wary. You think you know me so well? What do you really know about me? All sorts of theories raced through its mind. This guy seems dangerous, but he also seems a bit naive. Could he be one of those legendary hidden geniuses with a dark side? The man calmly pulled up his hood before replying. I know we can be allies. As he turned to leave, he didn't forget a stern warning. Wait here and behave. You know what should be said, and what shouldn't. In the dead of night, Qi Shu's tangled thoughts continued to churn. This deceptively innocent-looking guy. How did he pinpoint my location so precisely? No, I have to figure this out. Not long after, they arrived at a manhole cover in the pavement. The book was utterly baffled. Hey, I may be small, but don't try to fool me. There's nothing here but this sewer lid. Seeing his companion's doubt, Ying Che stated with absolute certainty, this is it. A deep, dark space was revealed beneath them. May 8th. It was said that after an unbelievable divine skull was recovered from the East Sea, the national director himself flew to Jiangzhou that night to investigate. At the East Sea base, after a long inspection, the national director witnessed the divine skull with his own eyes. He also met the prophet who had replaced Ying Che. The day after he returned to Jingzhou, Bureau 669 was secretly established. After a quick check, the man in the book leaped down into the sewer. The name Bureau 669 was merely a code. In reality, this agency manages all incidents related to divine beings that appear within the territory of Dahea. They landed safely in no time, so mysterious, even for a safe landing. The members of 669 are only known by their code names. The bureau chief wears a dragon mask, and now, his undercover alias was finally revealed. Codename, Crouching Dragon. Crouching Dragon and his subordinate team specialize in handling incidents that severely disrupt public and economic order. These are large-scale cases that threaten public safety. His feet moved silently down the dark corridor. At the same time, he was recruiting top-tier experts. Every movement was as silent as a professional assassin's. Previously, Ying Che had been sent to investigate the fire in Jiangzhou on May 8th. The case was later filed under Crouching Dragon's division in 669. The special talents he requested were also dispatched through Crouching Dragon. The scene then shifts. Spread across a table was a bounty of ingredients for a delicious hot pot, simmering on an electric burner. Dexter picked at his food, his patience wearing thin. Why isn't he here yet? Is he actually coming today? You better not be lying to me. Dexter and his Juggernaut squad handle special incidents involving monstrous creatures. Their main duty is capturing any beasts with a connection to the gods. They bring them to a secret facility for research and analysis. Which is why Dexter was at the East Sea base when the sea god descended. She threatened with a scowl. If you dare deceive me, I swear I'll smash your skull in. Silas, who was pouring a Coke for the person opposite him, replied coolly, How would I know? Maybe he got a last-minute mission. The other person suddenly spoke up to thank him. Silas specializes in tracking down divine artifacts left behind by the gods, both inside and outside Daxia territory. The 9 Revolutions Qian Kun Ding, previously borrowed from a museum, was also part of Silas's file within Bureau 669. When Zane went to Mermaid Lake for the treasure, it was Victor Wong who got the intel from Silas, another member of Bureau 669 just like them. Phoenix teased playfully. Little Dexter seems quite fond of Agent 6, doesn't he? What a little fangirl. Perfect, perfect. Meanwhile, Phoenix is responsible for constructing all God-related structures, including the Steel Great Wall and various secret bases. The one who had been silent, with an IV in his hand, was Chen, the man in charge of researching and creating weapons to combat the gods. The Book of the Divine, captured by Dexter, was later handed over to Chen for study. Just then, Zane made a sudden appearance while everyone was relaxing. It seems everyone has arrived. He approached the food table with an imposing aura, beginning to recount the long history behind their covert call signs. With such a grave incident at the East Sea, the sleeping dragon should have appeared. But not long ago, the first sleeping dragon was brutally killed in the streets. The second sleeping dragon was murdered in his own home, with 2 directors assassinated back-to-back. Finding a successor became a critical problem. Zane calmly explained his delay. Something came up, so I'm a few minutes late. And so, Zane, the man who defeated the sea god, became the prime candidate. This was also why the director personally visited him in the hospital. Before, Zane was just a prophet making suggestions. But now, the moment Dexter saw him, he greeted him with excitement. "Director, you're here," Dexter exclaimed, a little caught off guard. "Humph, you were that excited when you met the Book of the Unclaimed. Whoa, you actually captured that book and brought it here." It retorted angrily. "Humph, captured? What do you mean captured? Can't you see I walked in here on my own?" A hand gently pulled out a chair, and just like that, at the director's request, Zane joined the team as the new sleeping dragon, secretly taking the position. Today, he casually asked the other members, "What's the status of the mission?" She raised a determined fist. "After today's mission failed, I immediately drafted a new plan. Once we finish escorting our target, I'll dig 10 miles deep. I'll tear Jing province apart to find the culprit behind the Book of Ascension." It waved a small white flag, feigning surrender. All right, I give up, okay? This special device terrifies monsters. The second it opens a Kai Kong teleportation portal, it'll fall right into my hands." Watching Dexter gesture wildly, Zane thought, "Ha ha ha, I'll suck it in. He and the book wondered at the same time. Her actions are so bizarre. What on earth is she doing? She suddenly turned to him, full of flattery. "But I never imagined the Book of Ascension would be caught so quickly by Agent 6. I was too naive. I miscalculated one step. You truly live up to your name, Agent 6. The book was so flustered it broke into a sweat. "Miss. Mission Flying Bear has been successfully completed." Zane held up a finger and continued. "Book of Ascension. First, you need to cooperate with us, so Chen can quickly develop a weapon that can fight the gods." The book was shocked to hear this. Is this the legendary, underhanded tactic of changing the subject? Suddenly, a bony hand was raised. "Leave it to this old man." The book sighed internally. "I'm very skeptical. Do I really have to wear this mask?" "Sir, we just met a few hours ago." Zane quickly tried to dissuade him. "Old sir, you don't need to push yourself so hard." Chen, feeling insulted, shouted excitedly, "I can do it." Silas gave him a thumbs up. 50 is the new prime time for hard work. Zane, concerned for the old man's condition, warned the others, "Stop hyping him up and causing trouble." Dexter and Phoenix quickly joined the cheer squad. "The older the ginger, the spicier it gets." He weakly questioned the group. "Why are you all going along with this?" The book had been standing with its arms crossed, deep in thought. Understanding its worry, Zane reassured it. "Don't worry. As long as you cooperate with us, we'll release you soon." It shot him a look of pure contempt. "I don't have a problem with it. But according to its terrifying ranking system, being in the hands of a superweapon is the scariest thing of all." After narrowly escaping a horde of level 4 madmen, he was ironically captured by a junior doctor with a level 3 toilet plunger. Finally, being cornered by the sinister Ying Che truly left Chishu with no way out. His dream of a peaceful day off was now a distant fantasy. The more Chishu thought about it, the more hopeless it seemed. The outcome was already crystal clear. He decided to negotiate. "Fine, I'll agree to your terms. But you have to tell me first. How did you find me?" Ying Che easily agreed, seeing it as no problem. With the deal struck, Chishu closed his eyes. "All right, I'll reluctantly go with you." But a mischievous plan was brewing in his mind. He never actually intended to agree. The moment his captor looked away, he would make a break for it. He chuckled to himself. "What do they mean? Can't escape. We'll see about that." Ying Che then issued his orders. From now on, Teng Sha will continue investigating areas where mutated creatures appear. Any new species or those with divine power must be brought to this base. Teng Sha eagerly accepted the mission. Yes, sir. Heh, I guarantee it'll be done. Feng Suo angrily shoved an invoice in her face. You seem pretty happy with yourself. Do you want to see just how much damage you caused today? The secret base at Jingzhou's #1 hospital is completely gone. And what's this about dispatching a helicopter? She tossed her head back, full of righteous confidence. The sea monsters that escaped from the hospital have been completely neutralized. We may have caused some losses, but we took down a sea god. That has to count for something. Then, she looked up, recalling the image of the unmasked hero. That so-called war god. There was something about him. Teng Sha shook her head, trying to snap out of it. No way. He's the most powerful of them all. She pointed directly at Ying Che, who was enjoying the show. Of course, I'm talking about our very own 6th Bureau Chief. He was called out so suddenly, he was left speechless. Qi Shu, knowing too many secrets, thought to himself, I'm dying to spill the beans right now. The two people you're talking about are actually the same person. But this Bai Xiao He is someone I can't afford to provoke. Xie thoughtfully stroked his chin. Wolong seems a bit different today. He was startled when Ying Che called his name. Xie, how is the search for that item going? Shaking off his wandering thoughts, he reached into his coat. Whatever. Wolong is my superior. It doesn't matter who's under the mask. He held out a purple pearl. We didn't find it. It turns out all that effort was for an ordinary pearl, not the myriad phenomena chaos orb we were looking for. Everyone's eyes lit up, captivated by the beautiful gem. Ooh! Feng Suo deftly snatched the pearl from Xie's hand. I'll be confiscating this. She held the shimmering orb high. Even if it's not a divine artifact, it's still valuable. She then turned to report to Ying Che. Although we failed this time, I've got a new lead. I guarantee it's the real deal this time. The plan is already in motion. A voice echoed from outside the base. Then you will now report on the progress of Project Earthseed. After finishing the hot pot and cleaning up, Ying Che spent 2 hours signing documents before finally addressing the room. All right, that concludes tonight's meeting. He thought to himself that he'd barely managed to get through the meeting, using the documents left by the previous Wolong. His face, hidden behind the mask, tilted down. To truly fulfill the Director General's request, the tasks ahead would not be simple. The television, which had been off, suddenly sputtered to life with a burst of static. Jiang Zhengguo appeared on the screen. Good. You're all here. I've just received a report. Ying Che straightened up immediately. Director General. The man's face was grim as he delivered the news. There's a new situation I must inform you all about. You must all prepare yourselves. The members of the 6th Bureau tensed up. In 10 days, Jingzhou will face a divine punishment. He polished his glasses as he added, according to the latest intelligence, it won't be just one god descending upon us this time. When this divine punishment occurs, the impact it brings will far exceed the 2-6 Donghai incident when the sea god Poseidon appeared. Xie quickly interjected. Was the sea god really that powerful? Feng Suo held up a finger, eagerly explaining. On the day the sea god appeared, the economic losses alone amounted to tens of billions. Ying Che clasped his hands together, thinking quietly, and that was just a single B-rank god. Teng Sha stood up to counter the grim news. But we already eliminated the sea god, didn't we? Jiang Zhengguo adjusted his glasses, patiently explaining, yes, we did. But in the future, even more gods and demons will descend. His eyes were obscured by the glare on his lenses. What we know for certain is that in 10 days, Jingzhou will face a catastrophe. We don't have much time left. The Unowned book frowned, thinking to itself, so those gods are finally coming. I knew those maggots who deserved to be buried alive were still plotting after all these years. Its expression turned fierce, its hands clenching. The image of that ultimate weapon was a terror that haunted its very core. Qi Shu shook his head violently, trying to convince himself. No, that's impossible. Xie stretched lazily in his chair. I thought I'd get a few days of rest after returning to base. Looks like I'll have to set out to find the myriad phenomena chaos orb tomorrow. But for once, Ying Che remained unusually silent. The myriad phenomena chaos pearl is a support-type divine artifact, much like the 9 Revolutions Qiankun Pavilion. Finding it would grant a massive boost to the god-slaying army's combat power. His gaze immediately shifted to Zhishu. This book was an easy catch, with weak combat abilities. It's essentially a support type, on par with Poseidon. This could be a super divine artifact, but its nature is quite abstract. Its true power is unleashed when used as a devastating weapon. Even though the sea god had made such a grand declaration, he wondered if this was the same book the god of slaughter wielded in his past life. In his previous life, he'd only ever seen this legendary weapon from a distance. He never imagined he'd observe it this closely. After all, anyone who got a good look at it up close in his past life ended up dead. Streams of energy poured down violently. The system even called it a true scripture. It seems this book holds more secrets than he could ever imagine. Gu Chen shot up from his seat, completely agitated. It was clear the old man couldn't just rest easy anymore. Teng, she frantically tried to reason with him. Hey, you should finish your IV drip. But he yanked the tube right out, splattering blood. How dare a tiny needle try to pierce me? She covered her face and groaned. Oh no, there's blood everywhere. Ying Che and Jishu could only watch this drama unfold, utterly speechless. She quickly urged, stop the bleeding. The old man just reassured his colleague. It's nothing, just a little blood, hardly a mouthful. The book crossed its arms in frustration, questioning, are these people really reliable? Suddenly, a hand grabbed its tiny leg. Little book. It flailed and shrieked. What are you grabbing me for? Gu Chen's eyes held a sinister glint. You heard what was said. We need to speed up the research. Sensing a terrible premonition, Jishu struggled with all its might. Who are you calling little book? Who cares if you speed up your research? Let me go. In its frantic struggle, its short leg kicked the man's mask. The impact revealed the old man's face in the light. For a moment, both of them froze. The book pointed and laughed until tears streamed down its face. Ha ha ha. I knew it. You really are that old geezer. Ignoring everyone's confusion, the man just casually touched his face. Oh dear, my mask fell off. Beside them, Ying Che could only facepalm in despair. If this book exposed his identity and ruined his future plans, he'd die a truly pathetic death. Zhen Guo spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. The rest of you may leave. Wolong, you will stay. Jishu floated in midair, silent. If those gods were truly on their way, then its escape plan would have to be scrapped. With a grim look, it made a decision. It had to drive these gods away first. That guy was right. It was time to cooperate. It then grabbed the old man's hand and started pulling him along. If you want to research that weapon of yours, you'd better hurry up. Gu Chen was caught off guard, asking, why is the research subject more impatient than the researcher? Feng Su casually reminded them, it won't be easy to accelerate the Earth's Child project, unless Teng Shi could suggest a new approach from behind the scenes. For now, the Phase Yong mission was complete, and the Book of Gods had been. It was time to sort the seafood they'd transported from the East Sea over the next 2 days. Jishu furiously pointed a finger and yelled, Hey, who are you calling captured? I heard everything. You have to admit, the Book of Gods helped us out of kindness. The base has been livelier with all this commotion. All right, thanks for your support. Ha ha ha. Alone, Ying Che listened to the crucial report from the just-ended meeting. Zhen Guo calmly relayed the news from the Free Nation. On the 26th, on the western coast, one of their sea gods also descended. It destroyed half the area before abruptly leaving. The half-man, half-tentacle sea god cackled. Ha ha ha, the fury of the sea god. The coastal city was battered by countless powerful attacks. Terrified citizens huddled together, running for their lives. Suddenly, he gazed off into the distance. What is this? This feeling. The king has fallen. From his high vantage point, he surveyed the ruined landscape. Consider yourselves lucky. I'll spare you today. Unwillingly, he launched himself in the opposite direction. The old man connected the dots. The link between these events wasn't clear yet, but right after the sea god Poseidon died, divine punishment fell upon the Grand Xiao. It seems the gods have already received the news. Through the screen, Zhen Guo gave him a calm warning. Divine punishment is coming, little Che. You must also increase your strength quickly. Of course, don't push yourself too hard. If you run into any trouble, just contact me. Ying Che immediately nodded in agreement. Understood. The man pushed up his glasses, hiding a dangerous look in his eyes. Next, we will discuss the details of this plan. The deaths of the previous 2 Wolongs were absolutely not an accident. Ying Che clasped his hands and spoke up. Director, back at the hospital, you only told me to temporarily take the Wolong position to find who framed the previous 2. What exactly is going on? Zhen Guo's voice explained through the screen opposite him. The movements of a Wolong are top secret. Their deaths were not random. Clearly, we have an internal problem. This time, we're asking you to step in. We need your help to solve this problem for us. He sharply picked up on the deeper meaning. You're talking about the Nightless. He suspected a traitor deep within their ranks. Suddenly, his tablet vibrated, signaling a new message. That's right. I'm sending the documents now. Ying Che immediately grabbed it, hunting for any clue. We currently have 3 primary suspects. The identity of suspect number 1 is a complete mystery. Besides the unknown mole, The other two are also likely connected to this case. The second is a young man named Li Feiyun, known for his gentle aura. The other target, Han Chunmai, is described as quite beautiful. The first was the unidentified inside agent. The image of Feiyun left a strong impression on him. The second person. Doesn't he look familiar? Isn't that the young man he searched for in the ancient forest? He recalled someone mentioning the Li family from Jingzhou. The first Wolong's deep investigation had exposed the ancient martial arts family, the Li clan, and uncovered a related clue. He was consumed by flames before he could even react. Right before the first Wolong died, it seemed he had discovered something crucial. But before he could report his findings to me, he was assassinated. His successor was taken out soon after, with a fatal wound through the skull. Then, the second Wolong took over the investigation. He also seemed to make a breakthrough, but was silenced halfway through his report. Therefore, the one who killed the Li family's Wolong is the most likely connection. Chunmai always carried an air of elegance and pride. The third suspect is Han Chunmai. She's the daughter of Han Sanjin. Her father's death has weighed heavily on her mind ever since. Furthermore, her faction has maintained contact with the Gods' Advent Society. Ying Che's mind flashed to that sinister, crimson symbol. He thought back to a top-secret file from Bureau 669 he'd once stumbled upon, about a mysterious organization performing a summoning ritual in an abandoned theater. That organization was called the Gods' Advent Society. All members of the masked group had met a grim fate. As the head of Bureau 669, Wolong was also the de facto leader of the Great Xiao's God and Demon Security Administration, and had been investigating them for years. The Gods' Advent Society had publicly declared their intent to eliminate all 5 of Bureau 669's ace agents. It was highly possible they had joined forces with the Forbidden Path to make their move. A question about the suspect profile suddenly struck him. But, are these pictures of the same person? The difference in the photos was staggering, but the voice on the other end patiently explained. Han Chunmai recently returned from overseas after extensive plastic surgery. This is her new face. Ying Che's eyes remained glued to the screen as he muttered, "No wonder." A strange sense of alarm towards her began to grow. But I remember in my past life, this Miss Han never had any surgery. Something is wrong here. She's extremely suspicious. On the television, Zhen Guo outlined the next steps. Information from Bureau 669 is continuously being leaked. This proves we have an internal problem. This time, I am determined to eliminate the mole. 10 days from now, the divine punishment will descend, forcing us to accelerate the Earth progenitor plan. The Mo family will hand over a crucial item to Feng Shu, and you will be in charge of the transport. I will intentionally leak this information to lure the big fish out of hiding. Outside the Crescent Moon Villa, streetlights cut through the darkness. He lay in bed, his eyes wide open. The mission was in 3 days. This escort mission was incredibly dangerous. But at this point, he had no way of backing out. During that meeting, Ying Che had already shown his resolve. Ever since I was in the hospital, I've thought it all through. The moment I accepted the Wolong mask, I cast my own life aside. Hearing this, the old man's hope in him grew even stronger. The divine punishment is coming. To secure the outside, we must first stabilize what's within. We have to purge the organization, and fast. From now on, we're counting on you. Pulling an eye mask down to sleep, he knew he would give it his all, despite the immense danger. The night grew deeper, but the moonlight seemed to pulse with energy. Zhen Guo was lost in thought, remaining silent and grim. A few hours earlier, at an international conference, a powerful delegate slammed his hand on the table. "We must negotiate with the gods immediately." The representatives erupted in debate. "Absurd. The gods have no interest in speaking with mortals. We should form a joint military force at once. This so-called divine descent has no scientific basis whatsoever. Not a single useful idea was proposed. On what grounds does the great Xiao monopolize so many divine artifacts?" He sat silently in the representative's seat. Alone now, his thoughts raced. The nations were still arguing endlessly, but time was running out. A man hidden in the shadows provided new information. This Wolong is no ordinary person. He is definitely hiding some kind of secret. It might even be related to the gods and demons from the outer realms. A large hand raised, signaling an end to the topic. Zhen Guo's gaze pierced the darkness. "I believe he will lead us to our final victory. Knowing that is enough. What we must do now is prepare the welcoming ceremony for the descent of the gods." Early the next morning, a voice echoed through the apartment. "Brother, wake up. Time for breakfast." Xiao stood by Ying Che's bed, a confused look on her face. "It's only 6:30. Where could he have gone so early?" Bao's eyes went wide with shock. "Don't tell me he didn't come home last night?" Xiao's voice rose in panic. What? The girl's face flushed with a triumphant smirk. Heh, you've picked up some bad habits. Suddenly, a familiar silhouette appeared, approaching the room after a long absence. Feng Chu calmly approached the two sisters. Xiao turned her head, looking completely unfazed by her arrival. It was her, delivering a direct order from the top. The National Master has summoned you. The scene shifts to a sun-drenched forest. Meanwhile, Ying Che strolled casually into a bunker near the train tracks. Hands in his pockets, he ventured deep inside, finally stopping before a door marked with a warning. Unauthorized personnel are forbidden from entering. After he completed the password sequence, an electronic voice echoed. Retinal scan, fingerprint, and 3-factor password. Confirmed. Welcome. Crouching Dragon. He stepped inside confidently as the system messages continued. It's time to get started. Let the system absorb more of the divine demonic power and unlock the second heavenly layer. Reaching a row of massive iron gates, he made his choice without hesitation. Open device number 1. The system complied instantly. Activating device number 1. As the gate rumbled upwards, a colossal foot slammed onto the ground, but as the giant stone golem charged out, it was met with a blinding horizontal slash. His speed was simply monstrous. He didn't let his guard down for a single moment. A stream of notifications followed. Ding! You have successfully slain the wood golem. Attribute points +1. Congratulations on your first kill of a wood golem. You have successfully absorbed its divine demonic power. The second layer of the Ninth Heaven's summit is now 50% unlocked. Hearing this, he frowned in confusion. Wait, wasn't the progress already at 50% after my fight with Poseidon? Why is it still the same after absorbing more power? The system offered an explanation. To unlock the second layer, you must absorb more power from divine demons. An F-rank wood golem provides only a minuscule amount of this power. The quantity is too insignificant to register on the display. If it were to be shown, the progress would be 50.2%. Ying Che shot back sarcastically. You think you're pretty funny, don't you? But the system was too literal to understand sarcasm. It took his words as a genuine compliment. Really? Am I that good? Its cluelessness only fueled his irritation. He ground out each word. That was not a compliment. Not wanting to waste any more time, Ying Che moved on. All right, open devices number 2 and 4. The system repeated the command for confirmation. Open devices 2 and 4? He replied with a single word. Yes. More iron gates rumbled open as the system announced. Devices 2 and 4 activated. A flurry of colorful feet scampered out. It turns out they were the 3 earthly immortals shaped like an eggplant, a bell pepper, and a potato. He couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity. I'm supposed to be fighting monsters, so why am I slicing vegetables? After a flurry of slashes, as smooth as a video game combo, they were all wiped out. The system pinged again. Congratulations on your first kill of the 3 earthly immortals. You have received +3 attribute points, absorbing the divine demonic power of the 3 earthly immortals. Ninth Heaven's Summit second layer unlock progress. 50.35%. Tired of the constant notifications, Ying Che snapped at the system. You don't have to be so ridiculously detailed. Just hide the decimal points for me. But the system shot back, its avatar crossing its arms defiantly. Open this. Close that. What do you think I am? A light switch. The two launched into a heated argument, all while the remains of the vegetable monsters lay scattered on the floor. The arena's assessment was clear. The Serpent Master had stalked this place with countless F-rank mobs. Ying Che made his decision in an instant. If that's the case, then open everything that's left. Again, the system asked for confirmation. Are you sure? Without a moment's hesitation, he replied. Yes, but for some reason, it asked a third time. Confirm open? This was really starting to get on his nerves. He roared in frustration. Stop repeating yourself and just open them. Finally, the system complied. Authority sufficient. Double confirmation received. Activating all remaining devices. The familiar scene played out once more. Iron gates screeched open, revealing massive silhouettes hidden within clouds of smoke. A dragon forged from pure energy soared above before diving straight towards him. Ying Che knew this was the moment. The time has come. System, use all of my attribute points and max out my stats. His remaining attribute points, 70.4. His stats read. Strength level 14. Agility level 49, Stamina level 74, Spirit level 49. In an instant, every point was consumed. His new stats blazed across the screen. Strength 97, Agility 97, Stamina 96, and Spirit 95. He stretched his limbs, feeling the surge of new power. It's nothing compared to my past life, but this feeling, this is it. He effortlessly dodged a monster lunging at him, he whispered, testing his new speed. Agility. Behind him, the stone golem swung its massive club, aiming to crush him. But with a single punch, its weapon shattered into dust. Defense. Then, he grabbed the golem by its stone head and slammed it mercilessly into the ground. Strength. His eyes flashed with excitement behind the mask. All my stats are up. As another horde of monsters charged toward him, he gripped his sword, pouring energy into the blade. Wind Breaker. A single slash unleashed a torrent of power, filling the entire space with blinding golden light. Myriad Blade Oblivion. With flames erupting behind him, he calmly sheathed his sword. It's over. A few seconds of silence passed. Then, a massive explosion tore through the arena, leaving a mountain of dead monsters in its wake. But suddenly, near the exit, he spotted one survivor, a terrified creature trying to hide its large, trembling body. He was genuinely surprised. Huh, there's still one left? He could hear its pathetic sobs from across the room. Wah. I'll let you go. For now. And just like that, he was sprawled on the ground as a notification echoed. He had successfully absorbed all the divine and demonic power. The second realm. Jian Tian. Progress. 100% unlocked. He stood, looking down from the heavens, waiting, his body now coursing with otherworldly energy. In the 9 heavens, the second realm was finally opening. Ying Che's eyes burned with anticipation for the battle to come. The moment had finally arrived. Ying Che set foot into the second heaven, Jian Tian. He reached up and slowly removed his mask. The two of them immediately started a self-congratulatory play. Behind them, a banner for the 9 Realms Village Awards ceremony. The system applauded enthusiastically. Host, your progress is lightning fast. He held a flower, his face a perfect picture of smug satisfaction. Well, I was lucky to have everyone's help. Suddenly, he realized something was terribly wrong, frantically looking around. Wait a minute, where's the monkey? The system quickly pointed towards a distant silhouette. Host, look, the monkey's right there. But that wasn't what he meant. I'm talking about the stone monkey. Did it run away? As he squinted into the distance, a flicker of recognition hit him. Huh? Wait, could this be? His eyes widened in utter disbelief. He stammered, Gee, great sage? Beside him, Neja shook her head in annoyance. Tisk, so quick to ditch the old for the new. He pretended not to hear her, jogging forward eagerly. Great sage, is that really you? She was fuming, completely ignored. Hey, are you even paying attention to me? With that, she shot the system a loving glare that left it utterly confused. Neja muttered to herself, Humph, I'm talking to you, you weirdo. I'm certain I've never seen you before, but why does your aura feel a little familiar? The system replied with absolute confidence. You must be mistaken. We've never met. How could anything get past someone as sharp as you? No, that's not right. That's not right. This appearance must be a disguise. She reached out and pinched the system's cheek. What kind of demon are you? Really? It cried out in a pained shriek. Ow, ow, ow. I really am just the system. Unconvinced by its stubbornness, she began kneading it like pizza dough. Still won't admit it, huh? If you won't listen to reason, then maybe you'll understand my fists. It howled in agony. Stop pulling. I'm not a noodle. A menacing look crossed her face as she prepared for a final showdown. Let me beat you into submission first, then we'll talk reason. Meanwhile, Ying Che was slowly approaching the figure. The closer he got to the silhouette, the more he mumbled to himself. Something feels a bit off. He stopped, observing carefully. Then he spotted the abnormality that made his face drain of all color. It wasn't just a bit off. It was very, very wrong. He clutched his head, groaning in despair. Oh no, last time I imagined a female Neja, and this time, the great sage I imagined looks like this. A torrent of negative thoughts flooded his mind. It can't be. It can't be. The figure in front finally turned around. They struck a cool, inviting pose. Come here. When Ying Che saw the face, he was so shocked he turned purple. No, he stammered out his thoughts. This isn't the great sage. This is. This is. He pointed a trembling finger and shouted, The Pineapple King. That insult clearly struck a nerve. Hey, are you serious with that half-step back? The figure began cursing him out furiously. Who isn't the great sage? What are you so disappointed about? Ying Che clutched his chest, his heart completely shattered. The pain was just too much. Tears welled up in his eyes. Why? Why would the great sage have an image like this? The atmosphere itself seemed to darken in response. Even the heavens couldn't bear to watch anymore, as rain suddenly began to fall. The sky, as if understanding his sorrow, unleashed a downpour. his tears mixed with the rain, the mood growing heavier and heavier. It was a sight even the gods couldn't stand. Suddenly, it was pouring. He stretched his hands to the sky. Oh, heavens! Then, he jolted, his eyes flying open. He noticed something strange. Wait a second. Where is this rain coming from? They were high in the sky. The nimbus cloud was releasing water. He didn't hold back his fury. Public urination is strictly forbidden. You disgusting nimbus cloud. Are you peeing right now? The cloud flinched for a moment before rocketing away with Ying Che in hot pursuit. Get back here. Just then, the great sage blocked his path with a grin. Hey. He drew his sword in a flash, parrying the great sage's attack. But the overwhelming power from the golden staff sent cracks spiderwebbing across Ying Che's blade. A moment later, it shattered into a million pieces. He instantly got serious. This opponent was far stronger than he'd imagined. He may not look like Sun Wukong, but his power is the real deal. Immediately, he channeled energy into his hands. Cosmic Wheel. He held the red sash high, chanting, "Transform." But to his absolute surprise, absolutely nothing happened. He froze. What's going on? He whipped his head around, looking for an answer. Neja. System, but coincidentally, the two of them were still wrestling with each other. Talk. Who are you really? After tying the system up like a Christmas present, it continued to plead its case. I'm really just the system. She had to admire its durability. I've been hitting you for this long and you still won't confess? She thought to herself. If this is a transformation technique, then his disguise really is flawless. Could I really be mistaken? Ying Che couldn't take it anymore and screamed himself hoarse to get her attention. Neja. Annoyed, Neja pointed right at him and ranted like a machine gun. The car's already crashed into a tree, and you don't know how to move? The box office broke 10 billion and you didn't think to buy any stocks? You only call for me when you start losing? She loosened the red sash. Fine. The system scrambled toward Ying Che like it had just clawed its way out of hell. Host, I'm finally here. But on his end, Ying Che was still in denial. Bracing himself, he prepared to strike. I don't believe this. He stomped his feet on the ground, building momentum. Transform. A system notification popped up. Host has come into contact with a new divine weapon of the East. Would you like to unlock a portion of this Eastern deity's power? Ying Che was completely baffled by the question. Huh? What? A new one? Where did I even touch anything? Didn't I already unlock the universe ring? Don't tell me I have to do it all over again? Suddenly, from high above, the great sage launched a sneak attack with his staff. With the weapon just an inch from crushing his skull, Ying Che panicked and made his choice, terrified that another second's delay would mean his end. There was no time for a better plan. Unlock it. A new weapon appeared in his hands, as fur sprouted on his face, and his eyes grew sharp. The golden-banded staff instantly blocked the iron rod, and the force of the counterattack sent the great sage stumbling backward. With his new appearance, Ying Che was the spitting image of the real Sun Wukong. A familiar feeling washed over him. The transformation was a success. He confidently raised the staff in his hand. Universe Ring. Of course, he'd gotten the name completely wrong. After a moment, he realized his mistake. No, that's not right. This thing in my hand is. He stared at it intently before declaring, the golden-banded staff. The great sage's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Once more, the two staffs clashed. The great sage drew back to gather power for another strike, thrusting the iron rod forward with a deafening roar. A terrifying explosion sent dust and debris flying everywhere. The great sage then realized the spot he'd just struck was completely empty. Ying Che had already appeared behind him, causing the great sage to tremble. He swung the golden-banded staff, landing a powerful blow right across his face. The impact was so massive, it sent the clone's body flying into the cosmos. Ying Che looked up, watching as something began to fall from the sky. As it drew closer, he tried to guess what it could be. Ying Che wasn't entirely sure. A single strand of monkey fur? A notification window appeared. Successfully killed Sun Wukong's clone. Attribute points +1. Analysis indicates the host is wielding multiple weapons at once. The host can only choose one deity for a power boost at this time. Would you like to switch? The two choices were Neja's red sash, or the Ruyi Jingubang of the great sage, equal to heaven. Ying Che thought for a moment before giving his final answer. Don't switch. He was still baffled as to how the weapon even ended up in his hands. But when did I even choose the golden-banded staff? He turned to question the system. System. Last time, I had to touch the universe ring to unlock its power, right? The system quickly confirmed his information. Correct. The powers of Eastern deities require their corresponding divine weapons to be unlocked. Based on that theory, Ying Che made a sharp deduction. So, if that's the case, I must have touched the actual golden-banded staff to unlock its power. Is that right? It was just like how he acquired Neja's red sash. The system nodded in praise. Correct. Very clever. The white smoke around them began to dissipate, leaving two lone shadows on the empty ground. Ying Che looked around, realizing he'd lost his opponent. So where did it go? Why can't I see it? Neja suddenly appeared out of nowhere, unable to resist scolding him. You're such an idiot. Ying Che immediately asked about the situation. Neja, you're here. Tell me, where is the golden-banded staff? But she refused to utter a single word. Haha, I'm not telling you. You can just keep being a clueless fool. I told you not to pick me, and you went and found another idiot. It's like riding a donkey to go find a donkey. Those words wounded Ying Che's fragile pride. If you won't tell me, fine. But why do you have to insult me? He put a hand to his chin, looking thoughtful. Wait a minute. If I have the golden-banded staff, then I should also have the somersault cloud, right? Speak of the devil. As soon as he mentioned it, one appeared right before his eyes. Whoa, it's really here. Suddenly, the somersault cloud glanced off to the side. Ying Che wore a puzzled expression, not yet realizing the strange event that was about to unfold. From within the thick mist, an army of tens of thousands of shadowy figures had appeared from out of nowhere. They stood in silent, perfect rows like living statues. The three of them could only stand there, stunned by the bizarre scene before them. He raised a hand to get a better look. Whoa, is that a whole army of King Threes? Could all of these guys have been made from monkey fur? So where's the real great sage? Every single one of them looked unbelievably ridiculous, their mouths twisted into condescending smirks, and their numbers were as dense as ants swarming from a nest. Ying Che made a guess. Could the real great sage's body be hiding among them? But no matter how he looked at it, none of them carried the dignified air of the great sage, equal to heaven. Even he was well aware of this fact. But do they all have to be King Threes? Can't they at least keep the great sage's image? The system playfully crossed its arms, signaling that any and all objections were futile. Suggestions are now invalid. Once an image is confirmed, it cannot be changed. Neja slowly flew toward them, her expression one of complete helplessness. The system's position was, as always, absolute. Even I was rejected, she said. It really can't be changed now. That form of yours is useless. Nacha just scoffed coldly. Don't be so hasty. I am formless by nature. Male, female, both are my true self. Why would I bother with such trivial things? But staring at the massive horde of monkeys, what really bothered him was the feeling that this wasn't the great sage this kid had imagined. It didn't fit his infamous violent and lecherous nature. Feeling called out, Ying Che shot back, annoyed. I agree with the first half, but I completely reject the second. Then, he fell into a troubled silence. This really wasn't the great sage he envisioned. So, where was the problem? Nacha swayed back and forth like a doll, demanding an answer. But how can it be impossible to fix? You say it can't be changed just because you want it to? Do you think I have no pride? You will fix this for me, right now, she screamed, reasserting her authority. I get what I want, and that's final. While the others were lost in their own world, Ying Che's focus sharpened to a razor's edge. He could feel a pair of eyes fixed on him. These weren't the eyes of a mere mortal. They belonged to a being that had witnessed everything from the deepest shadows of existence. Just then, the great sage's triumphant grin appeared out of nowhere. He weaved through the crowd, a wicked laugh echoing around him. Ha, ha. Suddenly, he pointed a single finger forward and gave a simple, decisive command. Go. In an instant, the massive army swarmed toward the trio. The clones closed the distance, leaping through the air. But Ying Che felt something about this attack was off. Something wasn't right. One by one, the great sage clones grew to massive sizes, aiming to crush them with sheer weight alone. Luckily, he and Nacha reacted instantly, dodging just in the nick of time. What the hell is this? Because of their massive size, their speed was drastically reduced. Ying Che seized the opening to strike back. Eat this! He channeled all his power into his arm, unleashing a devastating swing that seemed to rip through space itself. From within the billowing dust, the giant form of the great sage emerged from a brilliant golden light, as countless strands of fur floated down around him. He flashed another grotesque smile, his eyes bulging wide. A truly terrifying sight. As Ying Che dodged another attack, a horrifying truth dawned on him. This one wasn't a clone made from hair, it was the real one. Stomping hard on the ground, he gathered power for a massive leap. The real great sage shot into the sky, standing out from the horde below. But just a moment later, he vanished into the roaring tide of monkeys, like a single drop of water in the ocean. Ying Che didn't dare hesitate for a second. He immediately yelled, "After him!" In the next instant, he, Nacha, and the somersault cloud gave chase as the great sage's army fled. The somersault cloud grinned smugly, intentionally bumping the cloud right next to it. Ying Che leaped onto his cloud, but suddenly another one, marked with a distinctive red ribbon, cut him off. "Hey, we're all clouds here. Fly in your own lane, and stay out of mine. Got it?" A second later, it hit him. Wait a minute. Why are there two clouds? He jumped on the wrong one, accidentally hurting his poor somersault cloud's feelings. The one beside it was his real ride. So, whose cloud was this? The clone below smirked, seeing his plan had worked. Without warning, the fake cloud shot straight up. Ying Che was left dangling helplessly in midair. Luckily, his faithful somersault cloud swooped in just in time to catch him. He sputtered his thanks while still hanging completely upside down. Somersault cloud, thank you. Though still a bit pouty from the mix-up, the cloud acknowledged him with a gentle dip. You're welcome. It then sped up and did a flip, allowing Ying Che to get his bearings. That's when he noticed something strange. When did the Ruyi Jingu Bong get this huge? The discovery left Ying Che completely stunned. The golden hooped rod? Just then, Nacha reappeared at his side. It seems we fell for his trap from the very beginning. Piecing together the clues, her deduction was sharp as a blade. The golden hooped rod, the somersault cloud. They're both here. That monkey is somewhere nearby, enjoying the show. Ying Che then added his own observation. That one, from before. The one that didn't dissolve into fur. There's something wrong with it. Nacha gazed down at the chaos below. But he's already mixed back into the horde. In a crowd this massive, you'll never find him. She was right. It was a sea of clones, like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Ying Che immediately decided on a brute force solution. I'll just have to wipe them all out at once. 10 minutes later, their numbers had thinned considerably, but the situation hadn't really changed. White smoke billowed like an eerie fog, while fur flew everywhere, choking the air. The entire scene was pure, suffocating chaos. He was so frustrated he could spit blood. None of them. They're all just made from fur. Seeing Ying Che struggling so desperately, Nacha couldn't bear to watch any longer, and offered a piece of sincere advice. If your plan is to win by turning them all into bald monkeys, I'm afraid that's not a very realistic strategy. A few stray hairs shot right up his nose, forcing out a series of sneezes as he furrowed his brows in annoyance. He wiped at his face, trying to clear away the clinging fur. Disgusting. He got a mouthful of monkey hair. His mind raced, thinking deeper. Before, Neja would appear with a single call. He'd fight when challenged, no matter how difficult, but there was still a chance to clear that stage. The great sage was different. He refused to show his true form. How was he supposed to win if the real enemy wouldn't even appear? Was he just supposed to kill these fur clones forever? Meanwhile, high above, a familiar figure was leisurely juggling a peach. There was no mistaking him. That was the true body of the great sage. Neja, having already spotted his true form, let out a smirk. Now I'm certain. The monkey you're imagining isn't that long. She pointed with her thumb. Those monkeys you saw were just illusions from a transformation art. That little brat has been playing over there from the very beginning. Ying Che turned his head, wondering, how do you know? When suddenly his eyes shot wide open in utter shock. Right before them, a stone statue of a monkey had materialized from thin air. He couldn't help but shout, "A stone monkey!" An explosion of frustration followed. After all this time holding back, you've finally decided to show yourself. This time, I'll make you submit completely. Without a second's hesitation, Ying Che grabbed the statue's hand. Neja's loud warning came too late. Don't. In the next instant, his entire body was flung into the distance. The stone statue bellowed disdainfully, far too weak. But in that very same moment, Ying Che finally saw a hazy glimpse of what he'd been searching for. A pair of golden eyes, wide with surprise. As the scene unfolded before them, the figure that had plagued his thoughts day and night was now relaxing, lounging casually on a fluffy white cloud. The great sage failed to stop his momentum in time, and his body slammed hard into the wall behind him. The stone monkey statue stood silently, ignoring the chaos, facing Neja, who was levitating in midair. She couldn't hold back a snort of laughter. This monkey. The vast space around them was covered in shimmering, winding patterns, creating a fantastical sight. Who would have guessed it was merely the surface of the Ruyi Jingu Bang's tip, perfectly positioned for its master to observe everything? A sharp, clawed hand suddenly reached out, followed by a single, sharp command. Shrink! The Ruyi Jingu Bang instantly shrank down, flying slowly back to its rightful owner, who grasped it with a firm, decisive grip. A banner fluttered in the void, embroidered with 4 massive characters, Qi Tian Da Sheng. Each black stroke moved like a soaring dragon, radiating an overwhelming aura. He let out an unreadable chuckle. So my fame is finally revealed. The Taiyi Golden Immortal, Sun Wukong. Amidst the brilliant, hazy space, a clear declaration echoed out. This old monkey has arrived, back down in the mortal realm. Ying Che let out an exhausted sigh. He stepped out from behind some bushes in a park. He'd just hidden to change clothes, complaining as he walked. Just one direct clash with the great sage, and he was thrown right out of the 9 heavens. First, let's get out of here, he muttered. I will have my fight with the great sage. He then summoned the system. System. When I get back to my room, let me in. Just then, it appeared in a panic. Hey host, why are you resting so soon? Seeing its concern, he put on a brave face. What's wrong? My recovery ability is the real deal, you know. Don't worry about me. Look at this. Seeing Ying Che's smug expression, the system could only sigh in frustration. I'm not worried about you. The great sage doesn't want to see you. If you go in now, won't you just get toyed with all over again? Its words struck him like a bolt of lightning, leaving him completely stunned. For real? The system crossed its arms. Bottom line, I can let you in, but you'll only be able to fight a bunch of monkey clones transformed into King Ba. The name King Ba felt like an arrow piercing straight through Ying Che's brain. He furiously ripped the imaginary arrow from his head and screamed, King Ba is fine. So what if it's King Ba? I can still level up by beating King Ba. As Ying Che was throwing a fit in the middle of the street, the sound of footsteps approached. A voice called out, What are you doing here? We could hear you muttering from a mile away. In their hands, they were carrying some kind of smart device. Hearing the voice, Ying Che glanced over at Teng She. She reminded him awkwardly, Didn't I tell you guys not to wander off? Noticing his empty hands, she took the chance to order him around. If you're so free, then come give us a... While Feng Chu was off guard, she was struck by a blow that knocked the mask from her face. She glared daggers at Feng Chu. So it really was you. Mo Tianlai. Feng Chu stumbled back in shock, shouting, How many times do I have to tell you? I am not her. She was the successor to Mo Wulei of the Mo clan. A bitter jealousy stirred in Feng Su. How could Xiao follow someone else so easily? Feng Su hurled a familiar insult at Xiao, still the same as ever, all muscle and no brain. Then, she exploded forward, launching an attack. She drove a fist straight at Xiao's face. But Xiao was ready, her instincts taking over. She threw up a hand to block, a taunting smirk on her lips, and that's exactly why the Grandmaster never chose you. Xiao seized her opponent's wrist, yanking her forward. Her eyes blazed with steel as she whispered close, But he chose you instead? With those words, Xiao used all her strength to flip Feng Su over her shoulder. But Feng Su was quick, instantly regaining her balance. She landed gracefully on the balls of her feet, preventing her body from crashing to the floor. A mocking laugh escaped her lips. You're right about one thing. Before I became Feng Su, I was also a member of the Mo clan. In fact, I was one of the strongest candidates to be the next heir. Feng Su revealed her shocking secret with a devilish grin. It was only because I lost to you that I was stripped of my title as heir. That's why I joined Bureau 669. But even then, I trained relentlessly every single day, all for the day I could finally crush you. Feng Su's grip on her hand was like iron. Xiao struggled to break free, her frustration growing. When she couldn't, she snapped. Are you serious right now? Let go. My arm hurts. Feng Su's whole body trembled, a hint of embarrassment on her face. I've only half mastered this technique. Help me up. My back just cramped. Be gentle. Just then, outside the room, a janitor was mopping the hallway. When she heard strange moans coming from inside, her curiosity got the better of her, and she peeked in. My, young people these days. Making so much noise without even closing the door properly. So she walked over and locked the door for them, her voice filled with cheerful approval for the young couple. How wonderful. So much passion in the middle of the day. Her words left the two rivals completely bewildered. Feng Su bent down to retrieve her mask. There's a traitor in our organization, she said. She warned Xiao not to underestimate the enemy this time. We should stick together. Hearing this, Xiao couldn't help but be suspicious. A traitor? You mean you? Feng Su scoffed at the accusation. If I were the traitor, you'd already be a corpse. The Grand Master may not be here, but he left a directive. As she spoke, she placed the mask back on her face. He ordered me to bring you to this place. Now, look over there. Xiao reflexively turned her head in the direction Feng Su pointed. Just then, above the desk in the room, several soul flames flickered into existence, their voices echoing in the air. Their bond is so strong. They start fighting the moment they see each other. Slowly, the wisps of fire coalesced into human forms. It's a shame, really. They were promised to each other since they were children. Seeing the familiar silhouettes take shape, Xiao Xiao's heart leaped into her throat. She cried out in utter disbelief. "Mom! Dad!" They turned to her, their faces breaking into warm smiles. "Xiao Xiao, how have you been?" Witnessing this sudden family reunion, Feng Su quietly excused herself and left the room. "Your parents will explain what comes next." As she reached the doorway, Feng Su gently closed the door behind her. She paused, thinking to herself, "They're about to hear a cruel truth. I'll give them this one moment to be together." Inside the room, Xiao Xiao was overcome with emotion. She rushed into her mother's embrace. "Mom, I missed you so much." Her mother held her tight, stroking her hair. "My sweet Xiao Xiao, I've missed you too." Her father, looking a bit awkward, cleared his throat. "Ahem. First, let's discuss the important matter at hand." Xiao Xiao turned to him, her expression serious. "What's going on? What is all this?" Her father's face was grim as he asked, "Have you heard of the Earth Rat Project?" Her father began to explain. For security reasons, members of Bureau 669 are only permitted to know about their specific part of any given plan, and Feng Su is the one primarily in charge of this one. The security level for the Earth Rat Project isn't particularly high, because a construction project of this magnitude is impossible to conceal. The codename Earth Rat is actually a plan to build a massive city underground. Xiao Xiao's breath hitched. "An underground city? Are you two involved in this?" Her mother's voice was firm. "We are. That's right. The Mo clan has overseen the entire process of building this underground city from the very beginning. You wouldn't know, since you've been with the Divine Guard. It's a colossal mechanism city, powered entirely by the ancient formations of our Mo clan." Her father added gravely, "The Grand Master has contacted us. A divine being has appeared in Jingzhou. Because of this, the construction of the underground city must be accelerated. But at this stage, speeding up the work is simply impossible. However, we can simplify the mechanism city's design. We can then use the power of the Mo clan's people to sustain the operation of the formations." His eyes hardened with grim resolve. "In other words, for a short period of time, this simplified version will be just as powerful as the completed city. But it comes with a condition." Hearing this, a knot of tension formed in Xiao Xiao's stomach. What? What condition? Her father looked her directly in the eye. "Xiao Xiao, for this to work, we need you to offer your body to the formation." As the words left his lips, Xiao Xiao's eyes widened in horror. A moment later, the door creaked open, and Feng Su's voice echoed into the room. "Finished already? That didn't take very long, did it?" All Xiao Xiao could manage was a simple, hollow "yeah." Her voice was grim. "Now that you understand, a battle is unavoidable. Running is not an option." She aimed 2 fingers right at Xiao Xiao, her warning sharp. "Because my eyes will be locked on you." Xiao Xiao narrowed her eyes, glaring back. Feng Shu couldn't take it and snapped, "Why are you looking at me with such hostility?" Xiao Xiao fought to control her anger. "You tell me. To become the array itself. If it shatters, you die with it. You've led me down a path to certain death, and you say you'll be watching me." Feng Shu quickly tried to clear things up. "Now hold on. Let me set the record straight. This time, it's not just about you." Xiao Xiao, still confused, pressed her. "What do you mean?" Feng Shu explained further. "That's right. We'll all enter the array together, but you are the inheritor, so we need to see where you stand first. That's what will truly inspire everyone." She turned back to Xiao Xiao, saying that once she entered the array, many more would follow. "Therefore, you are the key. Others can run, but you cannot." She raised a finger, emphasizing, "You can't escape this." Meanwhile, deep in the forest, the bushes rustled violently. A second later, Bao Bao pushed her way out. Her face was on the verge of tears as she cried out, "Brother! So this is where you were. I've been looking for you everywhere." Ying Che was surprised to see her. "Bao Bao, what's wrong?" The little girl replied. "Sister Xiao Xiao was taken away." She then frantically described how a weirdo in a strange mask had dragged her off a mask with a phoenix on it. Ying Che pieced it together from Bao Bao's words. A phoenix mask. That's Feng Shu. Could this be the end? He muttered to himself. The trial plan. Night fell quickly. Ying Che sat alone, lost in thought about Xiao Xiao's fate. In the previous life, to fight the Sky God, The Mo clan's successor sacrificed herself to become the array's core, and died in the end. As he remembered, he slowly spoke her name, Mo Xiao Xiao. Just then, a hand rested on his shoulder. Captain. Xiao Xiao smiled, asking, "What are you doing?" Surprised by her sudden appearance, Ying Che asked, "Xiao Xiao, what are you doing here?" She sat down beside him and replied, "I couldn't sleep." Ying Che asked with concern, "Is it because of what Feng Shu said today?" Xiao Xiao admitted it honestly. "Yes." She looked up, a cheerful smile on her face as she recalled the past. "Do you remember? When you first showed up, everyone called you a prophet. But in my mind, I just thought you were some kind of street scammer," he replied. "Under those circumstances, that was actually a pretty normal reaction," Xiao Xiao continued. "But then you led us to defeat the sea god." After a few seconds of silence, she spoke again, her voice soft. "I never had the chance to tell you." With that, Xiao Xiao turned and, on her own accord, hugged Ying Che. He was completely stunned by her action, his eyes wide. Xiao Xiao spoke again. "Captain, I need you to do something for me. This dagger has a kill mechanism. If I can no longer handle the energy, if I lose consciousness or become a puppet, I want you to be the one who ends my life." Hearing this, the words caught in Ying Che's throat, and he couldn't speak. A moment later, he firmly declared that she would not die. But in the bushes not far away, Feng Shu was spying on them. Seeing the scene, she fumed. "It's the middle of the night, and they're out here hugging for so long. Have they no shame?" Suddenly, Bao Bao appeared out of nowhere and demanded, "Why are you spying on my brother?" Feng Shu jumped with a long shriek, then loudly denied it. "Who's spying on your brother?" And so, the night descended. On Ying Che's side, the system panel lit up, asking if he wanted to enter the second heaven, offering two choices. Without a moment's hesitation, he made his decision. "I'm going in. Even if the great sage doesn't want to see me, even if I have to fight 10,000 monkey demons, I will keep leveling up." The system, slightly taken aback, replied sarcastically, 10,000. That's a lot of monkey fur. You really have no respect for other people's hair." Ying Che cracked his knuckles, his voice low and dangerous. "I've noticed you've been getting a bit cheeky lately. Is it because of the system upgrade?" The system immediately backed down, quickly denying it. "Of course not, host. It must be your imagination." In a flash, Ying Che had entered the second heaven. The celestial Neja was cleaning his ear out of boredom when he exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my god, did he really spend 3 years in the ninth heaven just to slash at monkey demons? Now that's what I call cool." At the same time in the ninth heaven, the monkeys were being utterly decimated. The system panel lit up with notifications. In an instant, his attribute points had increased by 11, and Ying Che was still in a frenzy, slashing his blade wildly. "I'll cut you! And you! I'll cut you all." Neja held a book, analyzing the situation. He fought his way down from the second heaven to the first heaven, then fought his way back up from the first. He did this 3 times. Monkey fur flew everywhere. Such diligent study brings daily progress, from the second heaven to the first. By the time he was done, he'd nearly made the Monkey King bald. 3 years passed. The Monkey King got so angry he refused to grow his fur back, but Ying Che just kept swinging his blade up and down, relentlessly, without a sign of fatigue. But in the end, he never got a clear look at the Monkey King. Nightfall descended once more. Teng Sha wiped the sweat from her brow, muttering to herself, "Finally, it's done. That Lu Ju is an absolute beast, clearing out all the monsters in the secret training room yesterday in one go." She placed her hands on her hips with a proud smirk. After 2 days of work, the monster pens are fully restocked. I wonder how Lu Ju is going to praise me this time. Just then, a familiar set of footsteps entered. Teng Sha grumbled in annoyance. "You're only showing up now? Did you plan on leaving me to do everything myself?" "Just arrived?" she began, but seeing Ying Che's powerful aura, she immediately knew something was wrong. Her thoughts raced. Wait, something's different about this guy. A wave of confusion and disbelief washed over her. He's stronger. I just saw him yesterday. How could he have gotten so terrifyingly powerful overnight? What kind of divine potion did he drink to level up like this? Ying Che gave a friendly wave and said, "Sorry about that. My cultivation training ran a little long. Is there something you needed help with?" But Teng Sha was still reeling from the shock. What was that just now? She thought. That overwhelming pressure. It felt like a god descending. No. It was even more than that. She backed away until she hit a wall, trembling so hard that even he looked confused. At the same time, elsewhere, Neja was pouring tea. "Monkey King, after all these years, you're still just as arrogant as ever. Instead of hiding in the shadows, Wouldn't it be better to just let your host enter the second layer of your Changtian? The system's voice agreed. The third princess has a point. Great sage. What are your thoughts? Hearing that title, Neja exploded. Damn it. I am Neja, the third crown prince. The system began to sweat profusely, holding up a hand. Stop! We just came here to drink tea today. The audience might be angry, but let's not get caught up on the gender issue right now. Just then, he glanced at Wukong and was startled. The great sage was staring intently at the system, his face unreadable. Neja took a cautious step back. Great sage? What is it? Wukong asked wearily. What do you all think? If we continue like this, when will we ever see the end? He recalled grimly, remembering the old days. We had to burn the very bodies of the gods. Only then were we able to banish those otherworldly fiends from this realm. But now, they're clawing their way back. And as for me, I can only maintain this form to place my trust in a chosen one. A chosen one I didn't even pick myself. Hearing this, Neja and the system both spoke with trembling voices. Great sage. Her heart ached for him. I never knew the pressure you were under was so immense. A moment later, the system spoke with absolute conviction. Great sage, the circumstances are dire, but I can give you my personal guarantee. He is without a doubt our trump card. The one who can reverse the fate of our great Xiao. But Wukong simply replied, and yet, I cannot trust him. He closed his eyes. I have a premonition. The real danger will arrive very soon. His eyes snapped open. And when it does, you'll have to rely on me. At that same moment, in Sector 669, a massive explosion erupted. The deafening sound ripped through the air. Teng Xia and Ying Che heard it while moving supplies. She yelled, "That's the direction of the laboratory." In the blink of an eye, the crate in Ying Che's hands crashed to the floor, and he was already gone. Teng Xia yelled after him, "Hey, wait for me." Over at the explosion site, everything was in ruins, with smoke and debris filling the air. Teng Xia burst through a ruined door, shouting, "Mr. Qian!" She screamed his name over and over. "Mr. Qian! Mr. Qian! Where are you?" She then rushed to a pile of rubble, digging frantically. "If you can still breathe, just make a sound for me." From behind, a hand suddenly landed on Ying Che's shoulder. Nearby, Teng Xia continued her frantic search, cursing herself. Damn it! I should have assigned more people to help him. Seeing her desperation, Ying Che hesitantly spoke up. Why don't you turn around and look? Teng Xia whipped her head around to see Mr. Qian standing beside him, completely unharmed. He was even telling her, "No need to panic. No need to panic." Seeing him, Teng Xia cried out in relief. "Mr. Qian, you're okay. Thank goodness." Mr. Qian sheepishly scratched his head. "Well, the truth is, I had an emergency, but the restroom in there was broken, so I had to step out. As a result, I completely avoided the catastrophe." He glanced at a sentient tome that had been knocked out by the blast, adding awkwardly, "However, it seems not everyone was quite as lucky as I was." The unfortunate tome lay amidst the rubble, its hand trembling weakly. Ying Che then asked, "What exactly happened here?" Mr. Qian's expression immediately grew serious as he began to explain. "We were testing the power output of a new weapon. When we infused it with the tome's power, the energy level clearly surpassed all my predictions. Even though I was outside, I was still monitoring the data." He recalled the moment he was sitting in the other restroom, continuing his story. He remembered seeing something alarming on his monitor, exclaiming, This is." Mr. Qian had been on the verge of a breakthrough. He said his plan was to shut down the experiment if things became unstable, but he never expected it to instantly shoot past the critical limit. Suddenly, there was a massive boom from the laboratory. The explosion was so powerful it made Mr. Qian jump in the restroom, sending his tablet flying. The tablet flew clean over the stall wall, startling the young man who was in the middle of his business next door. Even I was startled. From outside public restroom 669, you could hear his furious yell, "You scared me half to death. Did that old geezer burn his hands on some filth?" Hearing this, both Ying Che and Teng Xi shouted for him to stop. "We can skip the next part." So the man scrolled past that section and continued. "But if you look at it from a positive angle, with this kind of power, it will be an incredible asset against them in the future." Teng, she clapped his hands in celebration. "Old Qian, congratulations." But his very next words were, "However, I might have to trouble you to get it out for me. I hope it isn't damaged." Half an hour later, his subordinate brought him a report. The blade had been found. Min Qiang held the sword and presented it to him. "Comrade Xiao Che, this blade is called the 100 Slasher. It's a weapon forged from the bones of a god and the power of the book." Ying Che had no idea what he was planning. He asked, "Old Qian, what is this?" Min Qiang held the sword out to him, declaring, "This is the hope of our bureau, and all of the great Xia. I've requested permission from the 6th Bureau to hand this blade to you. My only hope is that you'll use it to annihilate every last one of those demons." Ying Che exclaimed in shock. "Old Qian." The next second, he stood up straight. With solemn resolve, he declared, "Ying Che will not fail this mission." Back at the house, in one of the rooms, Feng Chu spoke up from the sofa. "It's so quiet." Xiao stood with her back to her, leaning lightly against the railing. Her gaze was distant as she looked out at the scenery. "There was a loud noise earlier. Are you sure it's okay not to go?" Feng Chu replied that there was just an incident at the lab. Teng Shi is handling it. Nothing major. On the other hand, have you truly come to a decision? She hesitated for a moment, then spoke. "I've made up my mind. As a citizen of the Great Xia, I want to do everything within my power to help." Feng Chu was silent in thought. She leaned forward slightly, resting her hands on her knees, and finally answered, "If you've truly decided, then there's nothing more for me to say. Becoming a core means you can no longer survive as a human. You must become a gear that never stops turning." With that, she waved her hand and stood up, adding, "Perhaps, if the gods were one day destroyed, then a living nexus like you wouldn't be needed anymore." The words caught Xiao off guard. She slowly turned to face her friend. With that simple act of support, the crushing weight on her soul began to lift. She smiled and said, "Thank you." Night fell, and a crescent moon hung in the silent sky. Ying Che stared at his reflection in the two crossed 100-slasher blades, thinking, "I've gained a new weapon, and my power has temporarily reached its peak." He swung the sword, feeling its immense strength, but a deep worry remained. Will I have to face a god on par with Poseidon next? Or maybe one even stronger? Then he wondered to himself how he had ever managed to persevere before. Down below, Bao Bao looked up at him. With wide, innocent eyes, the child said, "Good night." He replied, "Good night, Bao Bao." He watched the small figure close the door downstairs. His eyes hardened with determination as he vowed, "This time, I won't let anything happen to you." Meanwhile, on a high platform, a crowd listened below, cheering with passion. A god with short pink hair and a halo above her head spread her arms wide, proclaiming, "The time is ripe, my faithful followers, follow in the footsteps of the angel, Zhong Li." Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps was heard. She glanced over instinctively, her eyes landing on the girl who had just appeared below. "Who are you?" The newcomer lowered her head slightly, her reply as light as a feather. "I've come to kill you." The scene shifts to a rooftop, where Ying Che tossed a file aside. "A mystical orb, huh?" he said dismissively. "Not interested." He sat with one leg stretched out, looking utterly bored. He clicked his tongue and said, "I'm more interested in finding an opponent actually worth my time." His gaze drifted to the horizon. "I'm about to die of boredom." In the next instant, Ying Che's figure vanished without a trace. Elsewhere, an explosion of energy shook the very fabric of space. This was the result of his tireless days of training. He spun through the air before slowly descending. His face had no eyes or nose, only 2 rows of long, jagged teeth. A triumphant grin spread across his face. "Finally, a success. I've finally mastered this power." A girl with short red hair appeared, walking briskly toward him. "Cousin, we have intel on that thing," he said with satisfaction. "It's finally time, is it?" He landed lightly on the ground, laughing heartily. "Once I have that, no one will ever look down on our Li family again." Xiaolu watched her brother's behavior, a worried thought crossing her mind. Ever since cousin started practicing this technique, his emotions have become more and more unstable. Suddenly, he hunched over as purple light erupted from his body. His skin rapidly peeled away, revealing a human face beneath, which then transformed again into a new mask. His entire body was shrouded in dark energy and purple light, radiating a terrifying power. She stared at the scene before her, a mix of shock and terror on her face. Against the silent night sky, a dark figure was perched on the edge of the cliff. He swirled the wineglass in his hand, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Well, this is a rare sight. The angelic sect of Zhongli has graced me with a visit. Is there some trouble on my Olympus?" An SS-class angel materialized before him. He approached the god, his voice filled with reverence. "Lord Zeus, we mean no offense, but we just received word that our subordinates have suddenly lost contact. And their last known coordinates are right here, at your location. Could you perhaps shed some light on this?" Gabriel, the SS-class angel, suddenly seethed with anger. His fury summoned rolling thunder that cracked across the entire sky. "Insolence! Are you accusing me of harming them? That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard." Zeus's voice turned ice cold. Do I look like I need to resort to such petty schemes? You must mistake me for that useless piece of trash, Odin. Gabriel hastily bowed, his voice trembling with panic. He didn't dare raise his head to face the god's overwhelming wrath. Never, Lord Zeus. It was a slip of the tongue. I beg you to calm your anger. The god glanced at the angel, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. Now that's an interesting choice of words. Zeus pushed himself up from the cliff's edge, his voice a clear warning. Listen closely. We have always minded our own business. Zeus turned his back and strode away, leaving only his words hanging in the air. But if you want an all-out war, then we of Olympus are not afraid. And your angelic sect of Zhongli? To me, you're nothing more than an appetizer. Before I conquer this entire planet, if you want to be laughed at by the Dream Corps, then by all means, give it a try. As he spoke, another power suddenly emerged. Its presence instantly froze the very air around them. Both Gabriel and Zeus looked utterly shaken. They stood there, staring at the newly appeared figure in the black cloak. Zeus was the first to speak, his voice filled with utter deference. Why have you been troubled to appear in person? The black-cloaked figure seemed to issue a command, causing them both to reply in unison. Yes, we understand. Elsewhere, Xiao held a file concerning some kind of purple object. This mysterious pearl. It's just like the divine artifact comrade Xiao Che mentioned. Across from him sat Hu Shen, his hands crossed as he explained the situation. With chaos inside the bureau and enemies at our gates, you're the only one I can truly trust right now. Recently, all intel related to this item has been pointing towards the black market. Even if it isn't the artifact itself, it's a lost relic from ancient times. Anyone with knowledge will recognize its immense value. His voice grew serious as he warned. What's more, even the ancient martial arts practitioners have started to make their move. Xiao asked with a hint of uncertainty. The three great ancient martial arts families? Hu Shen continued. Yes, especially the Li family. Because of that incident, the relationship between the Bureau and them is tense. You need to be extremely careful. Xiao then stood up, file in hand. I understand. He walked toward the door, but paused for a moment before speaking again. Commander, he spoke up again. Hu Shen sat there, a bit puzzled. What is it? Xiao suddenly asked. If I told you I was the mole inside the Bureau, how would you react? Hu Shen was silent for a long moment. Then he let out a faint smile. I would assume you were joking. If you were really the one who betrayed Bureau 669, I imagine something far worse would have already happened by now, Hu Shen said with absolute certainty. Xiao seemed almost pleased. He opened the door and stepped out, his voice laced with self-mockery. Well, isn't that its own kind of proof? Hu Shen called after him one last time. Be careful out there. But Xiao seemed unshakably confident in himself. Meanwhile, at the Nature Conservation Research Institute 669, the appointed day to meet with the state preceptor had finally arrived. Just as everyone was preparing to head into the underground city, Teng leaned against a wall and spoke to Ying Che. Comrade Che, you must get this item to a safe place. I still don't understand why the 6th Bureau gave such a critical mission to you and Feng Shu. Ying Che replied a bit awkwardly. Don't worry, I can handle it, he thought to himself. Assigning a mission to myself? Just a basic operation. Teng then held out a phone to Ying Che. Here. This is a spare I used to use. It's a dedicated communication line. You can contact us through it. He didn't hesitate, reaching out to take the phone from him. Thanks. Tapping on the phone as he walked, Ying Che turned to the group behind him. Is everyone ready? Xiao, trailing behind, answered with immense excitement. I even brought the core of the formation array. Ying Che cursed inwardly at the screenwriter. Can we really use this thing without any problems? Screenwriter? The other person seemed terrified of him, stammering an assurance. Only, as long as we avoid a lawsuit, we should be fine. Probably. Just then, Tengshi scanned their surroundings and spoke up. Hold on. I think we're missing someone. Where's Feng Chu? Xiao, standing beside him, immediately replied. Forget her. She'll catch up on her own. Teng, she was taken aback. What was that supposed to mean? Hiding in a nearby bush, Feng Chu was confident she was completely concealed. At that exact moment, Ying Che's phone rang. He glanced at the incoming call, a bit confused. On the other end, Bita's voice boomed with excitement. Agent Che, it's been a while. Bita here. I found the Myriad Aspects Chaos Pearl. Its location is. Suddenly, a blast of static erupted from the speaker, and the line went dead. The phone screen simply read, Signal lost, sending a chill down Ying Che's spine. A look of pure panic flashed across his face. Bita. Clutching the device, he turned to the others, his voice urgent. Something's happened to Bita. Tengshi gave a sharp command. Pinpoint his last known coordinates, immediately. A subordinate quickly scrambled to comply. Yes, ma'am. The subordinate held out a data pad, his voice trembling. Chief, you need to see this. Teng, she rushed over, leaning in to get a better look at the screen. Bita sent a data packet to you, Agent Che. Come take a look. Ying Che stepped forward, his brow furrowed in concentration. The sight of a shimmering jewel on the screen made his eyes go wide. There's no doubt about it. This is the Chaos Pearl from the previous era. A bronze cauldron appeared in the image. This Chaos Pearl was said to be even more powerful than the 9 Revolutions cauldron they'd borrowed from the museum. The image showed the lustrous green stone, displayed before tens of thousands of people. The 9 Revolutions cauldron could only enhance a small team's power, but the Chaos Pearl could empower the entire god-slaying army. Suddenly, a book leaped from his backpack, stammering, that thing." Ying Che spun around at the sound of its voice. "Why are you here?" The book crossed its covers defiantly. "You should be thanking your lucky stars, I'm here. I'm the one who escaped from that illegal research lab." After all, a sly expression appeared on the book's cover. "I know the history of this item. The myriad aspects Chaos Pearl can be used to greatly enhance one's cultivation." It looked around, expecting shock, only to see the completely calm and unimpressed faces of Ying Che's team. Xiao replied flatly, "We already know. Che told us about that a long time ago." The book trembled with rage and flew right up to Ying Che. "But there's more. It has a hidden ability. It possesses the power to purify demonic energy." The mention of another power caught his attention. "It can purify demonic energy? Explain what you mean." Seeing Ying Che's shocked expression, the book gloated. "Ha! Bet you didn't know that, did you?" Ying Che thought to himself. "It's true. In my past life, I never heard of such a thing." The book folded its covers smugly. "If you can meet the proper conditions, it can completely neutralize all demonic energy," Ying Che snapped. Saying that is the same as saying nothing. Xiao, however, was intrigued. "So what conditions need to be met?" It closed its eyes, deep in thought, as everyone leaned in with anticipation. "Let me just try to remember." The book's eyes flew open as it announced, "I have no idea." In a flash, Xiao and Teng, she lunged at it, ready to tear it apart as the book cried out for mercy. "If you're gonna hit me, don't hit the cover. Hitting the cover damages my self-esteem." Ying Che stepped in to stop the chaos. "We need to focus on a rescue plan. Teng She, do you know where Bita was headed to gather intelligence?" Teng, she paused mid-attack and looked at him. "The Li family and the Wang family." Xiao also looked over, her expression shocked. "The Li family," Ying Che muttered, stroking his chin. "Li Xiaolu and consort Li Wang." The book waved a tiny white flag of surrender. "Hey, I know about this. They're 2 of the 3 great ancient martial arts families in the Daxia Empire. The Li family is 3rd, the Wang family is 2nd, and the Bai family is number 1. Teng, she crossed her arms. "That's just their former glory. The entire world of ancient martial arts is in decline. Of all the once thriving clans, only these 3 remain. But they've fallen so far, they're practically unknown to the public now." She revealed a classified secret. The Bureau tried to cooperate with them to preserve the ancient arts, but for certain reasons, the deal fell through. Teng, she told them about some rumors she'd heard. But lately, there's been chatter that they've been trying to get their hands on things related to the divine beings. But you know what they say. Even a fallen giant casts a long shadow. They have generations of knowledge stored away. If they actually created something with it, we'd be in serious trouble. An agent from the back called out his report. "Captain, we have a location." The data shows his final position before he vanished was at the Li family estate in Jingzhou. Teng, she's head whipped around. "The Li family?" Ying Che looked at his team, thinking to himself, "I suspected them before, but to think they're really involved." The urgent task now is to retrieve the intel from Bita. He grabbed the strap of his backpack and turned to Xiao. "Right now, the most important thing is to get Bita out alive. If we can also get the Chaos Pearl, the Bureau's lack of manpower to deal with the divine beings will no longer be an issue." Xiao gave a determined nod. "Right." Holding the book in her hand, she said with a serious tone, "You're the leader. We'll follow your command." Teng, she stood to the side, stroking her chin as she spoke with a worried tone. "It's just, for an agent with his level of skill, to fail. It seems these ancient martial arts families are not as dormant as we thought." A mysterious figure bites down, so hard that blood trickles from his lips. Chained to the wall, Shixie whispers weakly, "You're still alive?" A lizard crawls over a fallen mask, as a voice echoes in the chamber. "To think I'd be blindsided by a mere fire lizard. The mysterious figure kneels, letting the crimson reptile crawl onto his hand. This is beyond anything I could have imagined. He was once the legendary Mo Jin Xiao Wei, the Grandmaster of Tomb Raiders who walked the path of righteousness. And now, he even works for Bureau 669. Those same feet step forward, crushing the mask underfoot. Yunfei approaches with a smirk. What's this? Have things really gotten this desperate? So desperate, you've become someone else's lapdog. Xie glares up, biting his lip. What business is it of yours? If I die, it won't be long before you're following right behind me. You're afraid. Yunfei scoffs. Afraid? He draws his whip, the leather cracking through the air. I'm afraid I'll lose my patience and send you to the afterlife myself. A faint smile plays on Xie's lips. Just then, one of Yunfei's men rushes in. Family head, a message from Bureau 669. They're sending someone over. Yunfei turns, visibly annoyed. They work fast. He then calmly sheathes his sword. Just killing you now would be far too boring. A contemptuous sneer crosses his face. Bureau 669. I won't let a single one of you escape my grasp. Hearing this, Xie's mind immediately jumps to the Grand Commander. Just then, his subordinate appears at the entrance. Family head. It is time. Yunfei dismissively waves a hand, turning back to his prisoner with a warning. What unfortunate timing. It seems I'll have. He gave his subordinate a chilling order. Watch him. Closely. The man clasped his hands in reverence, replying, Yes, sir. After Yunfei departed from the cell, the guard locked Xie inside and walked away. He waited for the footsteps to fade, then immediately began his daring escape. In truth, Xie had anticipated this entire scenario. He had a razor blade hidden in his mouth the whole time. A smug grin spread across his face, certain these sloppy fools were no match for him. The scene shifts to the Li family estate, where Ying Che and his team watched from the rooftops, his eyes locked on the main gate. The last signal came from here. Xiao followed his gaze, completely confused. This is strange. This is clearly a great martial arts family. So why aren't there any guards? Suddenly, a grim realization dawned on Ying Che. I was wrong. Our welcoming party has arrived. Without warning, a horde of fire ghouls swarmed over the rooftops behind them, rushing hungrily toward their prey. Seeing this, Xiao screamed in terror. How can there be so many? Bao, get behind me now. Ying Che drew his sword without a shred of hesitation, a look of utter contempt on his face. It seems the Li family has decided to drop the act. First things first. Let's take care of these pests. At that moment, inside a towering skyscraper, a subordinate set a teacup on the table. Master, many have joined the black market auction. Our intel indicates the Wang family has deployed nearly all of their main forces. Yunfei crossed his legs, a relaxed smile playing on his lips as he replied, It seems they're absolutely determined to get that jewel. However, the Bai family appears to have little interest in this auction. They haven't dispatched a single key fighter. At the mention of their name, he couldn't contain his simmering rage, and he suddenly burst out laughing. The Bai family. He then slammed a stack of papers down on the desk, his face twisted into a beastly snarl as he cursed the heavens. Even though our Li family and the Bai family are called the three great martial families, they use their deep history and vast pool of talent to keep my family crushed beneath their heel. I have carried this shame in my heart since the day I took over this family. I swear I will make them repay this debt 1,000 times over. Seeing his young master spiraling out of control, the subordinate whispered in fear, trying to calm him. Master, Yunfei waved him off dismissively. You will say nothing, he muttered to himself. But all of that will soon become a distant memory. Before long, the three great martial families will belong exclusively to the Li family. A fanatical light ignited in his eyes, his killing intent becoming overwhelmingly powerful. Everything will be mine. I won't let anyone take it from me. With that declaration, he drew his grotesque blade, holding it up before his face. As he did, his body began to twist and contort, transforming into a true, monstrous beast. Once I fully master this power, not even the gods themselves will be able to stop me. The monstrous Yunfei cackled with insane glee as he personally set his own office ablaze in a fit of pure ecstasy. Meanwhile, back with Xiao's group, after wiping out the fiery ghouls, she let out a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Finally, it's over. Over with Bao. It seemed she was having the time of her life, playfully ordering her pet to attack the creatures. Xiao was stunned. And here I thought I was protecting Bao. Turns out she's even stronger than I am. I'm exhausted from all that fighting. Her curiosity piqued. Xiao glanced over at Ying Che. Wow. Che is on a whole other level. She was in awe of his incredible power. A single slash sent hordes of enemies reeling, but Xiao failed to notice the danger lurking right behind her. One of the fire ghouls was not dead. It staggered to its feet and lunged straight at her when her guard was completely down. Xiao gasped, stumbling back, but it was too late. This is bad. Meanwhile, at a grand mansion, the air crackled with anticipation. The auctioneer announced, "This evening's auction will commence in 5 minutes. We ask for your patience," he whispered into Yunfei's ear. "Family head." Across the room, the Bai family's representative watched them, a wineglass in hand. He smirked and spoke. "What's this? Has the Great Li family run out of men? To let a mere boy act as the family head?" The Wang family head raised his glass, his expression calm, but his words sharp. "And they dare call themselves one of the 3 great martial arts families. Honestly, you're an embarrassment to us all." Hearing this, Yunfei's subordinate seethed with anger, shouting, "You!" But Yunfei stopped him, his voice dangerously calm. "There's no need to get angry over such trivial matters. The auction is what's important right now." His eyes flashed sideways as a cold smile touched his lips. "Let them have their moment. The real show is about to begin." Back at the fight, a giant green monster swung its blade down with immense force. The monster was cleaved in two. With his sword in hand, Ying Che looked back and asked, Xiao, are you hurt?" Her face lit up with relief as she replied, "No, I'm okay." Bao raised her hand cheerfully. "I'm okay too." He turned with a smile and said, "Oh Bao, you were very brave." Ying Che checked his system interface, but it showed no new notifications. He began to think, even after defeating all these fire lizards, the system remains silent. Does this mean that without the Great Sage's approval, there's no way for me to get stronger? A new determination hardened in Ying Che's eyes. "After this mission is over, I will defeat that damn monkey, no matter what it takes. Just you wait." A voice echoed from a distance, making Ying Che whip his head around. "Are you guys here to save me? I'm truly touched." It was Xie, sitting on a rooftop with a smug grin. Ying Che was confused. Who are you?" Xie leaped down, his voice filled with annoyance. "I'm Xie. You can't even recognize me without the mask?" The realization dawned on Ying Che. "So you're Xie?" At the same time, Xiao asked, "But weren't you captured?" Xie cleared his throat and began to explain. Long story short, that thing called the Myriad Image Chaos Pearl appeared at the black market auction. It seems the Li family head had his own plans. Most of his main forces disappeared, which left their security undermanned, giving me the perfect chance to slip through. A flashback appeared in his mind, showing him ambushing a guard with a swift chop. With their defenses wide open, I made my escape. Xie crossed his arms and continued. "Based on my intel, the Li family is desperate to get their hands on the Myriad Image Chaos Pearl. My guess is they're at the black market auction right now." She finally understood the situation. "So that's what's happening." Ying Che looked up and proposed a partnership with Xie. "Our objective is to retrieve the Myriad Image Chaos Pearl and bring it back to the Bureau. I'm sure you've gathered a lot of information. Can you lend us a hand?" The man quickly replied, "Of course I can. If we head over there now, we might just make it in time for the bidding. As long as we get the funding from above, acquiring it through legitimate means shouldn't be a problem." His voice filled with excitement. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's move out." Xie agreed. Right. At a secluded villa, a green-haired figure hid behind a door, staring at the house with a terrified expression. The phone in his hand, stained with a streak of red, began to vibrate. A voice crackled from the other end. "Family head, we have a problem. The thief was rescued by agents from Bureau 669. Yunfei's face darkened as he replied, "Useless fools. I'll deal with you when I get back." The voice on the phone continued. "Sir, I heard them say they're heading to the black market auction to compete with you." He gripped his sword as red droplets rolled down his hand. "Instead of running, they're coming straight to me?" In this very house, Yunfei had already cut down countless people with that same sword. He continued. "In that case, I'll have to prepare a very warm welcome for them." The Wang family head struggled to get up, spitting out, "You despicable, heartless monster. Karma will find you." Yunfei glanced back, a triumphant and cruel smile spreading across his face. "My karma? I have yet to see it. But your karma is right here. You will become a cold corpse, just like the rest of your clan." As soon as he finished, the enraged Wang family head charged forward. "You Li family brat, I'll take you down with me." With a single, effortless slash, Yunfei made the old man vanish into thin air. He chuckled, his voice dripping with arrogance. "You want to risk your life against me? Do you truly possess such supreme power?" Meanwhile, inside a nearby house, a voice spoke from behind a glass pane. With this power, I can elevate our Li family to new heights. The day our name becomes legendary throughout Daxia is not far off. A haunting laugh echoed through the air as another mysterious figure sat listening on a nearby rooftop. With a bored expression, he looked down and muttered to himself, "How dull. I thought something interesting might happen. But it's only at this level." Bai Kainan, the young master of the Bai family. This trip was a complete waste of my time. Kanan stretched, reaching for the sky. Why can't I ever run into something more exciting? I don't want to go home just yet. He turned, suddenly spotting something, and let out a gasp. Huh? A car had just pulled up, carrying Ying Che, Xiao, and Xie. His eyes widened. Now this is interesting. The three of them stood before the mansion. Xie crossed his arms, looking up at the building. So this is the place. It was once a tourist resort project, but after it was abandoned, it became a venue for black market auctions. I already pulled the right strings, so getting inside shouldn't be a problem. The moment he finished, Bao and Xiao cheered excitedly. Master Xie, you're amazing. You're the best. Xie replied bashfully. It's the least I could do. Suddenly, he parted the bushes where Wule was hiding. He calmly asked her, Feng Chu, come down and join us. We could use someone to watch our backs. Wule responded in shock. How did you know? As if he expected the question, Xie began to explain. The truth is, every time you try to hide, the tip of your ponytail gives away your position. Everyone knows. We just didn't want to expose you. Just thought you should know. He then plucked off Feng Chu's mask and continued speaking. You're not on a mission, so stop wearing this thing. It's a waste of such a beautiful face. Flustered, she reached out, desperately trying to get her mask back. I don't have my mask anymore, so you have to stay by my side. Feng Chu chased after him in a rage. You bastard. What does you losing your mask have to do with me? Give it back to me. Unbothered, Xie replied. All right, let's go. Xiao watched them with amusement. Those two. Ying Che glanced at them and said, You guys head in first. I'll follow you in a moment. He dangled the mask in front of her, teasing. What's wrong? Feng Chu seethed. Give it back. He turned back to give an order. Xiao, I'm counting on you to protect Bao. She paused for a beat, then replied, Understood. On a cliffside under a clear blue sky, a voice rang out. Come on out. There's no one else here. A figure stepped out from the shadows. Impressive. Truly worthy of the man who can defeat gods. Your senses are incredibly sharp. Though that thing was a mere imitation, it had the power of a true god, but it wasn't the real thing. Ying Che glared, his voice low and threatening. Who are you? The man held a T-shaped staff and answered. My name is Bai Kainan. Kainan smiled, aiming his weapon forward. I'm one of you, a person who has also defeated a clone of a god. Ying Che's expression grew stern as he slowly drew his sword. Someone from the Bai family? A system warning suddenly flashed. Divine power detected within the opponent's body. He thought in shock. How is that possible? Meanwhile, with the others, swift footsteps echoed. Xiao cleared a path with her weapon, while the others ran close behind. She called out, That's the fifth one already. Feng Chu asked him, Xie, have you noticed it yet? Xi quickly replied, Are you saying all these grunts are from the Li family? She reloaded her gun as she spoke. Not only that, today is supposed to be the auction for the Myriad Chaos Pearl. Even if it's the final item, the main hall shouldn't be this silent. Feng Chu decisively slammed the magazine home, finishing the reload. Her face was grim. I have a very bad feeling about this. His expression darkened as he growled. I feel the same way. After breaking through the obstacles, a mysterious door loomed before them. In that instant, Feng Chu kicked the door down and stormed in. She shouted with conviction, Li Yunfei, you can't escape. Suddenly, everyone was stunned by the sight before them. Every single person in the room was already on the ground. Amidst the silent, chaotic scene, a voice echoed. Members of Bureau 669. I have been waiting for you. Feng Chu gasped in disbelief. That monster is Li Yunfei? At that moment, Xiao covered Bao's eyes. Sister Xiao. Bao can't see anything. Yunfei turned his head, his voice booming. The first step in my plan for revenge against Bureau 669 begins with all of you. Very well. An image of Lilith appeared, her massive wings blanketing the space, her face shrouded in darkness. She sat upon a throne of skulls and spoke. Let more come. Then I can seize Blue Star one step ahead of that old fool. Dong. Lilith smiled, a dangerous look on her face. Without hesitation, Yunfei swung his sword in a blur of motion. Xie and Feng Chu reacted instantly, shouting, Get back! A massive explosion erupted, blasting everything away as his confident voice cut through the chaos. Dodge? He laughed, his voice ringing out. That's right. It wouldn't be any fun if you couldn't dodge. Having narrowly escaped, Xie thought, do we really have to fight this kind of monster? At that same moment, Kainan's weapon slammed into Ying Che's sword. Seizing the moment, he pressed his attack. What's wrong? You're wide open. Just as Kainan was about to land the final blow, a golden ring shot through the air, slamming into his weapon. It deflected the attack before returning to Ying Che's side. He stood calmly atop the golden ring. A triumphant smirk spread across Ying Che's face. Thanks, Nacha. If you hadn't triggered my transformation, I might have actually gotten hurt. Nacha materialized beside him, floating casually in the air. With a confident grin, he replied, it was nothing. Kainan's expression lit up with excitement. A smile crept onto his face. Interesting, but this level isn't enough to beat me. He began to empower his weapon. Time to change my strategy. Ying Che unleashed his fire lance. Blazing streams of energy erupted from him, illuminating the entire area with immense spiritual pressure. Kainan's response was ice cold. Pathetic. An overwhelming force surged towards Kainan, creating a massive explosion. Suddenly, Nacha's voice cut through the air. This is bad. I think he used too much power. Ying Che stared blankly at the aftermath. Hey, you all right? As the smoke cleared, it revealed a huge, cracked crater, but there was no sign of anyone. Ying Che shielded his eyes, peering through the fading smoke. Don't tell me he was vaporized into dust. The moment he said that, Nacha added, you really don't know how to hold back against a mortal. Suddenly, Nacha sensed a presence behind them. Something's wrong. Watch out. Through the swirling smoke, Kainan's figure slowly emerged. He lunged for Ying Che's back at blinding speed. All that could be seen were his glowing eyes and the sheer panic on Ying Che's face. In an instant, Kainan's weapon shot towards him. Meanwhile, Xie was in just as much danger. The dark energy from Yunfei's blade shattered his own sword. Xie's face twisted in rage. He thought to himself, how is this possible? Yunfei had transformed into a demon, brimming with monstrous power. A single kick sent Xie flying. The impact was so immense that he slammed into the wall, leaving a massive crater in the solid stone. Amidst the flying debris, a gun barrel appeared, unleashing a relentless barrage of bullets at Yunfei. It was Na, firing with all her might. But the bullets simply ricocheted off his body, completely harmless. He spoke with utter contempt. I almost forgot about the other fly. Just then, Xiao charged in from out of nowhere, wielding a massive scythe on her shoulder. She spun her scythe, unleashing a furious whirlwind. Take this, she roared. But the attack seemed completely ineffective. Yunfei raised his sword, sending a slash of pure, black killing intent hurtling towards Xiao. She brought her scythe up to block, but it was no use. She screamed in agony. The ground erupted with a deafening blast as the two opposing forces collided. Xiao landed hard, struggling to stay on her feet after the clash. Her eyes burned with defiance. Bao screamed out in worry. Sister Mo. All this time, Feng Shu had been watching everything unfold from behind a large wooden board. This is hopeless. Just the few of us can't possibly handle him. Only Ying Che has a chance of defeating this monster. C, standing with Bao behind the board, stared wide-eyed. Feng Shu, who was right there a second ago, had vanished without a trace. Bao continued to peek out, her face etched with worry. Sei frowned, warning her, Kid, we need to run. If we don't go now, we won't make it. The demonic energy rolling off him was suffocating. He was no different from a true devil. Yunfei glanced over his shoulder, having already sensed Bao and Sei hiding. He spoke in a mocking tone. When I retreated, I wondered where the book had gone. To think it was in your hands all along. So, it seems Bureau 669, the so-called heroes, aren't above a little petty theft, are they? Bao and Sei's faces went pale with terror. Suddenly, Xie grit his teeth and snarled, You bastard! He struggled back to his feet, his left arm clutching his injured, tattooed right arm. His body was covered in wounds, but his eyes blazed with pure, unadulterated hatred. Don't you dare insult Bureau 669. Bao's eyes widened in shock as she cried out, Mr. Xie. A black, gold-tipped staff materialized in a flash. It clashed against a golden ring, letting out a deafening, high-pitched screech. It was Kainan. He hovered in midair, his twin weapons gleaming with power. Red, silk-like threads were wrapped all around him. His voice was quiet, but echoed with immense power. Flash step. A powerful gust of wind blew the threads away from Kainan. The red silk unraveled, revealing an orange-haired, golden-eyed young man. It was Ying Che. The two rivals faced off, hovering in the sky. Kainan shot forward like a bullet, his weapons aimed directly at Ying Che. Ying Che was defenseless, his eyes wide with alarm. This is bad. Suddenly, a bullet streaked past Kainan's ear as a woman's voice shouted, "Stop right there." The bullet tore clean through a massive, 1,000-year-old tree, leaving it smoldering. Kainan shot an annoyed glance behind him. Ying Che, however, looked shocked with recognition. "Huh? It's Feng Shu." She stood there, gun in hand, panting heavily. "Ying Che, Xie and Mo Xiao are no match for Li Yunfei. If I'd been a second later, he would have gone after your little sister." Fury erupted in Ying Che's eyes. He roared, "What did you just say?" Ying Che cried out, "Bow bow." At that, Kainan sheathed his weapons. "The fight's over. I'm not in the mood anymore. You're Ying Che, right? Let me tell you something. The Poseidon you defeated was merely a fragment of the real thing. Don't be fooled by these so-called gods. They're far more treacherous than you can imagine," he advised with a cool indifference. Ying Zheng turned to leave, but still answered Kainan. "I appreciate you telling me this." Kainan's voice dropped low in response. "If you truly want to thank me, then face me again, and this time, fight for real." His gaze was deep, fixed on the horizon, but to his surprise, Ying Zheng was already gone. Feng Suo, gun still in hand, stated the obvious. "He's not here anymore. That guy's a total sister complex. He's always like this when she's involved." Kainan closed his eyes, sighing in understanding. Still, Kainan looked to the sky and shouted, "But we'll meet again soon, get stronger, and give me a real fight then. Because if you can't even defeat me, you don't stand a chance against those wretched gods." Back on the battlefield, a murderous aura surrounded Yunfei as he advanced step by bloody step. Shi was down again, blood endlessly seeping from his wounds. Yunfei loomed over him, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Bureau 669 sure knows how to train a loyal dog. Tell me, what did they promise you? Was it worth getting beaten to a pulp like this?" His hand, with claws as black as his corrupted soul, cruelly lifted Shixie's blood-soaked face. With his last ounce of strength, Shixie spat a mouthful of blood right in his face, only to see Yunfei's grinning teeth. Though breathless, Shixie growled with pure contempt. "Someone like you could never understand our ideals. You can't even protect your own family. So why are you tearing ours apart from the inside? This power was meant to fight those damned gods, not to be turned against our own comrades. A selfish bastard like you. I despise you from the depths of my soul." As he spoke, Yunfei's grip tightened, crushing his jaw until it bled. Yunfei faltered for a second before sneering back. "You have your ideals, and I have my conviction. It's just a shame you won't live to see yours realized." With that, he slammed Shixie's head back onto the ground. Though agony racked his body, Shixie endured. Lying broken on the dirt, he watched as Yunfei stood tall, raising his sword high with a roar. "In your next life, if you're reborn as a dog, try to pick a better master." The blade began its final, lethal descent. Feng Suo and Bao Bao screamed in horror, "Mr. Shixie." In stark contrast, facing death itself, Shixie just gave a cold, defiant smirk. Suddenly, a flash of white steel intercepted the black blade. It was Ying Zheng. He'd appeared like a whirlwind, just in time to shove Yunfei back. Feng Suo cried out in relief. "Ah, Zheng!" Bao Bao echoed her joy. "Brother!" Yunfei rested the sword on his shoulder. "You again? I never thought the special envoy I ran into would actually defeat Bazuo Dong and become some kind of hero. I guess I was blind." Ying Zheng stood there in his usual form, his white hair flowing. He glanced over his shoulder. "I'll take that as you mocking me." "Mocking you? What right does someone from a fallen clan like mine have to mock a great hero like you?" As he spoke, Yunfei swung his sword, ready for battle. He then began to tell his story, from a time before he became this half-human, half-demon monstrosity. With the backing of Bureau 669, they could turn even a pig into a powerful figure. And yet, my Li family cooperated with you for years, and we were never given a single opportunity. When we first started working with Bureau 669, everyone in my clan was ecstatic. We could finally contribute to protecting our nation. A flashback shows his entire clan, smiling as they hang banners in celebration. He continued his story. Then, the Bureau came with news that shattered his world. "We regret to inform you, the Li family patriarch has died in an unfortunate accident." Yunfei collapsed beside his clan leader's body, screaming, "Father!" Hu Shen stood behind him, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Yunfei, you must control your grief," he said gently. But Yunfei just knelt there, his cries filled with absolute despair. But the agents from Bureau 669 and Hu Shen simply left. Yunfei trembled, his hands clutching the white sheet over his father's body. He gritted his teeth, his voice shaking with rage. If you people hadn't burdened my father with so many missions, a man of his skill would have never had an accident. Later, during a meal at the Bureau's headquarters, cruel whispers echoed in Yunfei's ears. Why does the Bureau even recruit these brawlers? I heard their clan leader just died the other day. What century are we in? This is the age of firearms. Who can those martial arts relics possibly fight? He remained silent, but a storm of rage brewed inside him. Later, Yunfei went to confront Hu Shen. He slammed his hands on the desk. Commander, why isn't a single member of the Li family on the roster for the exchange program? Are you saying the Li family isn't good enough? Hu Shen remained in his chair, his back turned to Yunfei. His voice was low and cold. Yunfei, you're a member of the Bureau now. Stop thinking in terms of the Li family. We're a team. We have to put the collective first, he roared, his voice laced with rage. Collective? What collective? This is a blatant insult to my Li family. Other members of Bureau 669 returned from battle, showered with awards and praise. Laughter filled the air. Congratulations, one man holding a certificate replied humbly. It was nothing special. Standing in the main hall, Yunfei watched the scene with pure disgust. He gazed into a shattered mirror, at the broken man reflected back. His resolve hardened. It's time. Yunfei clutched his resignation letter. He handed it to Hu Shen, who asked in a grave tone, Have you truly thought this through? Thank you, Commander, for your care all this time. Yunfei's response was firm, leaving no room for debate. As he walked away, carrying a box of his belongings, a dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. Xiao Lu stood among a group of men, likely the last of the Li family. She smiled and asked, Patriarch, what is our next move? A smirk formed on Yunfei's face. We will restore the Li family. His voice was forged with absolute certainty. The sky was clear, birds soaring on the day Yunfei departed. It was only later that I learned how the three great ancient martial arts families fell into such a state. He snapped back to reality, his pitch-black sword radiating an overwhelming killing intent. Everything I've become is a gift from you people at Bureau 669. Yunfei screamed, pointing his sword at Xie, who was still collapsed on the ground. His voice dripped with venom. Turning us into monsters like this. Are you satisfied now? His face was a horrifying visage, no eyes, no nose, just a grotesque maw of protruding fangs. Two horns jutted from his head, and his pointed ears matched his razor-sharp teeth. A red symbol was branded on his face, now smeared with the blood Xie had coughed up moments before. After Yunfei finished, Ying Che replied calmly, I am an outsider to what you've experienced. I have no right to judge you, nor do I intend to. Then, his eyes snapped open. He asked, But seeing things as they are, the myriad phenomena Chaos Orb is in your hands now, isn't it? The creature held up a sparkling purple sphere. You mean this? So that's what it's called. He added, It doesn't radiate any aura, but the moment I touched it, I knew. It contains a massive, latent power. If I can learn to use it, it will be an unparalleled treasure. If you know its name, then you must know how to use it. Right? Ying Che simply replied, I may not know everything, but I definitely know more than you do. Tucking the orb into his pocket, he continued, Well then, this makes things simple. You know how to use it, and you want the myriad phenomena Chaos Orb. But I'm the one who has it, and I have no idea how it works. Swinging his sword, he issued a challenge. Let's fight. The winner takes all, and the loser gets nothing. This is the eternal law of this world. On another side, Wukong and Nezha were still observing. Great sage, what do you think? Nezha asked. In my humble opinion, Wukong replied, a victor will be decided very soon. He answered nonchalantly, resting his chin on his hand. On the battlefield, Yunfei's sword was sent flying. He stammered in utter shock. How could? He tormented himself internally. To gain this power, he had offered his body and soul to a demon, and yet, he was defeated this easily? Enraged, he lunged at Ying Che with a wild punch. Pathetic. With a single sidestep, Ying Che slammed the hilt of his sword directly into the demon's jaw. Half of Yunfei's mask shattered into pieces. Nezha was quite surprised by this, letting out a gasp. He's very skilled. Wukong, still resting his chin on his hand, spoke softly. I told you, didn't I? After passing the first trial, an opponent like this is hardly a concern. And this is just my clone, after all. Her eyes lit up with admiration. Amazing. But Wukong was lost in thought. So, where in the world did that kid from the Bai family come from? Ying Che couldn't gain any ground at all in his fight against him. And from what he said, it seems he's even defeated a god before. Thinking of Kai Nan's silhouette, he suddenly realized, could it be that the fighting here is still that intense? Yunfei was beaten to exhaustion, slammed to the ground by a devastating blow. It was a pathetic sight. The myriad phenomena chaos orb rolled out of his pocket. All right! Xiao cheered with delight. Bao Bao's eyes lit up like headlights as he shouted, "We won!" Ying Che didn't strike again. He bent down to pick up the orb. Yunfei remained on the ground, head bowed, his face twisted with resentment. He seethed internally. Damn it, why couldn't I win? Why? If only I had more power. So much more power. Do you want more power? A voice echoed from nowhere in his mind. What sound was that? Who's there? The figure before him looked like a true demon. She had a pair of tattered, demonic wings, and they stood in a dreamscape, surrounded by spider lilies and butterflies. She caressed Yunfei's face and said, "Who I am isn't important. What's important is that I can give you what you want. All it will cost you is a very small price." And this sudden realization plunged him into a dark, enigmatic abyss of thought. Suddenly, a frantic voice called out from the distance. His younger cousin, Xiao Lu, was rushing towards him. "Cousin!" she cried out, her voice trembling with panic. "Cousin, please, snap out of it." He leaned in closer to his little cousin, his voice hoarse but reassuring. "Little sister, I'm okay." But in the next second, just as her small shoulders began to relax, that gentle facade shattered into a million pieces. In an instant, his hand, now radiating pure murderous intent, plunged directly through Xiao Lu's chest. Blood sprayed in a crimson arc, brutally destroying any illusion of family bonds. As drops of blood fell faster and faster, her eyes widened in utter disbelief, unable to process the searing pain blooming in her chest. Her breath caught in her throat as fresh blood soaked her white robes. Her voice trembled and then broke. "Cousin?" The gentle words of comfort from moments before had become a twisted, cruel joke. In the crimson light, his face was that of a gleeful madman, reveling in the stain of his betrayal. Every word that escaped his lips was so cold it seemed to freeze the very air around them. Now, "I have never felt better." He callously ripped his hand from his sister's chest as blood erupted violently, painting the air red. Her small body trembled uncontrollably before going limp, her eyes wide open in silent, unending horror. A red mist of blood swirled around him as his eyes blazed like the fires of hell. A new, terrifying power surged within him, so immense the very air seemed to suffocate. His laughter began to echo, becoming a shrill, insane sound that drowned out even the thick, coppery stench of blood. This power was so terrifying, Wukong himself shot to his feet. This aura. He and Neja were finally getting serious. Suddenly, she felt a chill. "Be careful. I think something's coming." Ying Che's golden eyes widened in pure terror. His roar shattered the tense silence. "Run! Xiao, get everyone away from here!" The very ground began to tremble as debris shot into the air. Desperate footsteps echoed through a crimson, hellish landscape. "Hurry!" a voice screamed. Amidst the chaos, Xiao clutched Bao Bao tightly. "Bao Bao, we have to go." But the child's tear-filled eyes were fixed on the battle, screaming in despair. "Big brother!" A figure skidded to a halt. Feng Chu yelled out, "What in the world is happening?" Still carrying Bao Bao, Xiao shouted back urgently, "Feng Chu, take Master Xixie and go." She immediately agreed. "Got it," heaving Xixie's arm over her shoulder. She grunted, asking, "Can you even move?" He forced the words out through gritted teeth. "Forget about me. Just run." Nearby, Yunqi let out a primal roar, as every muscle in his body coiled with power. Massive chunks of rock erupted from the earth around him. A violent, crimson-black aura exploded outwards, engulfing him completely. In that single instant, the weak man he once was vanished, replaced by a creature of pure, unbridled rage. He screamed in raw ecstasy. "Behold your new god." A demonic presence stirred. "The eyes of the abyss have awakened. I can feel it." And just then, the figure of a white-haired woman materialized. She wore a blood-red gown, and on her back, 6 massive, leathery wings unfurled. Beneath her floated a sea of skulls, a grim testament to the thousands of souls sacrificed just to sustain her very existence. Her voice echoed across the wasteland. "This is the medium that allows me to manifest in your world." A colossal pillar of crimson energy erupted toward the heavens. It twisted violently, forming a vortex that began to swallow the entire area. Amid the devastation, Kai Nam landed silently on a rooftop to observe. He scanned the chaos below, his eyes sharp and ever watchful. He seemed to realize something. Could it be? In the next instant, the sky was filled with countless crimson blades of energy, ripping through the very fabric of space. They rained down like a meteor shower from hell. A nearby building shuddered violently on the verge of collapse. Everyone scrambled to escape the imminent blast zone. Then, a massive explosion tore through the street. Fire and black smoke erupted in a furious cloud. Xiao instinctively shielded Bao with her own body, bracing for the impact. Even Ying Che had to shield his face from the blast. When he finally opened his eyes, the worst of the explosion was over. He quickly called out, "Is everyone all right?" A few voices replied weakly, "We're okay." A demoness descended, her crimson heels the first thing they saw. She ascended into the sky, her massive, tattered wings blotting out the sun. She spoke with a chilling smirk. Surprised? The demoness let out a maniacal laugh. "While all of you were struggling just to manifest in this world, I had already taken the first step." Her ice-cold gaze sent a shiver down everyone's spine. Xiao gasped. "This presence is..." But the demoness continued, her gloating. "So these are humans? They look just like insects to me." Fury flashed in Ying Che's eyes. His hand went to his sword's hilt. "Demon, state your name," she sneered. "Oh? Does a little insect like you even know what that posture means? It means you have a death wish." The demon unleashed a barrage of fiery blades. He poured every ounce of strength into his sword just to parry the blows. Bao and Xiao watched from a distance. The child, fearing for his safety, cried out, "Big brother!" Xiao shouted, Bao, it's too dangerous." Finally, the demoness paused her assault. She glanced around for a moment, then mused, feeling merciful. "I suppose I can tell you. My name is Lilith, of the Nightmare Legion." And then she vanished, her voice lingering in the air. It was quite an effort for me to descend to this realm. So, I must have a look around. I can't entertain you any longer. Utterly spent, Ying Che collapsed to the ground. Gasp, damn that thing. Nearby, Tichta staggered, coughing as he spoke. "Feng Su, contact headquarters, now. Tell them to buy us time. Tichta, let me heal you first." "Fool, this isn't a joke. Can't you see what's more important here?" He roared and forced himself up, decisively pushing Feng Su away. As he walked, he yelled again, "Just notify headquarters." He shoved her aside, helpless and unable to speak. She could only watch him go. Grabbing her radio, she spoke with urgency. "This is Feng Su. We have an emergency." Meanwhile, Bao rushed to Ying Che's side, asking worriedly, "Brother, are you all right?" He answered softly, "I'm fine." But his mind was replaying the last attack. A single, careless blow was enough to send him flying that far. He stared at the massive fissure Lilith had carved into the earth, thinking to himself, "I fear this is even stronger than her last 3 attacks." Ying Che looked up at her. Xiao, "I have to ask you to do something for me." He continued, "Take Bao to a safe place. I'll go deal with that monster." The little girl shot Xiao a look, clearly disagreeing. Understanding immediately, Xiao nodded. Xiao grabbed Ying Che's hand, while Bao hugged his leg, leaving him confused. "Xiao? Bao?" She met his gaze with unwavering eyes, and made her proposal. "Ying Che, let us come with you. If even you can't defeat Lilith, then hiding won't make a difference. For me, and Bao, the safest place in the world is right by your side." The little girl quickly agreed. "That's right. You're being mean, big brother." Ying Che's face fell, torn. "You too." But then, a smile broke through his troubled expression. "All right. Then you have to promise to protect yourselves." Hearing that, they both happily agreed. A light breeze drifted past where they stood. The city now looked somehow darker, more ominous. On the street below, people bustled by, completely unaware that Lilith was watching from above. "The people of Blue Star are far too careless." She pointed a finger, and a small magic circle appeared. It grew larger and larger, finally catching the attention of a few people below. "What is that?" Without wasting another word, Lilith unleashed the powerful crimson magic straight into the ground, sending the surrounding people fleeing in terror. "Run!" The force of the impact created a massive explosion, followed by desperate screams for help. She gazed upon her creation with an arrogant, amused smile. Scream, cry, and then die. A scene like this is what I love to see most. But Lilith seemed to grow bored quickly, clicking her tongue. With a snap of her fingers, she declared, "I'm tired." Lilith stood high above, spreading her wings and commanding the demons below. "I'll leave this place to you." A D-class horn demon. Hearing her command, it immediately charged forward. The demons hit the ground, ready to rampage through the area. Seeing them, the people screamed even louder and fled in chaos. She watched the scene, covering her mouth with a condescending laugh. If this is all Blue Star has to offer, I feel like I could conquer it in just 2 or 3 moves. No wonder that fool Lucifer tried everything he could to descend before those old geezers. Suddenly, Lilith's gaze shifted. It was Ying Che's group. Their arrival made her smirk. A spatial jump? Now this is interesting. He still looked completely dazed. A second later, they were all in freefall, plummeting towards the ground. Ying Che finally realized what was happening and started screaming. This is what you called the fastest way? Who sets a fixed point in the middle of the sky? Bao Bao quickly added her own complaints. There were too many people. It was an accident. Suddenly, a cloud-like object appeared. Seeing it, he shouted, "Nimbus Cloud." It expanded instantly, catching everyone. Ying Che was overjoyed. We're saved. Even so, he still hadn't recovered from the shock. The moment Xiao Xiao's feet touched the ground, her expression became incredibly serious. This is the power of an S-class demon. Ying Che stood before the group, a majestic figure amidst the desolate landscape. Teach Ta frowned. This is bad. We have to evacuate the civilians immediately. Before he could even finish his sentence, someone struck him sharply on the back of the neck. Feng Su stood over Teach Ta's unconscious body and said, "All right, the patient needs to be quiet. I already contacted headquarters. We will protect the people." She then turned her head, focusing on Lilith hovering above. "Now for the most troublesome one. We can only leave her to you. We'll figure out a way to handle the demons over there," he replied. "Got it." Ying Che drew the sword from his back and gave a warning. "Everyone, protect yourselves." Xiao Xiao immediately encouraged him. "Go for it. Defeat that demon. My good captain." Bao Bao also raised her hand to cheer him on. "Go, big brother." He then gave the order. "Neja, let's go." Her eyes were firm. Understood. At that moment, the two of them were like a powerful, perfectly matched pair. Seeing them, Lilith smirked with amusement. Interesting. Ying Che hovered in midair, the twin swords in his hands flashing with a powerful aura that cut through the wind. A murderous aura surged as he threw his full power into a direct charge at Lilith. His figure descended like a thunderbolt. 8/blade. The light from the sword created a seismic explosion. The ground beneath them shattered, and a thick cloud of dust rolled upwards. The scene was so violent, it felt as if heaven and earth were about to split apart. It was truly destructive. Ying Che's face turned pale, his eyes wide with utter shock. His all-out attack couldn't even break through the crimson barrier surrounding her. Lilith stood there, a cold, serene smirk playing on her lips, having taken 3 wind blades without a scratch. "I'm going to have so much fun with you," she purred. Gritting his teeth, Ying Che channeled all his strength, thrusting his sword toward the crimson barrier. But instantly, vicious streams of demonic energy erupted, lunging forward as if to devour him whole. With lightning-fast reflexes, he spun to evade, his figure blurring like a flash of light as he retreated. Violent explosions ripped through the air, one after another, sending shockwaves that trembled across the entire sky. He was forced to a halt, gripping his sword in a defensive stance. Damn it, if I can't beat her, the Grand Shah will be in constant danger. And my treasure, Bao Bao, I, will be at risk. Just as the pitch-black demonic energy gathered to consume everything, a brilliant red light exploded forth. The sword in Ying Che's hand burst into violent flames, its blade radiating a fiery aura. He aimed its tip directly at the swirling orb protecting her, his entire body tensed as he tightened his grip. With a resolute growl and eyes filled with killing intent, he roared, "Break!" The very fabric of space trembled. The sky above darkened, turning suffocatingly grim. Across from him, Lilith merely covered her lips with a hand, letting out an arrogant laugh. Not bad. But as her laughter faded, he froze, his eyes widening in horror. All around her body, crimson sigils began to materialize. They pulsed with an eerie, demonic light. "Here is your reward." From those sigils, blood-red rays of light began to flash. Ying Che's face paled in terror as they converged, forming a spear of chilling dark energy that screamed as it shot toward him. An earth-shattering explosion echoed out as Ying Che's body was thrown backward, slamming violently into the ground. He carved a massive crater on impact. His chest burned as he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. But before he could rise, new waves of dark energy erupted. They rained down on him like a tempest. The continuous explosions thundered like a carpet bombing. Xiao Xiao screamed in terror, her voice trembling. "Ying Che!" His body plummeted helplessly from the sky. He was completely powerless. But just as he was about to be smashed to pieces, Lilith elegantly extended a delicate hand. An invisible force caught him with a simple flick of her wrist, trapping him, paralyzed, upon the crimson orb. She floated arrogantly in the air, gazing down at him like he was her prey. To think you had the courage to strike at me. For that, I shall let you taste what true despair feels like. Ying Che's eyes blazed crimson, filled with agony and pure hatred. Wonderful. Around him, the orb of demonic energy trembled, its killing intent swirling as if about to detonate. Hot drops of his blood dripped onto the cold earth below. Before his eyes, a horrifying scene of chaos unfolded. Billowing smoke, shattered earth, and countless fallen bodies had stained the ground red with blood. His eyes widened in shock. Your Majesty? A tremor went through him as he thought. What is this? Wasn't I just fighting Lilith? Have I been unconscious this whole time? Suddenly, a weak hand reached out, grabbing his leg. A man was pinned beneath the rubble. His voice was a trembling whisper. Charge forward. What are you doing? Before Ying Che could react, a bone-chilling cold shot up his spine. He slowly turned his head. From the shadows, hordes of grotesque monsters emerged, their blazing red eyes glowing like embers. The stench of their breath was overpowering. Behind them, Bao Bao had collapsed, trembling, her back against a cliff with nowhere left to run. Her face was pale, her panicked eyes filled with absolute terror. No, a colossal monster charged straight for her. As its sharp claws descended to tear her fragile body apart, Bao Bao screamed in despair. Stay away! Ying Che roared, his heart feeling like it would explode. Stop! Her eyes filled with hopeless tears as her lips trembled. Brother. Without a second of hesitation, he gripped his sword and charged. A flash of his blade cut through the dark smoke as he poured all his strength into a fatal blow. But in that instant, he went numb. The sword in his hand shattered into countless fragments, sending sparks flying everywhere. The monster swung its leg, kicking him squarely in the stomach. The horrifying impact sent his body flying dozens of yards away. He crashed hard against the ground. Bao Bao cried out in terror, her eyes red as she trembled from head to toe. Meanwhile, from the darkness, a giant, monstrous hand emerged, radiating a chilling intent to kill. Ying Che's hand reached out, shaking, as the monster lifted her into the air. No, he lay helpless amidst the rubble, his legs pinned fast beneath two heavy boulders. His little sister Bao Bao struggled and cried in a panic. Brother, save me. Ying Che's eyes turned bloodshot with absolute fury, veins bulging on his temples. Stop it! His legs were trapped. He struggled with all his might, but the more he fought, the tighter the rocks held him down. Then, a horrifying, piercing sound echoed out, cold and sharp like a knife plunging straight into his heart. He froze. Ying Che looked up, his eyes blood red. I remember now. The monster casually flicked its wrist, her small body trembled, then went limp. She fell to the blood-soaked ground. This scene. It was exactly the same as his past life. Just as cruel. Just as hopeless. Bao Bao's eyes were wide open, staring blankly into the void, filled with utter terror and despair. Just as hopeless, he thought, before letting out a primal scream. A scream tore from his throat. No! Two boulders pinned Ying Che's legs. With trembling arms, he still tried to escape. He dragged his mangled body forward as sharp rubble shredded his flesh. Tears and blood mixed in pure agony. But the monster before him stood unmoving, its crimson eyes glowing with malice. Sister! It roared, raising sharp claws dripping with killing intent as it charged. A pained scream echoed as blood splattered everywhere. So this was it. There was no divine system to save him. Ying Che floated in the air, his body riddled with wounds. On the brink of death, he let out a choked, ironic laugh. Just another stubborn human from the blue star, clinging to a final delusion before death. And yet, hot blood dripped onto the cold ground below. Suddenly, Ying Che's eyes shot open. Before him was a scene of horrifying chaos. Billowing smoke and fire, shattered earth, and countless fallen bodies. Their blood staining the ground crimson. Bao Bao screamed in panic, her voice trembling with fear. Brother! The monster roared, its colossal body closing in step by step. Its claws radiated an icy killing aura. Ying Che let out a furious roar, his eyes burning with rage as he locked onto the beast. He gathered all his strength to charge, but before he could move, it struck. No! The sky turned black as a crimson orb swirling with dark energy materialized above. The toll of a bell echoed through the air. Just then, a figure shot forward, slamming a powerful fist directly into the bell. The shockwave shattered, altering destiny itself. A silver bullet flashed like lightning, whistling through the air and piercing the demon's wing. Behind the attack, Fengshu gripped her gun tightly. Her elegant brows furrowed, her gaze was ice cold as she held her position. This thing is a real handful. She froze as a sarcastic voice called out from behind her. What's the matter? Feng Shu always wears that same serious face. Tengsha smirked, grinding his boot on a beautiful face beneath him. She stood majestically on the rooftop, her presence overwhelming. Feng Shu bit her lip, rolling her eyes in annoyance. Only an idiot likes to stand in high places. You're late, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. We're here too. Right after, Shu Dao appeared. He was followed by Wanzi, Mo Wei, and Wenbi. Big sis, we're here to back you up. Xiao was surprised to see the familiar faces. Everyone. His eyes lit up, and a broad smile spread across his lips. His voice boomed, "Hope we're not too late." Wanzi raised an eyebrow and jutted his chin. "Hey everyone, check that out." Police sirens blared as a squad of officers swarmed in, quickly securing the scene. Hu Shen held a megaphone, his voice strong and commanding. "Everyone, please evacuate in an orderly fashion with the troops. Protecting every citizen of Grand Xia is the duty of our Bureau 669. She froze, her eyes flashing with surprise. "Even the commander is here," he observed calmly. "Do you see the Bureau's resolve now?" Xiao shouted, his gaze determined. "Good! Then let's fight together." A wave of unified shouts rose from the crowd. The demon suddenly lunged forward, violently shoving a woman to the ground. A little girl screamed in terror, her eyes flooding with tears. "Mommy!" The mother gritted her teeth, her voice weak but fierce. "Xiao Rui, run!" In her desperation, her trembling hand grabbed a nearby stick. She staggered towards the demon, screaming, "I'll take you down with me." Instantly, the solid stick was bent like straw. The woman froze, her body seizing as blood flew through the air. It stained the ground red. Her body went limp and collapsed, lying motionless. In that instant, the little girl squeezed her eyes shut. Tears streamed down her face, her breath ragged, as her mother's words echoed in her mind. "Run, run. Don't let my sacrifice be for nothing." But she tripped, her small body tumbling to the ground. Panicked, she looked up with wide eyes as a colossal shadow blotted out the light. "No, please, don't come any closer." The demon's crimson eyes burned with cruelty. It raised a sharp claw, cold light glinting off the bloodstains. The girl's heart-wrenching scream tore through the night. But the demon's hand was stopped mid-air by a staff that had suddenly appeared to block the blow. The girl looked up, her gaze wary. Kainan asked coldly, his back a solid wall of iron protecting her. "Can you get up on your own?" The girl trembled, trying to push herself up. But the pain was too much. She only made it halfway, before collapsing again. Her eyes filled with hot tears that streamed down her face. "It hurts," he frowned, his voice like steel. "Stop whining." She froze, her expression panicked. Kainan's tone was severe. "Whining won't help you survive in this cruel world. The only person who can save you is yourself." The girl paused, as if something had just clicked. Then, her small body straightened with newfound strength. He allowed himself a small, satisfied smile. The demon roared, its monstrous hand trembling as it used all its might to block Kainan's staff. But he didn't even flinch. With a single twist of his wrist, he knocked the demon's hand aside. Then, Kainan delivered a devastating kick. The girl watched, stunned, her heart pounding in her chest. He stepped forward, tightening his grip on his weapon. His eyes were proud, the corner of his mouth lifting into a smirk. "Now, it's time for the demon hunt." Kainan's expression grew thoughtful. "You're not someone who would fall that easily." His gaze shifted to the crimson orb, where Ying Che was still trapped. "Show me that your title of hero is more than just an empty boast." An overwhelming dark aura erupted, warping the very space around them. Inside the barrier, he desperately gripped his sword, his stance as proud and unyielding as a stone pillar. He had lost count of how many times this had happened. Ying Che squeezed his eyes shut, but the brutal scene flashed before him once again. A monster roared as its jet-black claws pierced through her chest. She struggled to speak, her breath coming in ragged gasps. "Brother, run!" He clutched his head and screamed, despair searing through his very veins. "No, this can't be happening." The sound shattered the air, shaking even the barrier outside. Lilith hovered in the void, the hem of her black dress flowing around her. A smirk played on her lips, every word dripping with sarcasm. "Looks like this is almost over." Nana gritted her teeth, clutching the trembling system interface. "What do I do?" "At this rate, my host will be tortured until he goes insane." The system thrashed about in a panic. "Stop shaking me. What good will it do you if I'm dead?" Nana cried out, her brow furrowed in panic. "Great sage. This is getting dangerous." The boy grumbled in annoyance. "And stop wiping your nose on me." Wukong just casually pulled the brilliant golden staff from his ear. "Whatever. His figure stood tall and proud, back straight as a spear. His presence was as overwhelming as a towering mountain range. "Now this great sage will go deal with that wretched witch," Lilith sneered. "Not bad, little one. Lasting 15 minutes under my ultimate curse without dying. You've done well." Her gaze swept across the battlefield, landing on Wenbi, who was desperately fighting to hold back two of her demons. "It seems my two little pets have been intercepted. I never thought these humans would be so persistent." Lilith laughed mockingly. "But it doesn't matter. When insects swarm together, they're still just insects." She spread her arms wide, her form gliding through the air like a phantom, her gaze as cold as ice. "Fine. I'll just have to extinguish their last ray of hope myself." The barrier sphere trembled violently as cracks began to spread across its surface like a spiderweb. Lilith froze in her tracks. Just as the barrier exploded from within, Wukong's proud voice boomed out, echoing across the land. "I am the special emissary, sent by the Buddha himself, appointed by the Jade Emperor and the Bodhisattva Guanyin on a sacred journey. I am the great sage, equal to heaven, the handsome Monkey King, from the water curtain cave of Flower Fruit Mountain." He tightened his grip on his staff. "The one and only Sun Wukong," he declared with a grin. "And devastatingly handsome, I might add." The corner of Wukong's mouth curled into an arrogant smirk. "Allow this great sage to be your opponent." But faced with such insolence, she didn't get angry. In fact, she let out a low chuckle, her voice filled with amusement. Wukong shot forward at blinding speed, a cocky grin spreading across his face. Then he roared, "Have a taste of this great sage's staff." 3 spheres of demonic energy materialized in a line before him. Lilith was encased within the final sphere, completely protected. With an air of absolute arrogance, she raised a hand and pointed forward. "Let me show you the difference in our power." The moment Lilith's finger pointed forward, demonic energy instantly flared to life. "Pathetic parlor tricks," she screamed. But before Lilith could even launch her attack, his staff slammed down hard, smashing into one of the 3 spheres. Wukong leaped away just as it detonated in a massive explosion, but the civilians below couldn't simply stand by and watch the devastating shockwave. They scattered in every direction, desperately searching for cover. An innocent little boy cried out with joy. "Mommy, look! It's Sun Wukong," his mother snapped. "This is no time for games. He's just a story. We have to find shelter, now." Suddenly, a massive boulder materialized in midair, already showing signs of cracking. Wukong's eyes shot downwards, noticing the strange disturbance. A strange wind blew towards Wukong's position. The boulder then split apart, reforming into red spheres pulsating with demonic energy. A sly voice echoed through the air. "How truly barbaric. Doesn't your Eastern deity know how to be gentle with a lady?" He scoffed in response. "If you want me to treat you like a delicate flower, you first have to actually be one. But, to this great sage, a body reeking of demonic energy like yours can only be called a monster." Furious, she spat a curse. "You sharp-tongued ape." Lilith flashed a wicked smile. "Let's hope your skills are as impressive as that mouth of yours." All at once, magic circles materialized around Wukong, leaking wisps of dark energy. Suddenly, no fewer than 10 of the circles unleashed a terrifying power, strong enough to kill anyone on the spot. From a distance, she spoke with contempt. "As I thought. You're all talk." But before Lilith could gloat any longer, he was right behind her, radiating a murderous aura. A single swing of his staff instantly shattered her defensive sphere. With her protection gone, Lilith had no choice but to face Wukong head-on. He taunted her. "There's no turtle shell to hide behind this time, little demon princess." And yet, she didn't lose a shred of her arrogance as she replied, "I'm going to shut that mouth of yours forever." The moment she finished speaking, a demon materialized, radiating an incredible presence. Just then, Kainan shot forward like a gale-force wind. "It doesn't matter how much power you have if you can't land a hit." He opened his attack with a devastating kick. The blow landed square on its head, sending a massive shockwave through its body. The demon's entire form was sent flying into the distance. A smirk played on Kainan's lips as he spoke with disdain. "But I'm guessing a monster like you doesn't have the capacity to learn." A little girl below gasped in awe. "He's so cool." The demon's mangled body lay motionless against a massive boulder. The ground beneath him threatened to shatter. Watching the others clash, an idea sparked in the demon's mind. It shot to its feet and bolted. It leaped from foothold to foothold, launching itself into the air. Kai glanced back, and the little girl blushed, knowing his eyes were on her. Kai slowly approached and knelt before her. He gently asked, "Where is your family?" A hidden pain seemed to seal her lips. She didn't say a word. Kai took out a clean cloth to bandage her scrapes, giving her some advice. Listen closely, he said. Things like this will happen again. But crying won't solve anything. His gaze was gentle, as if trying not to cause her more pain. You have to become strong enough to face it all. To face the spirits and powers of this cruel world. Finally, Kai gently patted her head, just like a real big brother. That's the only way you'll survive in this world. Moved by his words, tears welled up in her eyes. Suddenly, another soldier's voice boomed. Is anyone over here? If you can hear this, please respond. His flashlight beam cut through the dark, revealing the innocent face of a little girl. Her gaze was fixed on the direction where Kai had disappeared. No matter how cruel reality was, a seed had been planted. In the end, the soldier led the girl to safety. The name of that seed was hope. Elsewhere, a demon struggled to its feet. Don't push it. This one's finished. A desperate move could ruin everything. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the distance. Wait. Before the eyes of its comrades, another demon descended. It turned to the first demon and spoke. The smaller one nodded in agreement, and the two joined hands. A magic circle blazed to life between them, pulsing with crimson power. Guanzi stared in disbelief, shouting, "What in the world is that? Everyone, be careful." Xiao's eyes widened in shock. It was like a banner of crimson flame. The two demons merged, becoming a special, boss-level entity. A voice cried out, "They've fused!" Guanzi screamed in astonishment. "This is even possible?" Hu Shen's eyes blazed as he roared. "All personnel of Bureau 669, excluding those on civilian protection duty, all remaining units, engage the demon. Show these abominations that not just any stray can run wild on our soil." On his command, the soldiers charged forward, their voices united in a single war cry. A massive explosion erupted, sending the soldiers flying. Watching from afar, an observer couldn't believe his eyes. What just happened? An entire squad was wiped out just like that? Xiao looked completely bewildered. I couldn't see a thing. What it did. Meanwhile, Kai sat casually on a rooftop overlooking the chaos. Interesting. I hope you all can last a little longer. He hated to admit it. But if he faced that demon, there was a good chance he'd die by her hand. But dancing with death is what makes life thrilling. It's been too long since I've felt this kind of excitement. A thrill that stirs my very soul. A smirk played on Kai's lips. Down below, Lilith raised her hand, unleashing her power. A torrent of energy blasted forward. Wukong surged to meet it, his staff deflecting the devastating blow. As Kai watched their epic clash, he thought to himself, to experience something this exciting twice in one day. It seems, as long as you're alive, there's never a dull moment. Wukong tightened his grip on the staff, gritting his teeth in fury. What's happening? The longer this fight drags on, the weaker my power becomes. Is it a problem with the host body? Because this vessel isn't my own. It must be rejecting my true form. With that thought, Wukong blew a few magic hairs from his palm. I have to end this fast. Instantly, dozens of clones materialized in the sky. Lilith watched with a contemptuous sneer. Trying to overwhelm me with numbers? Too bad, she purred. That won't work on me. A wave of energy radiated from Lilith, forcing the clones to shield their eyes. She raised a hand, summoning a crimson vortex. I get very annoyed when I'm underestimated. Wukong watched in disbelief as his spell was utterly obliterated by her single attack. He considered his options. Then, I have no choice but to use that. Wukong clasped his hands together, and his body instantly expanded to 1,000 times its size. Law of Heaven, aspect of Earth. Hiding behind a boulder, Bao Bao watched his big brother Wukong in awe. Lilith hovered in midair, witnessing his incredible power. Nearby, even Kai was stunned into speaking aloud. He possesses a divine art like this? Wasting no time, Wukong swung his colossal arm directly at her. Crimson energy swirled around his descending fist. But Lilith was already encased within a protective scarlet barrier. The massive hand closed around the red orb, squeezing it tight. With a grim expression, Wukong poured all his power into crushing it. From his perch on the rooftop, Kai's face was a mask of pure astonishment. Wukong used both hands, squeezing with all his might as he roared, "Damn it! Break for me!" Inside the sphere, Lilith smiled, almost helplessly. Is there truly no other choice? Hearing her words, Wukong stared at her, confused. Lilith slowly raised a finger to her lips, a mysterious smile playing on them, as if this was all part of her plan. To force my hand like this, I suppose your death will be a worthy one. She blew a kiss, and a stream of power erupted. A torrent of dark red energy erupted. The power shot skyward, piercing straight through Wukong's body. The Monkey King stared blankly at the gaping hole in his chest. A massive wound had been torn wide open. Lilith hovered near his neck, unleashing a constant stream of crimson energy. These Eastern divinities are truly a handful. To think even a mere monkey could be this powerful. The light faded from Wukong's eyes, leaving only a lifeless void. His colossal body, drained of all strength, began to fall backward. I never thought I'd have to use the crown of 7 sins. But now, absolutely no one can stand in my way. A triumphant smirk spread across her face as she looked down on the fallen god. But at that moment, a single fly buzzed past her ear. Lilith's eyes widened in shock when she saw it. Suddenly, the fly transformed back into him. At this range, there's no time to raise a shield. For the first time, a flash of fear crossed her face. Wukong swung his mighty staff with all his might. Have a taste of my cudgel. A massive pillar of power erupted from the heart of the city. Watching from afar, Bao Bao's eyes widened in utter amazement. She stammered with joy. Big brother. He won. But as Bao Bao hid behind a shattered wall, a shadow fell over her from behind. A voice called her name. Bao Bao. In the next second, the ground where she stood erupted. Xiao lunged forward, tackling Bao Bao to safety. The force of the blast sent them flying. They crashed hard onto the pavement. Xiao squeezed her eyes shut, coughing up a mouthful of dark, crimson blood. Bao Bao, safe in her arms, cried out with tear-filled eyes. Sister Xiao. Xiao comforted her with a weak voice. I'm fine. I made a promise. To Ying Che, I have to protect you. Saying that, she collapsed. A stream of fresh red blood trickling from her lips. Bao Bao shook Xiao frantically, screaming in panic. Xiao. Wake up. Seeing this, Shu Dao roared in fury. You bastard. You dare to harm our leader? Everyone around them froze, their eyes wide with shock. They formed a human shield in front of Ba Fengte, as their leader declared, We will avenge our big sister. Kai Nan, still perched on the building's roof, glanced down at them. He let out a soft sigh before turning his gaze away. This was a critical moment. He had no time for other people's problems. Down below, Shu Dao and his crew had already launched their attack on Ba Fengte. The creature lunged forward, grabbing one of them by the head. Ba Fengte then unleashed its power, blasting everyone backward. Kai Nan frowned, unable to bring himself to abandon them. After dealing with Shu Dao's group, the beast stalked toward Bao Bao. The little girl was pressed against a wall, stammering in terror. No. Don't come any closer. Kai Nan's fists clenched. As Ba Fengte raised its hand to attack Bao Bao, the little girl let out a piercing scream. Without a moment's hesitation, Kai Nan launched himself from the rooftop. The instant he landed, he swung his leg toward Ba Fengte. Immediately, a massive nearby boulder was kicked with such force that it shattered. Seeing this, Bao Bao clenched her fists, her face filled with admiration. Kai Nan spoke in a low voice. Don't misunderstand. If that guy's sister dies unexpectedly, I won't be able to have my duel with him. Under the immense pressure of that power, Ba Fengte staggered back several steps before regaining its balance. It kicked off the ground, rocketing forward out of the thick cloud of dust. Seeing the creature run, the corner of Kai Nan's mouth curled into a smirk. You want to compete in speed? You've truly picked the wrong opponent. He gave chase, instantly catching up to Ba Fengte's flash step. The two figures shot forward as one, moving so fast they could rival the speed of light. Kai Nan looked at it with a scornful smile as he drew back his fist. Before Ba Fengte could react, the punch slammed into its chest. In the blink of an eye, its figure was gone, leaving only shattered rubble and a swirling cloud of dust that enveloped the area. However, Ba Fengte seemed completely unharmed. It leaped up instantly, continuing its charge straight ahead. The two clashed, matching each other in both attack and speed. It was a battle of equals, impossible to determine a winner. Nearby, two other figures watched the fight. Shu Dao and Wen Bi clutched their injured arms, their eyes wide and jaws dropped in utter disbelief. So fast. This benefactor's speed seems even greater than that monster's. The entire landscape had been destroyed by their clash. Shards of rock flew everywhere. Ba Fengte slammed its fist straight down on a massive boulder, and upon looking again, it froze. Kai Nan had landed gracefully on Ba Fengte's hand. He moved with an easy swagger, taunting the beast until it glared and let out a furious roar. It immediately swiped a hand to grab his leg, but Kai Nan had already moved, placing his hand on top of Ba Fengte's head. He casually lifted himself up, making them look like circus performers. In an instant, Kai Nan's feet came crashing down. He stomped its head, smashing it into the hard ground. When the smoke cleared, Ba Fengte was flattened against the cracked stone. Humiliated like this, it clenched its fists, grinding its teeth in rage. Unable to bear it any longer, Ba Fengte threw its head back and let out a thunderous roar. It struggled with all its might, trying to escape the foot, pinning it down. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down, blasting Kainan away. He whipped his head around, his face filled with alarm. From within a crimson glow, a pair of enormous eyes appeared. A torrent of fire suddenly erupted, shooting straight toward Kainan. The entire city was engulfed as massive flames rained down, destroying everything. Seeing the chaos, Xiao panicked, screaming as he ran for his life. What in the world is that thing? But Kainam's brow furrowed, and he shot forward without hesitation. A massive fireball hurtled straight for Bao Bao. The little girl clutched Xiao tightly, throwing up an arm to shield her face. A thunderous explosion rocked the ground, sending shrapnel flying in every direction. Bao Bao's eyes shot open, wide with disbelief at the scene before her. Kainam stood protectively in front of her. He glanced back over his shoulder. "You okay?" Bao Bao replied, still dazed. "I'm fine." But suddenly, her expression turned to terror. She screamed, "Watch out!" Confused, Kainam instinctively looked up. Seizing the opportunity, the three-wind special lunged, seeing the perfect moment to strike. Caught off guard, Kainam was sent flying. The monster raised its hand, gathering immense power in its palm, then unleashed a massive blast of energy. The beam shot directly toward the fallen Kainam. As the devastating power faded, a thick cloud of smoke and dust obscured everything. The three-wind special clenched its fist. A smug, triumphant smirk spread across its face, certain that victory was already its own. But then, a foot suddenly appeared before it. The creature's smirk instantly vanished. Kainam emerged from the smoke, completely unfazed. Now this is getting interesting. As the words left his mouth, the thunder of marching feet echoed from all sides. The three-wind special was completely surrounded by soldiers. It merely glanced around, when suddenly, a hand burst from the earth. One after another, horrifying monsters clawed their way out of the ground. They rose up menacingly behind the soldiers. The men cried out in shock. "What are these things?" With a single swing of its arm, a monster sent one soldier flying. Seeing this, the others broke rank in terror and began to flee. The battlefield descended into chaos as monsters hunted down the fleeing soldiers. Protect the civilians at all costs. Back in the city, a soldier rushed in with a report. "Commander, the situation on the front lines is dire. For your own safety, sir, you must retreat immediately." Hearing this, Commander Hu Shen's voice boomed with rage. "Insolence! My men are out there risking their lives, fighting those demons for the great Xia. As their commander, how could I possibly be the first to flee? Do not speak such foolishness again. The moment even one of us chooses to run, the odds of our homeland being conquered increase. The soldiers of Bureau 669 can only die in battle. We will never die in disgrace." The nearby soldiers stared with wide eyes, their faces a mixture of shock and awe. One of them finally roared with renewed vigor, "The commander is right. We will drive every last one of these bastards from our home. Leave none of them standing." With renewed morale, the soldiers charged toward the monsters. "Kill them all. Hold the line. Attack with caution." Kainam gazed out at the war-torn city. He spoke with a calm detachment. "I can't say I'm fond of this kind of atmosphere, but I have to admit, there's a certain appeal to it." He closed his eyes, a faint smile on his lips. "I've wasted enough time here. It's time to end this." The three-wind special seemed to nod in agreement. The air hung thick with smoke and dust. Kai, Nam, and the three-wind special faced each other. The calm before a storm, a legendary battle was about to begin. Kai Nam stood tall, his gaze fearless. He gripped his nunchaku, a swirling aura of blue magical energy enveloping him. The monster's ferocious red eyes locked onto Kai Nam. In an instant, he unleashed the heavenly insect Swarm Scatter, shooting forward at an impossible speed. The force of his attack sent devastating shockwaves rippling through the city below. He gathered all of his strength for one final, decisive blow, and slammed it directly into the three-wind special. The overwhelming force sent the monster flying backward. It smashed into a wall with a deafening crash. The three-wind special was completely immobilized, dark crimson blood trickling from its mouth. The light faded from its red eyes. Commander Hu Shen stared at the young man's back, his voice filled with praise and admiration. A true hero born from the younger generation. The commander's gaze then fell upon Kai Nam's hands, noting the nunchaku and the boy's surprised expression. Commander Hu Shen's voice rang out. "Those nunchaku. Kid, you're from the Bai family." Just then, a massive explosion tore through the silence of the night sky. The sound was absolutely deafening. Silhouetted against the blast was the figure of Ying Che, falling helplessly from the sky. Bao Bao's eyes widened with panic and fear as she saw him. "Brother!" she screamed. At the same time, both the commander and Kai Nam snapped their heads in that direction. Hu Shen's expression immediately tensed. In a flash, Kai Nam shot toward Ying Che at an incredible speed. He swiftly caught the falling man in his arms. Kai Nam's brow furrowed slightly. Ying Che was already unconscious. He landed softly on a rooftop, still cradling the man. Just then, a presence made him glance to the side. Kai Nam's brows knitted together, his face a mask of surprise and tension. And in that moment, the image of Lilith materialized in midair. Commander Hu Shen gasped, his face etched with pure disbelief. "How can this be?" the commander roared. Bao Bao stared up at the woman, her own golden eyes wide as the little girl stammered. "Does that mean my brother?" The figure looked down toward Kai Nam, and Lilith's mocking voice echoed through the air. "Oh? Well now, handsome. I noticed you went to great lengths to save that man. Tell me, what is he to you that's worth risking your life for?" Kai Nam answered calmly. "Funny enough, he's no one to me at all." The woman descended gracefully onto the rooftop, her voice continuing to ring out. "My power is still rising. And yet, you dare to stand before me?" Blood trickled from the corner of Zane's mouth, a clear sign of his prior injuries. His voice rang out with defiance. "Because this man still owes me a fair fight, and until that happens, I refuse to let him die, even if I have to declare this challenge myself." Kai leveled his staff at the demoness, his voice dripping with challenge. "Besides, if I defeat you here, it proves I'm stronger than him anyway. That's not a bad trade-off." Lilith let out a mocking laugh, her voice laced with pure contempt. "What a headache. Are all humans this arrogant?" His golden eyes narrowed, locking onto her with deadly seriousness. In that very instant, Lilith attacked. She unleashed a storm of crimson energy blades aimed right at Kai. Caught off guard, he accidentally kicked Zane, causing him to cough up more blood. Kai dodged Lilith's assault, but the impact sent Zane flying into a steel container. The clash created a deafening boom. Kai spun his staff, generating immense pressure. He lunged forward with blinding speed, striking her defensive barrier. Lilith's voice echoed, "Not bad speed, but your power has barely improved at all." His expression hardened with killing intent. Kai thought in frustration, "Damn it, she's exactly the type of opponent I hate dealing with." Just then, Lilith summoned torrents of magic toward Kai. He didn't see it coming. His face tensed. "This is bad." She unleashed her night wind technique, summoning scarlet vortexes that tore the very ground apart. The terrifying power of the gale sent Kai flying. He coughed up a spray of blood, his body racked with pain. A triumphant smirk spread across Lilith's face. Her voice dripped with scorn. "In the end, a mere mortal body can never stand against me." His body slammed into a massive boulder, shattering it on impact. She then turned her attention back to Zane, her tone flat and cold. "All right. Now it's just you." A sphere of crimson magic formed in her palm, but suddenly, a metal slug shot towards her at blinding speed. Caught by surprise, Lilith whipped her head toward the projectile. She instantly threw up a magical barrier, just as the bullet exploded. The explosion thundered through the air. A military helicopter hovered above, with General Hu and a soldier on board. The general roared with fury. "Get away from him, now, or I'll blow you to smithereens." Lilith simply pointed a finger at the chopper, channeling her demonic energy. She shot a malicious glare toward Zane. Her voice was pure venom. "They're going all out. Just to protect this one man? If I slaughter every last one of them. I wonder what kind of expression you'll make then." A voice from the helicopter screamed, "Move it, spread out, get out of here now." But Zane remained motionless, his face a mask of blood and bruises. A voice suddenly echoed inside his mind. "Master, host." His brow furrowed at the sound. "Wake up!" He let out a faint groan. As Zane's eyes fluttered open, he saw Natcha kneeling over him, tears streaming down her face. He pushed himself up, staring at her as she sobbed uncontrollably. "Please, you have to go check on the Great Sage. I don't think he's going to make it." Zane's eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? He scrambled over to Wukong. The Great Sage was sitting slumped over, completely drained and severely wounded. "Great Sage!" Zane cried out. Blood trickled from Wukong's head, his eyes shut. Hearing Zane's voice, Wukong slowly opened his eyes. His voice was faint. "So, you're finally awake. Looks like you miscalculated, kid. I never thought you'd see this Great Sage in such a pathetic state. I guess I was too arrogant about my own power after all." Zane stared at Wukong, filled with concern, reaching out a hand but hesitating to touch him. He whispered softly, "It's all right." Wukong's voice was a low murmur. "I truly never expected this." The scene flashes back to Wukong's battle. He stood triumphantly over a beaten Lilith, his voice brimming with confidence. "This great sage hasn't even gotten serious, and you've already collapsed." She spat back. "You dare injure me this badly? Even dicing you into 1,000 pieces wouldn't be enough to quench my hatred." Wukong simply looked down on her with disdain. His voice was a clear challenge. "If you think you have what it takes," his brow furrowed in thought. "I used too much power in that last attack. If this continues, the host's body will fully adapt to my essence, and he'll never be able to return. I have to end this now." Lilith's eyes widened, blazing with murderous intent. Yet, her tone was filled with a newfound, twisted amusement. "You are very interesting." Wukong grew wary at her sudden change in tone. Lilith unleashed her magic at Wukong, but he effortlessly deflected the attack with his staff. She was stunned to see her magic had absolutely no effect. Wukong himself was surprised. What in the world? He charged straight at her with incredible speed, his voice steady. "My chance!" Wukong brought his staff down on Lilith with immense force, tearing her body asunder. His voice boomed. "Demon, your life is forfeit!" Lilith's body was split in two. Her eyes rolled back into her head as he declared, his voice calm, "It's finally over." But the great sage had let his guard down and walked right into Lilith's trap. She now appeared behind him, her hands glowing with demonic power. Her voice echoed, dripping with triumph. Wukong's spirit jolted at the sound. So, this was it, the end. The thought left him completely numb. Panic flooded Wukong's mind. Was that moment just another illusion? How could his fiery eyes of truth have failed to see through it? Lilith raised two fingers, her voice a venomous whisper. "I suppose, for the rest of my life, I will never forget an opponent like you. Farewell." Beams of white demonic energy shot toward Wukong. He was too stunned to even move. Wukong knew Lilith's attacks were overwhelming. He gritted his teeth, realizing he couldn't possibly dodge. But in that desperate moment, an idea sparked in his mind. At the very least, I can't let the host die here. With that single thought, Wukong spread his arms wide, deciding to take the full force of the blast. A massive explosion erupted with devastating force. Lilith laughed mockingly, her voice laced with poison. "This is what you get for daring to wound me." Back in reality, he sat slumped, his spiritual form growing faint. Wukong's voice was a flat, weary monotone. "Unbelievable. That woman's technique. Even in a spiritual state, I can still feel the pain. I hate to admit it, but I think this old monkey is finished." How humiliating. After all my boasting earlier. Hearing this, Neja's eyes filled with tears. Her voice was a gentle plea. "Great sage, please don't talk like that. You're going to be okay." Blood trickled down his temple as he tried to reassure her. "Third prince, I know my own body. This old monkey's time is up." Wukong turned his solemn gaze to Ying Che. His voice was faint but firm. "That monster is now yours to handle." The words caught Ying Che completely off guard. Ying Che immediately protested. "But I already failed. I was trapped in her illusion. If even you, the great sage, couldn't defeat her, how can I possibly?" Hearing those words, something inside Wukong snapped. Despite his fading form, he surged to his feet and furiously grabbed Ying Che by the collar. He roared, his voice cracking with rage. "Why did I ever choose a weakling like you? Looking at you now, this old monkey sees not a single glimmer of hope. Listen to me. I don't care what you're thinking right now. For the great Xia Empire, you will fight, even if you can't win. Or was my effort to save you completely worthless?" The raw emotion in his voice shocked Ying Che. Ying Che stammered, "Great sage." Wukong, feeling his own power fading fast, cut him off. "Besides, in this pathetic state, I'm no match for you anyway. So let's just skip the formalities." Just then, a golden light erupted from Wukong, enveloping Ying Che. "All this ceremonial nonsense is just a pain." As the light intensified, Ying Che's body was lifted from the ground. He could only gasp, stunned by the power. At that very moment, a system window appeared. "Congratulations. The host has received the acknowledgement of the great sage, equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Host's level cap has been raised. Third level of Chongtian, unlocked." Finally, a breakthrough, Ying Che thought, feeling the power surge. Meanwhile, Lilith had already begun her next incantation. She summoned a demonic hand from a dark portal, which shot out toward the helicopter above. Hu Shen watched in horror, shouting, "This is bad." But before the demonic hand could reach its target, the Ruyi Jingu Bang, A colossal golden staff slammed down onto the rooftop. The impact was deafening. Lilith flinched at the sudden explosion of sound, her expression instantly turning cautious. Hu Shen stared, dumbfounded. A nearby soldier's jaw hung open. There, standing atop the massive staff, was Ying Che, crackling with golden energy. He stood tall, his posture radiating power. Someone once told me that no matter what kind of demon or monster you are absolutely forbidden from running rampant in the lands of the great Xia Empire, and I promised him that I would annihilate any who dared to defile our home. Ying Che's eyes blazed with golden light, his voice ringing with absolute confidence. So, Lilith, I will be the one to defeat you. She glared at him, her voice dripping with scorn. Then by all means, come and try. But Lilith's brow furrowed, her expression turning serious for the first time. She thought to herself, he's wielding that monkey's weapon. That means he probably has to get in close to deal any real damage to me. Although I don't have the strength left to use the third seal of the Crown of the Seven Sins, he's still just a mere human. He can't possibly be like that monstrous ape. Her overconfidence would be her undoing, but Lilith had no idea how much she'd underestimated him. While she was lost in thought, Ying Che was already upon her. He moved with blinding speed. Lilith couldn't even react. Her eyes widened in shock as he swung the staff with immense force. The blow landed squarely before she could evade. Lilith remained standing, but she staggered back, wounded and unstable. She grit her teeth, her expression twisting into a terrifying snarl as blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Lilith's voice seethed with absolute fury. A mere insect dared to injure ME? Her rage boiled over. Unleashing her power, Lilith summoned dozens of crimson vortexes, each one crackling with destructive energy. They all swirled violently toward Ying Che. Her venomous shriek echoed across the rooftop. Unforgivable. Die! But he met the onslaught without a trace of fear, blocking it with his staff. His tone was filled with contempt. Is that all you have? But just then, his eyes widened. Ying Che felt a sudden, ominous presence. He sensed it coming, just as he expected. A colossal hand of pure magic, conjured by Lilith, clamped down on his body. Zane's jaw tightened, his teeth grinding together as arcane circles materialized around him. Hu Shen screamed, seeing the dire situation unfold. This was bad. Zane roared, enraged by her treacherous feint attack, a truly devious move. Lilith paid his anger no mind. She simply pointed at him, channeling a torrent of magical energy in his direction. Her voice echoed with triumph. It ends here. In that instant, Zane's position was engulfed in a violent, deafening explosion. Lilith's smirk faltered into a scowl. To Zane's utter shock, Bao Bao had appeared, holding an ancient book and projecting a shield around them both. He asked in astonishment, Bao Bao? A terrifying magical power radiated from the little girl. Her voice was steady. I want to help my big brother. Just then, another figure approached Zane and Bao Bao. It turned out to be Bao Bao, from the future. Her voice was calm and resolute. Could it be? The book's voice suddenly spoke out. Preparations are complete. New master, Bao Bao, please issue your command. But, in the next moment, the book's metaphorical eyes widened in panic. It shrieked in absolute shock at the situation. What? What is happening? What is this? Why am I suddenly bound to this little girl? But Bao Bao ignored its cries. Her eyes glowing an iridescent blue, an otherworldly chant began to pour from her lips. The azure scripture stammered in panic. Wait. Hold on. Why can't I control myself? Overwhelming streams of magic erupted, blasting down toward Lilith, and tearing the city apart in the process. She expertly dodged the young girl's attacks. Lilith thought furiously, insolent brat, how dare she look down on me? Lilith channeled her power, creating a crimson sigil on her hand. She used the magic to form a shield against Bao Bao's relentless assault. The sheer force of the girl's power was annihilating everything, creating massive explosions. Lilith's face twisted with rage, her eyebrows knitting together as her voice rang out in fury. Just as I thought, she's using too much power. That damn medium is about to break. Zane seized the opportunity, using his martial godblade to shatter her next attack. A victorious smile spread across his face as his confident voice boomed. Lilith, it's over for you. I'll take care of my sister. Bao Bao turned toward him, a defiant look on her face. Without warning, she aimed the azure scripture right at him. Zane yelled in a panic. What are you doing? Zane scrambled to dodge Bao Bao's attacks. He pleaded, Whoa, Bao Bao, stop. It's me, it's your brother. Lilith's gaze filled with twisted amusement. Her voice was a gleeful purr as she watched the chaotic scene. It seems the little girl can't control her power and has lost her mind. In that case, let me add some fuel to the fire. A dark magic circle appeared at her fingertips. In the next moment, A combined assault from both Bao Bao and Lilith rained down upon the city. Zane's face grew tense. He gritted his teeth, his voice a low growl. No! At this rate, the entire city will be destroyed. I have to deal with Lilith first. Just then, a mysterious voice echoed in his mind. Use the myriad chaos pearl. Hearing the voice, he whipped his head around. Who's there? Seeing Lilith preparing another attack, Zane decided to risk it all. He muttered to himself, it's a gamble, but it's the only chance I've got. Zane reached into his pocket, pulling out a shimmering purple pearl. Instantly, he charged straight for Lilith. She was caught completely off guard. He thrust the chaos pearl forward, pouring every last ounce of his strength into the attack. Just as Zane pushed the myriad chaos pearl toward Lilith, her arm shot out, wreathed in a sinister red light filled with killing intent. Stay away from me, she shrieked. A crimson vortex erupted from the aura around her hand, blasting Zane backward. Even this didn't work? Zane drove his sword into the ground for support, his eyes filled with absolute desperation. Suddenly, Bao Bao's face went cold. She began chanting in a low voice, summoning a beam of blue light filled with crystalline snowflakes. Before Zane's astonished eyes, the myriad chaos pearl lifted from his grasp, drawn upward by her spell. The purple and red orb pulsed, suspended in midair. The light it emitted grew stronger and stronger, coalescing into a beam aimed right at Lilith. As Zane watched in utter disbelief, she screamed, "Damn it! What is this light?" Bao Bao, still holding the book she'd been chanting from, looked just as bewildered as Zane. Lilith threw her hands forward, roaring. Absolute defense. A translucent red shield materialized, completely covering her body. But in a flash, the shield shattered into a million pieces. At that moment, her eyes darkened with rage as she ground her teeth. Damn it, I can't block it. Zane's eyes were wide with realization, and he stammered, Could this be the purifying ability of the myriad chaos pearl? I had no idea it could be used like this. Lilith roared in fury. You hateful pests. If I'm going down, then I'll leave you with a final taste of despair. Demon King's descent. She spread her arms and wings toward the sky. A long-haired man with six-pack abs and blazing eyes materialized, with ghoulish skulls clinging to his shoulders, their mouths agape as if to swallow the world. A murderous aura radiated from the chiseled warrior. Panic flashed in Zane's eyes as he roared. Everyone, get back! Feng shouted. Hurry, move now! The warrior now wore a crown upon his head, engulfed by an overwhelming surge of blinding light. Down below, Zane gripped his sword, ready for battle. Lilith continued to command the crown of the evil tribe. Her eyes glinted with malice and triumph. You think you can run? Before she could finish, a sharp object pierced straight through her back. The weapon was a long spear, with a golden handle, a meter long, and a small, razor-sharp point. It was like a dagger plunging through Lilith's chest. Her eyes widened in shock, completely defenseless. Zane stood frozen. His expression was a mixture of awe and fear. The golden spear. Was that what delivered the fatal blow to Lilith? Incredible power. From above, a girl descended, cloaked in black. She landed without a word, her presence radiating sheer coolness. Lilith clutched her chest in agony, but still let out a laugh. Coughing up blood, her eyes burned with hatred. The anti-magic properties of this weapon are even stronger than that orb. To think I would fall because of this. Zane slowly advanced. He declared, This is the struggle for survival of the humans you call insects. Beings like you, who always look down from above, will never understand. Zane looked up at Lilith, but it seemed he wasn't speaking to her. A terrifying skull manifested behind her head. Another voice replied, using Lilith's mouth, but the laugh was definitely not hers. You're the one looking down from on high. At most, you've only defeated the vessel I was possessing. Don't think for a second this is your true victory. Just then, Zane sensed something was wrong. His expression shifted. Lilith's arm began to fracture into tiny pieces, then larger chunks, the decay spreading upwards. She raised her disintegrating arm, her eyes filled with terror. Zane advised her, Give it up, Lilith. In your current state, you can't even make a ripple. The unseen entity spoke, There's no other way. I'll concede defeat this time. Lilith's legs had now dissolved. The entity replied to Zane, But don't celebrate too soon. I am merely the vanguard. There are many who are far stronger than me. In 2 years, you humans will have to face us all, at our full strength. Will you be so confident you can fight us then? Not wanting to lose the chance to get more information, Zane quickly asked one last question. Lilith, in this possessed state, how much of your true power could you use? Lilith's eyes were pure venom, her smile sinister even as her body crumbled away. Let me think. perhaps. Only 60% of my strength. Zane's expression was one of utter shock. His eyes and mouth were wide with disbelief. Lilith disintegrated completely. In the murderous air, an unseen voice echoed, "I hope we meet again. In your nightmares." The atmosphere returned to normal as the sun broke through, shining down on Zane, who stood proudly with his sword, and the others behind him, all facing the light, their resolve firm. Sunlight pierced the clouds, illuminating the rubble-strewn ground. The uniformed soldiers erupted in cheers. "We won! We won! It's a victory!" Feng walked forward, towards the wreckage where wounded soldiers lay. In the distance, her gaze was fixed on something. A fist slammed into the ground. "Damn it!" Shen knelt on one knee, his eyes blazing with fury as he growled. "Victory? How the hell is this a victory?" Zane stood in the distance, silent. Then, he suddenly remembered his beloved little sister. "That's right, Bao Bao." Zane's eyes widened in sheer terror at something he saw. He broke into a sprint. Behind him, a chaotic wave of blue and black energy surged towards him like a tidal wave. Suddenly, the energy vanished. Zane looked back, completely bewildered. What just happened? In the sky, a small human figure floated before a transparent shield resembling a massive ice crystal. Bao Bao's eyes were filled with confusion, as if waking from a long trance. The person, floating in the sky with the shield, was her. Her hands were controlling a brown book that radiated dark energy. Bao Bao looked bewildered. Why? Why is my body moving on its own? "Don't hurt my brother!" Zane screamed in panic. "Bao Bao!" she gasped, stammering in confusion. "Gate of Avalon!" she cried out. The shield behind her shot towards Zane like a whirlwind. He frantically raised his sword. "No choice. I'll have to make my staff expand. I just hope I have enough stamina left." Suddenly, something flashed past him, behind Zane. He glanced over his shoulder. When he turned back, the girl in the black cloak was standing there. She held out her hand and yelled, "Gate of Avalon!" The shield that was behind Bao Bao was now protecting both her and Zane. A powerful stream of blue light shot forward. An explosion sent earth and rock flying, shaking the very ground. Nothing could be seen but the blinding light. A storm of brilliant blue light erupted, engulfing the entire area. Her blonde ponytail whipped wildly in the wind. Ying Che stared in horror. The girl was actually the book from before, controlled by Bao Bao, now floating in midair, wreathed in roaring blue flames. Another massive explosion ripped through the chaos, sending debris flying. She dropped to one knee, her back still to him, and yelled, "Go! Save your sister now." Then, both Bao Bao and the book began to plummet from the sky. Ying Che burst forward, his feet kicking up sparks as he ran at full speed. He launched himself into the air, a whirlwind of wind and crackling golden lightning surrounding him. Ying Che desperately reached out, trying to grab Bao Bao. He stretched with every ounce of his strength to reach the little girl. But in an instant, both Bao Bao and the book were frozen solid into massive blocks of ice. "Bao Bao!" he screamed in terror. A blinding flash of blue light consumed everything, followed by another explosion that shattered the ice into countless pieces. On the ground below, everyone shielded their faces from the overwhelming force of the blast. Then, something impossible happened. Every single building in the city was instantly encased in ice. Sharp, translucent spires jutted into the sky. A fist-sized chunk of ice came hailing down, followed by a deadly shower that sent Ying Che spiraling toward the ground. The people below could only watch in shock as a figure fell from the sky. At that same moment, a blur of motion shot toward Ying Che's falling body. Two hands caught him just millimeters before he would have smashed into the pavement. The one who saved Ying Che was the same blonde girl in the black cloak who had pierced Lilith's chest with the golden spear. She stared down at Ying Che, who was now cradled in her arms. "I was a step too late," she murmured. Hu Shen rushed over, breathless, asking, "How is he?" She answered softly. His emotions were too unstable, and combined with the non-stop fighting, his body has reached its absolute limit. Feng Suo also ran up, demanding, "Just who are you, and how can you use that little devil's techniques? Furthermore, if I'm not mistaken, that thing in your pocket is a corner of the book." Tucked into the pocket of her black cloak was the very same book that had fallen with Bao Bao. She pulled down her hood and turned. Her face, illuminated by the sun, was an 80 to 90% match for Bao Bao's, but without the child's innocence. "Please, believe me. I mean you no harm," she said. "I will tell you who I am." She was brought back to the meeting room, where everyone had gathered. Hu Shen spoke with a calm, steady voice. "All right then. Can you tell us who you really are?" Her hand tightened on the spine of the book as she held it, her gaze lost in thought. Min Xiang's eyes went wide with shock. No way, he whispered. Xu Dao looked just as stunned. Could it be? Kainan stood with his arms crossed, saying nothing, but his calculating gaze never left her. She spoke, her voice clear and strong. It's just as you're all thinking. My name is Ying Bao, and I've come from the future. Teng Shi, who had been standing quietly in a corner, spoke up with a doubtful tone. To be honest, I find that a little hard to believe. Bao replied, without a moment's hesitation. Mr. Teng Shi, an age of gods and demons, straight out of novels and comics, has already descended upon us, but this is what you can't believe? A hint of a smile touched her lips as Teng Shi, standing beside Xu Dao, crossed her arms and replied, You have a point. But then, realization dawned on her face. Wait a second, she gasped. How do you know my codename? Of course I do, Bao said. You're the commander. As she spoke, she pointed forward. Hu Shen sat at the table, his expression stern. Bao then pointed to the man next to him. And this is Guardian Wang Qianlao. Her hand moved toward Qianlao, who was sitting casually at the table with a stack of documents. Xu Dao. Bao's finger then aimed at Xu Dao, who had been lost in thought, causing him to jump in surprise. Zifan leaned down and whispered to Hu Shen. She's identifying all of us with perfect accuracy, not a single mistake. Bao continued, pointing to Kainan, who was leaning against the door. Her voice faltered. And this gentleman is. Hu Shen continued whispering to Zifan. While we can't rule out the possibility of her being a spy, what she's saying doesn't feel like a lie. Kainan glanced at Bao's arm, pointing his way, but he remained silent, his eyes still filled with suspicion. But this time, she suddenly retracted her hand and pointed at herself. Her mouth fell open, her eyes wide with a shock that left her speechless. Kainan turned his back to her and said in a low voice, We weren't very close. It's not strange that you don't recognize me. Behind him, Bao's face turned as red as a ripe tomato. Kainan seemed to sense something, glancing back for a moment before falling into deep thought. Xu Dao walked over, placing a hand on her shoulder and grinned. Looks like it really is Bao. Puberty must hit differently for girls, huh? I never expected that little devil had so much potential. Xu Dao's voice had a perverted tone to it, his mind clearly picturing her transformation from a tiny little girl into a vibrant young woman. In that instant, Teng Shi, Zifan, and Bao all turned on him with furious dark expressions, shouting, You shrimp brain! After that, Bao cleared her throat a few times, returning to her cool and collected demeanor. She spoke in a serious tone. What I am about to say next, I ask that you please keep it secret. The things I'm preparing, what I'm about to say, concerns every person in this room, and even the very future of Daxia. I need everyone to brace yourselves. From this moment, at 1500 hours and 14 minutes on May 18th of next year, a true god will descend upon S City. The vanguard is Demeter, the so-called goddess of agriculture from the Olympus faction, one of the 12 ruling gods. Bao's mind conjured an image of some hulking, muscular brute, a faceless, shadowy figure of immense power. Xu Dao replied with a smirk, as if it were all a joke. Not long ago, our captain defeated Poseidon from that same pantheon. A measly goddess of agriculture shouldn't be a problem. But just then, both Bao and Kainan's expressions turned grim, their voices sharp and serious. No. Bao shot a surprised glance at Kainan. You should explain. You have more experience with this than I do. As she finished speaking, Kainan's eyes widened with a sudden realization, his gaze becoming sharp and analytical once more, and a single thought echoed in his mind. So that's how it is. He spoke, his voice low and steady. The base energy of those beings is far too powerful. If they were to force their true forms to descend, it would cause catastrophic damage to our world. Blue Star. A dark entity with blazing red eyes stared down at Blue Star, as if ready to devour it whole. Kainan continued. These beings are perfectionists. They want to rule this planet, not see it shattered into pieces. So, they have to take one step back to move 2 steps forward, choosing to descend into our world through hosts, even with their physical power diminished and their time limited. Trading raw power for the freedom to act makes them incredibly strong. Their descent into the physical world will cause subtle changes in the atmospheric energy, slowly transforming Blue Star into a place that can withstand their full power, creating more favorable conditions for their arrival over time. As he described it, a vision appeared, an ordinary man, absorbing energy, transforming into a godlike being. He possessed immense, powerful wings. Hu Shen slammed his fist on the table in fury, shouting, Damn it! Isn't there anything we can do to prepare? Bao spoke softly, her eyes fixed on Kainan. I'm sorry. Even in the future, we found no way to eliminate this energy. He closed his eyes, his voice calm as if he'd seen it all. But in the end, it all comes down to the gods' own power. Their strength is determined by the quality and power of their vessel, which in turn affects how long they can remain in the physical world. Xiao rested his head on his hand, deep in thought after having his mind blown by this revelation. You could certainly call them vassals, Kainan added. And it's not just your captain. I've also fought a god who descended into the physical world. He crossed his arms, his expression unreadable, but his voice held the faintest flicker of pride. Xiao and Bao fired off questions in a rush of shock and curiosity. What? Xiao exclaimed in disbelief. Bao immediately followed up. So who won? Kainan fell silent, his gaze shifting to Bao, heavy with thought. He recalled his battle with that god. A vast desert, with towering pillars of sand sculpted by the wind, like jagged stacks of rock reaching for the sky. Between those dunes stood two figures. One was clearly exhausted, head hanging low. A rather cheerful voice rang out. Although descending into the physical world does weaken my body, you're the first human who's ever been able to keep up with my speed. The one speaking stood tall and confident. The other was Kainan. He leaned on his knees, gasping for breath, unable to get enough air. Kainan's face was streaked with dirt and sweat. He was panting heavily, but his eyes burned with defiance. The god had a chiseled six-pack and two white wings sprouting from his back. In his hand, he held a long iron staff, topped with a glowing red gem. The divine being approached Kainan, a smirk playing on his lips. Then, he raised the iron staff high. Its true form was now clear. It looked like a magical scepter, with a long iron handle and a small, dagger-like point at the end. Flanking the sharp point were two small wings, and just below them, the red stone pulsed with light. The god spun his weapon. The tip of the blade seemed enchanted, swirling with green light. He then aimed the arrow-like point at Kainan, who was kneeling on the ground. The swirling green lights now danced in front of Kainan's face, leaving him completely paralyzed. He could only stare blankly, like a man in a trance, as the god toyed with him. The god chuckled again, then pointed a finger to his own head. As promised, he said with delight, "The intel you seek will come to you in a dream. My mission is complete. It's time to leave the stage. If we get the chance to meet again, let's have a proper race." With that, he vanished in a flash of green light. He left behind the body he had borrowed, which now lay limp on the ground. The man's form returned to normal, his wings gone. Kainan collapsed, unable to get up, seemingly unconscious. As the battle ended, Kainan fell face down in the sand. He grimaced, clutching his head and crying out in pain. "My head." Kainan looked at the person on the ground, showing no. His eyes snapped open. Had she already left? He crashed back into reality. Vultures circled high in the sky. His face was a mask of calm. Finally, he broke the silence. "We almost won." Beside him, Bao clenched her fist. She had triggered Operation Silkfall, paralyzing 70% of the Grand Xia Empire's functions. Bureau 669 was nearly annihilated. Aside from young Master Bai, everyone else present were the only survivors. As the words left her lips, she swallowed hard. An indescribable tension rose within her. Gulp. Bao's voice continued to ring out, forcing every gaze in the room to lock onto her. No one could look away. Teng Shi and Xu Dao were completely baffled by her statement, while Kainan's eyes went wide, utterly stunned into silence. Hu Shen merely frowned, saying nothing. Bao slammed her hand on the table, her voice decisive. "But I know for a fact the future can be changed. I came here for that very purpose, to stop us from making the same catastrophic mistakes." Before long, darkness consumed the sky. They remained in the conference room. Ying Bao revealed everything she knew, the entire timeline, and every countermeasure that followed the Bureau 669 incident. A spark of confidence and hope for the future was ignited in everyone. Hu Shen frowned and finally spoke. "I have a general grasp of the situation. I will prepare a report for the chairman, and I will personally ensure this information does not leak. Will that be a problem for you?" She replied with unwavering confidence. "I won't cause you any trouble, Commander." Bao's hand remained firmly on the strategy map. "Actually, I have one more request." She offered a slight smile, her eyes shifting. "Please, keep my identity a secret from my brother. If he finds out, I might cease to exist. I'm begging you all, you must keep this secret safe." Agreed. Moonlight illuminated the night sky. Bao found Kainan leaning against a wall and called out, "Young Master Bai." His eyes narrowed. "What are you hiding from me?" She quickly turned away, stammering, I'm not hiding anything." In an instant, Kainan's hand shot out, slamming into the wall right beside her head. She froze, caught completely off guard. He leaned in close, his voice a furious whisper. Stop playing games. Kainan stared directly into her eyes, demanding the truth. You obviously recognize me, yet you pretend you don't. What in the world happens to me in the future? Is my fate really that tragic? Are you hiding the truth from me out of pity? Under his intense pressure, her voice became timid. I can't tell you. His eyes widened in disbelief. What? Regaining her composure, Bao Bao's resolve hardened. But please, trust me. For the sake of humanity's future, please forgive me for being unable to tell you. Hearing this, Kainan's brow furrowed, at a loss for words. Frustrated, he turned his back and stormed away, leaving Bao Bao standing there, utterly stunned. Damn it all. A memory flooded her mind. It was Kainan's voice from the past. Why are you forcing me into this babysitting job? Wouldn't I be better suited for the front lines? Ying Che raised a hand to stop him. Your wounds haven't even healed yet. I'm leaving Bao Bao in your care. Kainan scowled. Seriously? Fine. When you get back, you owe me a real fight. He waved farewell. You got it. The scene then shifted to a battlefield choked with smoke and fire, littered with countless fallen soldiers. Someone grabbed Bao Bao, desperately pulling her away from the chaos. She glanced back over her shoulder, her eyes welling with tears. Brother! My brother! Kainan gripped her shoulders tightly, his voice a harsh command. What are those tears for? Do you think your crying can save the Grand Xia? Listen to me. We lost Ying Che, but we haven't lost all hope yet. He stood before her, his expression grim, shaking her, trying to bring her back to her senses. If you want to avenge your brother, then you must become stronger. So strong that you can slaughter every last one of them without mercy. And if you want to run away, I'll keep my promise to him. I will always protect you, until you're ready to stop running. Kainan's voice softened as he slowly pulled her into a reassuring embrace. If you need someone to lean on, then I will be your brother from now on. After they escaped the chaos, the two rested against an ancient tree. The air grew still, settling into an awkward silence. Kainan furiously slammed his fist into the tree. Damn it, you promised you would fight me, you liar! Deep within a forest cave, magical energy radiated from her hands, causing an ancient book to levitate. Just then, a sudden noise echoed from the entrance. Bao Bao whipped her head around to see him limping toward her. She called out, her voice filled with worry. Brother Nan! Kainan answered quickly. This is all I could find. It'll have to do. He then tossed the foraged food over to her. A roaring flame ignited in Kainan's palm. As he started a fire, he asked her, How is your cultivation progressing? She held up the tome before him. I've already gathered half of the scriptures. I believe I'll soon have the power to face a true god. A small smile touched Kainan's lips as he nodded. Let's hope so. Late into the night, the fire's faint light flickered against the cave walls. Kainan gently reached out and stroked Bao Bao's hair. He watched her as she slept, a faint smile on his lips as he whispered, You have to survive. I have to go do what must be done. Suddenly, Bao Bao's eyes shot open, her brow furrowing with a deep and sudden sense of dread. Out in the open, rain began to patter against a large rock. In the middle of the torrential downpour, Bao Bao knelt, clutching a cold, lifeless body in her arms, of Kainan. On that day, I lost my brother all over again. Etched upon the stone were the words, The grave of my sworn brother, by Kainan. She stood in solemn silence before the tombstone, her gaze lowered, radiating an aura of deep sorrow. I've made my decision. I will change the future. Her hand rose, and the book materialized. She would not regret sacrificing her own life. A brilliant light erupted from beneath Bao Bao's feet. The rain began to pour, drenching his grave. The grave of her sworn brother, Bai Kai Nan. Then suddenly, the vision shattered, snapping her back to reality. Bao Bao's face was still etched with grief, lost in memories of the past. She jolted upright, pressing a hand to her forehead. She had just promised herself that she wouldn't get sentimental until the mission was complete, yet she was still being so childish. Instantly, Bao Bao covered her mouth, racked by a violent coughing fit. A dark crimson stain spread across her hand. Bao Bao's eyes widened in shock. The backlash. Was it already here? A brilliant full moon hung in the star-filled sky. My time is running out. A crescent moon hovered above the mountains below, creating a scene of serene, breathtaking beauty. Hu Shen held a report in his hand. He spoke up. Director, this is the situation. The other man replied, How reliable is this girl? He frowned with suspicion. Did she really come from the future? Hu Shen quickly explained. She recognized those young masters from the great families, even Teng Shi. Other than our agency's inner circle and operatives, I can't imagine any other possibility. The man lifted his teacup, studying the report intently. It's better to believe it than to dismiss it. As we proceed based on the information that child provided, we must also keep a close watch on her. The cup was placed on Hu Shen's desk. During the recent demonic invasion, it was thanks to them that the great Xiao was saved from annihilation. The paper landed on the desk with it. His voice turned stern. But our Division 669 must also take action. Provide them with all necessary support, even if we can't help directly. Ensure they have no other worries. Is that understood? He replied, Yes, sir. Elsewhere, Xiao lay in bed, her body shivering slightly. Where am I? She shot upright, her eyes darting around the room in confusion. What? Xiao threw the blankets off, a flicker of panic in her eyes. This can't be right. What's happening on the battlefield? How is Bao Bao? She folded the blanket. No, I can't just lie here. Xiao scrambled forward in a rush. Even if I can't do anything, I have to go help them. As she reached the door, it suddenly swung open. It was Feng Chu. Pardon the intrusion. Xiao charged right into her. A cry of surprise rang out, and by instinct, the fruit basket slipped from Feng Chu's grasp. Her face contorted in pain as she cried out, That hurts. Xiao. Xiao struggled to support herself against a nearby cabinet. Feng Chu stood with her hands on her hips, her voice full of annoyance and reproach. It was hard enough patching up one patient. What are you doing running around? Xiao's expression was grim as she tried to stand. Azhe. They're still fighting. How can I just lie here? Move, let me through. Feng Chu looked at her. What are you talking about? You've been unconscious for 2 days. The demon named Lilith has already been defeated. Xiao stared blankly. Is that true? She bent down to pick up an apple. Now get back in bed. The night sky was full of bright stars. The two of them faced each other, and Feng Chu recounted everything that had happened. Xiao looked down, her voice weak. So that's what happened. Her eyes were filled with sorrow. Bao Bao is missing. A heavy gloom has fallen over everyone. Feng Chu offered some comfort. Bao Bao is definitely still alive, though we can't confirm her location. We are absolutely certain she's still alive. Though she sounded calm on the surface, she was secretly worried. Telling her too much information right now would be overwhelming. It was better to phrase it this way to put her mind at ease. Hearing those words, Xiao was startled. Bao Bao is still alive. Is that really true? Feng Chu sighed softly. I don't get any candy for lying to you, so be a good girl and stay put for me. Xiao quickly slipped on her sandals. Seeing this, Feng Chu shouted to stop her. Hey, didn't I just tell you not to run around? Xiao peeked her head back through the door and waved. I have to tell Aja the news. This way, he won't have to worry anymore. Feng Chu watched her go, completely helpless. For better or worse, you're a noble lady. You should know how to take care of yourself. You can't hold back a girl who's all grown up. In another room, Xiao burst through the door. Azeh, I have something I need to tell you. Before the railing, a lone figure stood gazing at the moon. Azeh heard the noise. Ying Che glanced at her. Xiao, from the sound of your voice, you seem to be in good spirits. I take it you're all right. Xiao smiled brightly. Listen to me, Aza. Bao Bao is still alive. He went still, his eyes looking off into the distance, his tone dropping to a whisper. Is that so? Faced with Ying Che's less than joyful reaction, she was confused. Aja, what's wrong? This is good news. His voice was flat. Even if we manage to save her, what then? What if a situation like before happens again? Ying Che's eyes flew open. Will I still be powerless to protect her? The atmosphere grew tense. Xiao hesitated. Aja. His hand on the railing gripped it so hard that it trembled. Without power, you can't protect the people you want to protect. Ying Che walked toward her. That's why I've decided. Until I grow strong enough, I will. Model. He wasn't even going to look for Bao Bao. Xiao instinctively recoiled. Pure fear etched onto her face as she stared at him. Zhe. What in the world happened? What could have possibly twisted you into this? Suddenly, Zhe's eyes shot wide open. A look of pure shock, as if he'd seen a ghost. Meanwhile, in a bustling office, an agent rushed forward with a report, shouting, "Get this to the captain, now." Teng. She took the document, her eyes scanning the page. Her breath hitched. Ancient ruins? She whispered in disbelief. Teng. She tilted her head, murmuring to herself. If there was a divine artifact capable of defying the gods themselves, even a 1 in 10,000 chance would be worth the risk. With a casual air, hands in her pockets, Tengshi began her briefing. Intel confirms the location of these ruins just outside of F City. Take a look. Xiao blinked, and in that instant, he was gone. A wave of panic washed over her as she cried out his name. Ah, Tang. She continued her presentation, unfazed. The site is crawling with E-rank demonic beasts, and we've even detected D-rank entities. It's highly probable a sealed divine artifact is hidden within. The Combat Bureau took heavy losses on our last attempt. That's why we're formally requesting your aid for this expedition. A nervous sweat beaded on Teng Shi's brow. She could feel the room's chilling indifference. No one seemed interested in this mission at all. Suddenly, a voice cut through the silence. So, where do these so-called ancient ruins even come from? Teng, she quickly composed herself to explain. Ancient ruins are pocket dimensions, formed when the seal on a divine artifact weakens and its power leaks out. That energy is what attracts the demonic. So, the more dangerous the beasts guarding a site, the more powerful the artifact hidden inside. These creatures are far beyond what normal soldiers can handle. We have no choice but to rely on people like you. Feng Sixuan leaned back, casually propping his feet on the table. With his arms crossed, he sneered. And why are you asking? Even if you wanted to go, you wouldn't be assigned. Have you already forgotten your real mission? Hearing Feng's sharp question, Xiao could only scratch her head with an awkward laugh. Teng, she decided to wrap things up. So, in conclusion, but before she could finish, Kainan cut her off. I refuse. Teng. She gasped in shock. What? Kainan shot to his feet, slamming his fist on the table. Listen up, he stated with absolute certainty. I only came to see if there was any interesting intel. I couldn't care less about this suicide mission of yours. Teng, she was rendered speechless by his sheer arrogance. This brat. Sensing the rising tension, Wenbi stepped in to mediate. Amitabha, he chanted softly. If I may, I am willing to lend my strength to this cause. Feng Sixuan followed his lead with a sigh. I suppose I'll reluctantly lend a hand too. Seeing their support, Teng, she was so moved she blushed. Everyone, later that night, under the tranquil moon, Kainan froze, his eyes widening in surprise. Standing before him was Bao Bao. The moment she saw him, a deep blush colored her cheeks. Their eyes met for a split second before they both awkwardly turned away. Kainan thought to himself, damn it, every time I see her, my heart gets thrown into chaos. Elsewhere, Azza slammed a heavy door shut. Behind that door, his expression was dark as night. He remembered Bao Bao's bright smile, her voice echoing in his mind. Big brother, he gritted his teeth, forcing himself to calm down. Nothing else matters anymore, he vowed. My only purpose now is to get stronger. His mind was a raging storm. Bao Bao, he thought, his resolve hardening. Your brother will find you, I swear it. Suddenly, a system window materialized before him. Do you wish to enter the third heaven? His expression was pure steel. Yes, let's see what kind of hell is waiting for me on the other side. Meanwhile, Xiao approached with a tray of food. She knocked gently on his door. Aja, I brought you something to eat. Slowly, she turned the handle and pushed the door open, calling his name again. Aja? From the doorway, she saw him sitting motionless on the floor, lost in thought. Her gaze then fell to an untouched food tray already on his table. Quietly, she swapped the old tray for the fresh one. This blow must have hit him harder than anything before, she worried. It's completely shattered his daily routine. Seeing him still frozen on the floor, a statue of grief, Xiao spoke with a voice full of sympathy. But, you'll pull through this. I know you will, right? As the door clicked shut behind her, she saw Feng Sixuan waiting. How long had he been there? The moment she stepped out, he demanded, How is he? Xiao. Xiao's voice was heavy as she replied, He's not in a good place. Watching her walk away, Feng Sixuan let out a helpless sigh. My foolish, foolish sister. Suddenly, Xiao froze in her tracks. Her eyes locked onto a figure on the sofa. It was Bao Bao, and she was waving. Sister Xiao. Her eyes went wide with disbelief. You're Bao Bao? She whispered. Bao Bao gripped her arm tightly. Bao Bao's voice was urgent. Can we talk? Somewhere private? The untouched tray of food from Oz's room sat forgotten beside them. And that's the whole story, Bao Bao finished. The moment she did, Xiao pulled her into a tight, joyful embrace. This is amazing! Bao Bao, you're alive! Tears of joy streamed down her face. Stunned by the sudden embrace, Bao Bao could only stammer, Sister Xiao. Releasing her from the hug, Xiao's expression grew serious. Bao Bao, you really can't tell Aja the truth about who you are? You think Chul knows? Bao Bao asked with a hopeful smile, placing her trust in Xiao. Please, you have to keep this a secret for me. Xiao's expression suddenly crumbled, her face twisting in anguish as she whispered her name, Bao Bao. Bao Bao replied softly. Tears streamed down Xiao Xiao's face as she choked out the words, Can we? Can we really change the future? Seeing her friend break down, Bao Bao froze for a full 5 seconds, completely stunned. Then, a wave of determination washed over her. We absolutely can, she declared, trying to soothe Xiao Xiao. That brutal future. I swear we will change it. Bao Bao's hands clenched into tight fists as a silent vow formed in her mind. Xiao's brother, everyone, I will forge a new future, one where all of us survive, even if it costs me my own life. Above, a sliver of a crescent moon hung in the dark sky. Meanwhile, Chul's eyes fluttered open. This meditation session felt much longer than he'd expected. His gaze fell on a food tray on the table, and he noticed a small note. It was from Xiao Xiao, and it read simply, Ah, Chul, I'm sorry. Please try to eat something if you feel up to it. Starving yourself won't do you any good. After reading the note, he picked up the bowl of rice, a single thought echoing in his mind. What is this all about? Chul's face darkened with regret. His hands trembled as he held the bowl, overcome with self-loathing. What in the world have I been doing? Under that same crescent moon, he found Xiao Xiao sitting alone on a bench. May I sit here? He asked softly. Of course, she replied without a second thought. But as she turned, her eyes widened in shock. Ah, Chul. He sat down beside her, his voice low. I've sorted things out in my head. His words left her utterly confused. Before she could even process it, he continued. What happened to Sung Cheng? It was my fault. I was so lost in my own powerlessness, so consumed by the grief of losing Bao Bao, that I became completely blind to everyone else's pain, especially yours, someone who was always fighting so hard in the shadows. I failed you, Xiao Xiao. I'm sorry. She immediately tried to argue, but I was the one who failed to protect Bao Bao. I broke my promise. I'm the one who should be apologizing. But he continued as if he hadn't heard her. I have this strange feeling. Maybe it's the bond we've forged, fighting and surviving together for so long. But I know Bao Bao is still alive. Xiao Xiao gasped, stunned by his conviction. Cheol offered a faint smile. Besides, I heard the story from Feng Chu. If it weren't for you, Bao Bao's fate would have been far worse. You put your own life on the line to keep your promise. How could I ever blame you for that? As he finished, he gently took her hand, the moonlight casting a silver glow around them as he spoke from the heart. If anything, I should be thanking you. Thank you for protecting Bao Bao when I couldn't. A look of pure shock spread across Xiao Xiao's face as she stared down at his hand, wrapped around hers. His gaze was steady, filled with genuine concern. Are you really all right, though? A scar like that, it wouldn't suit you. Instantly, Xiao Xiao's face turned beet red. She snatched her hand away, stammering, What does it matter to you? Her hands tightened in her lap as she added quietly, Ah, Chol, I'm leaving the day after tomorrow. Since nothing critical happened this time, I don't think we need to make a big fuss. He immediately offered, I'll walk with you for a while. But Xiao Xiao's expression fell. No, she refused. You're our last hope. You can't waste your time on me. You have to bring Bao Bao back. And you have to defeat those invaders. Your mission is far more important than mine. At that, Cheol's voice rose, sharp and intense. That's ridiculous. What are you even thinking? You're my comrade. You're just as important as anyone else. And I don't want to lose you, either. Overwhelmed, Xiao Xiao's face flushed with embarrassment. Stop saying things like that. It's too much. Just promise you'll visit when you have the time. Seeing her like this, Chul pressed his lips together, his own face starting to burn. He then held out his pinky finger, a silent promise. I will. She hooked her own pinky around his, sealing the oath. I know you will. Xiao Xiao replied softly. But not far away, hidden in the bushes, were the watching figures of Feng Chu and Teng Shi. The two spies were blushing furiously at the scene, impatiently whispering, This is killing me. Why doesn't he just kiss her? Beside him, Teng Shi just let out a sigh of relief. This is good. High above, Bao Bao watched the two of them in silence. A small smile touched her lips as she wished. If only we could have more days like this. Elsewhere, Xu Dao was staring at a bizarre, ugly drawing. The three men gathered around it, completely baffled. Yeah, I've got nothing. Suddenly, a cloaked figure called out from a distance. Master Xu Dao, that's just some old scribbles my subordinate made. The real maps and documents were already sent to your devices. The subordinate sighed internally. This is what happens when you fall asleep during a briefing. Xu Dao just laughed it off. He gestured arrogantly toward a pile of dead monsters with broken necks. Still, you have to admit, This bunch couldn't even handle a few hits. Xiao quickly gave credit where it was due. It's all thanks to reach the next level. I know my power has limits, but I have to try. I will do anything to help the captain. Shu Dao's face fell as he lost himself in thought. That's right. While the captain risks his life against those damn gods, he's nothing more than a burden. The crushing weight of his own powerlessness. Just then, the subordinate's eyes shot open in pure shock. He reported to the three of them, "Sirs, we have a possible sighting of Yang Shenbi, requesting you to investigate and confirm." Deep underground, a brilliant red chest pulsed with a strange light. The three men stared down at it, their faces grim and silent. Shu Dao suddenly grabbed the subordinate by the collar, his voice seething with rage. "Spit it out. Is this some kind of sick prank you guys set up?" No matter how he looked at it, this felt like a trap. Suddenly, a blur of motion flashed past the four of them in an instant. Shu Dao's sharp senses instantly caught the unnatural movement. The figure's feet were like the wind, touching the ground for a split second before launching off again. Wenbi lunged in front of Shu Dao, shielding him as he screamed. "Look out!" The creature's purple arm thrust forward without mercy, piercing straight through Wenbi as fresh blood exploded into the air. A spray of blood hit Shu Dao's face. He froze, his eyes wide with stunned disbelief, unable to process what just happened. An alert immediately reached Feng Chu and Tengxi. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! All units, move out! The two rushed to Shu Dao's location. But what stood before them was no human, but a massive, grotesque monster. It had a single, colossal eye right in the middle of its face. Shu Dao and Feng Chu's teams could only stare in horror. What in the world is that thing? At the Bai family estate, Kainan sat within a massive black circle. A dark, ethereal voice suddenly echoed around him. The gears of fate have begun to turn. He opened his eyes at the sound of the strange voice. But the voice continued, completely unfazed. That little brat, Ying Che, is definitely hiding something. First, the third prince of the Li family, and now this Hu Zun fellow. The speaker was a shadowy figure enveloped in a green aura. The old man's ominous voice continued to drone on. "I truly can't wait to see what happens next." Nearby, Kainan's voice cut in like a threat. "Old man, don't forget, you still need my help." The figure glanced at him, stroking his long beard with a chiding look. "You insolent little whelp. You have no respect for your elders." I turned my back for a moment. "And you're calling me old man. As a disciple of my sect, you should know the proper etiquette." Kainan let out an exasperated sigh. His face darkened as he trembled, forcing himself to bow respectfully. "I will diligently follow Master's teachings." Seeing this, the elder let out a satisfied laugh. "Very good." In his mind, Kainan's thoughts were cold. "Ying Che, I look forward to our confrontation." Meanwhile, Ying Che's eyes burned with fierce determination. "I need to get stronger. It's the only way I can protect the people who matter to me." He walked slowly towards the blinding light before him. And so, he called forth the system. A brilliant glow lit up his eyes as a formidable power erupted from his body. Both he and the system radiated an unbreakable will.